Did she say what kind of animal it was that attacked her?
So yeah, they're saying it's some type of animal attack. Statistically, there's been more animal attacks, mysterious deaths, people gone missing.
In other news, local authorities remain perplexed by the animal attacks.
What attacked her in the woods?
An animal. What else could it have been?
Welcome to It Was an Animal Attack, home of the supernatural drama series. I'm Fadzai.
And I'm Sandile.
And today, at long last, after much build-up, we are going to be talking about the best character in this show, the worst treated character in this show.
Too true.
The most powerful force, even though the writers won't let her be unless they need to write themselves out of a corner.
Speak on it.
The incomparable Ms. Bonnie Bennett.
Bonnie Bennett. See, the only one deserving of the finale spot of season 1 of our podcast.
We saved the best for last. So, opening thoughts on Bonnie Bennett. Because we got a lot to say.
I mean, what can I say that hasn't been said and or shouted because I've been unable to contain it like a demon in my chest during other episodes? She is the icon. She is or she should be rather, as you've said, ostensibly the most powerful character, and yet never seems to be in a position of power in the show. She is the black character on the show, in a show that doesn't often centralize black characters. She is almost defining in the genre, right, of a main black character, in this like genre we've tried to build of the supernatural drama series, because that certainly doesn't exist in Buffy. It does in Angel, its sequel series, which I was surprised and pleased by.
And Secret Circle got cancelled, so we didn't get.
And Secret Circle was after
one.
this, to be very clear. So the first season of Secret Circle exists because the Vampire Diaries was already so successful. True Blood, Tara, I guess, but she's in the exact same boat.
And Lafayette.
Those shows started around the same time, and they have the same issue in terms of their black characters. Yeah, I mean, that's all complaints. Wonderful, delightful, large and in charge. Get some really badass moments and lines of magic. Just a great presence on screen when she's allowed to be on screen. So much potential. She's the potential man meme in the most mournful way. And I don't know if you know the potential man meme, so that might not
You've
land.
told me about it. I think you told me about it.
Good. Because it's like, girl should be the one in the show. And I've said this to you before, Fadzai. In a different show, in a better show, and in a better timeline, Bonnie is the protagonist of this damn show. But I digress.
I mean, I don't need her to be the protagonist. I just need her to get some damn respect.
I need her to be the protagonist, sorry.
You can be player 2 and get respect.
I agree.
Like, I know this is a children's show, but I reference this because I know this is something we're both well-versed in. You look at someone like Katara, you look at someone like Zuko. The show is about Aang, but you could never sit there with a straight face and claim that Zuko and Katara are paid dust.
That's
the way that
absolutely
Bonnie is.
That's absolutely right. And I am notoriously a player 2 supporter, as you know. It's just that with this show and with this genre and with the way this show continued and ended, I'm just like, no, actually. No.
Yeah.
I need a show with a black witch in the center of the story, and that's, I think, what I'm getting to here.
Before I dive into it, I'll say 3 quick things. You pointing out that with this genre, very good point, because another powerful mage character who is a player 2 in a popular universe, is Gwen Tennyson of Ben 10 fame. But because that genre is largely sci-fi, it's understandable that, like, the magic is something you would relegate to a supporting character. That's her wheelhouse. But she does it well, and she's the strongest one of his allies. Second thing, you spoke about we need a show with a black witch. I always think of the fact, because this show debuted in 2009.
Yes.
I think of the fact that when American Horror Story Coven, its 3rd season from 2013, came out, the character Queenie, who is the only black non-voodoo witch of the Salem group, speaks about how she says, I didn't even know black girls could be witches. I grew up on Charmed and Sabrina. And I was like, girl, is there no Vampire Diaries in your universe? It had been on for 4 years by this point.
Vampire Diaries would have just come out, and she's already jaded at this point. I hear her.
She probably watched Vampire Diaries and was like, no. I'm not putting myself through this. And the third thing, because when I asked you what you thought of Bonnie, you were like, what can I say? My brain immediately went to, what can I say except you're welcome?
Oh.
The Rock's character's song from Moana. And frankly, that should be Bonnie's song to everyone in this show. What can I say except you are welcome?
Always saving people's asses, always the one to save the day. Thankless job. And then she's dead. Because apparently that's what you get when you let your heart win.
So, Bonnie, who, as we've discussed previously, is the TV show counterpart to Bonnie McCullough from the books.
Our heart-shaped Celtic druid.
A race-swapped character. Many of the characters in this show are like palette-swapped in terms of hair and eye color, but she is like the main girlie who's like a completely different race.
That's true. I mean, that's white people's version of race-swapped, I suppose. We all know the plight of brunettes.
Bonnie, original ginger side queen.
True. So true, actually. Bonnie's a redhead in the book.
She's a redhead in those books from the 90s or early 2000s, whenever they're from. I don't know why they chose to give her the surname Bennett in the show. I can't think of any good reason for it. It's alliterative and I like it. But
right, because
that is
Vicky's
surname in the books.
Yeah.
Vicky, who is not related to Matt Honeycutt. So I don't know why they chose that, but I like it. Bonnie Bennett, it rolls off the tongue nicely. I believe she was, it was a colorblind casting situation, so they weren't writing the character as black. And I think if you pay attention to the differences between the pilot and then the rest of season 1, it shows. Because there is no mention made of any sort of, migration or yada. I mean, they don't really delve into it in season 1 as a whole, but like it's implied. And then as we go into Catherine's backstory and the Emily of it all, we see that, slavery? Question mark.
Interesting. And you've got to go that is at least one thing that the show, I'm glad it did, for better or worse, is actually like casting the black girl to play the witch and then go, well, we have to write this into the story because if we're working with 1864, slavery, right? There's no avoiding it.
And yet...
And
yet they have their cake and they eat it all up.
Oh, God.
We first see Bonnie in the pilot driving Elena to school. It's their first day of junior year. And I guess because Elena is still shaken from the whole car crash, that's part of her backstory, Bonnie's like, yeah, I'm going to be your chauffeur. We're besties. Bonnie in this scene is so warm and bubbly. It's sad to think that this show will put her through so much.
Yeah, leave the doom and gloom behind. Today is going to be great. Like, that's Bonnie's whole vibe in that pilot. And it's like, damn, where does that go?
But in her very first scene, she's talking and she's like, yeah, my grandmother told me that I'm psychic and our family is descended from witches that used to live in Salem. Already that's the first change from her book counterpart, who is psychic and is descended from druids who were Celtic in origin. In the pilot, there is no mention made of Bonnie herself being a witch. That's something they only say in episode 2. So I wonder if during the writing process, once the show was picked up, they decided, actually, let's just make her a fully blown witch rather than just have magical lineage that is letting her be psychic. I don't know when in the books Bonnie started practicing magic. She does eventually start doing magic in the books as well. But I think originally she was just, I guess, clairvoyant.
Yeah, no fair. Honestly, I'm glad they made the change. We see it with, I mean, it was narratively interesting because there were multiple witches, but in Charmed, Phoebe's whole thing for the first season, 2 seasons, is that she is clairvoyant, which is very useful. But because it's such an action-packed show, magically speaking, she ends up being in the background and running for her life. So, you know, I much prefer
and
for her
then
to
they
have
let her levitate.
Well, first she
I'm like,
learns
my power up is
martial arts.
levitation.
She learns martial arts, and then she gets levitation and uses it in combination to beat ass.
Feels like being the girl in Naruto. I don't know. Like, why is my upgrade so late?
So true. One day I'll write my thesis statement on that damn show.
But Bonnie doesn't take her grandmother's conversation about the supernatural all that seriously. She jokes that her grandmother was going on, and then she, Bonnie, was thinking to herself that her grandmother needs to be put in a nursing home, suggesting that she thinks her granny is going senile.
Yeah. All right. Sure, Bonnie.
Which I'm like, all right, buddy, that's a little disrespectful.
Especially because of where you live. I think maybe listen to her. I don't know.
But Bonnie, still joking. I did not realize how much she speaks about the whole psychic thing while simultaneously seemingly not taking it all that seriously.
Yeah.
Because she goes on and on about it. And I'm like, girl, are you in denial?
Right. The lady doth protest too much.
Because she tells Elena, oh no, I was thinking. And she gives some examples of things she's predicted.
She's predicted Obama.
That were super topical in 2009. Yes, she says she predicted Obama would win the 2008 United States presidential election. And she predicted the untimely death of Heath Ledger. And I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. This was certainly a 2009 show.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then she quips that she predicted Florida would break off from mainland North America and become a chain of resort islands.
Interesting.
Which is one of the nicer things I've heard said about Florida in a while. I guess back in 2009, America hadn't yet decided that they hate that state. I don't know why. It's now the armpit of their country. They're always dumping on Florida. I don't know why.
It's kind of always been, as the way I understand it, I guess just on a CW show, that's not really an on-theme joke to make. So that's as far as they'll go with it. But I mean, sadly, Florida is about to become a couple of islands. It is slowly sinking into the
Oh no! Bonnie was right!
Of climate change. Bonnie was right.
She's even more powerful than we realize. But yeah, Elena's not really listening. She's zoning out. Bonnie gets her to pay attention again and is like, hey, I was saying I'm psychic. And then Elena's like, cool, make a prediction. And Bonnie says, and then a crow hits the windshield.
Right. Manifested. The weave was pulled.
And I just want to say, since at this stage the crow is still Damon, or is still his familiar or something, I'm like, already you're getting in the way of my girl. In her first scene.
That's so real, actually. From episode 1, he's causing problems for her.
Her very first scene in the pilot episode, and I'm like,
God.
When I catch you,
when I wring your little bird neck.
And Shane, Bonnie is like so apologetic to Elena. She's like, oh my gosh, I didn't see it. I'm so sorry. Because she realizes that, yeah, this is probably triggering for you. You lost your parents in an automobile accident. Mm-hmm. But Elena's like, no, it's okay. I can't be freaked out about cars forever. What were you saying? And Bonnie's like, I predict that this is going to be a kick-ass year. I predict all the sad and dark times are over, and you are going to be beyond happy. And all I can say is, oh, Bonnie, honey, I'm going to hold your hand when I tell you this.
The odds are not great. I'm not going to lie.
All the sad and dark times are over? Oh, well.
In fact, there were more to come and in greater number.
We then see them in the school where, again, Bonnie is all bubbly and a little bit not PC.
Yeah.
They're like, she's talking about how there's no hot guys at the school, even though I'm like, didn't you grow up with these people and you already know who's who? But maybe she was hoping for like a summer glow up of some of these boys.
We get a
she
little bit
uses
of
the
transfer,
T slur.
She makes a wildly transphobic joke and it's like 2009.
It's funny, and I'm like, oh yeah, you were a cheerleader and you were friends with Caroline, because there's a bit of mean girl energy, and you forget that Elena, Bonnie, and Caroline were part of the popular clique at school. They're these pretty popular cheerleader girls, and it makes sense that Bonnie would be like, ugh, look at the shower curtain on Kelly Beach. And I'm like, damn, you called her dress a shower curtain. I mean, it wasn't a flattering dress, but still, there's no need for this. Is she not within earshot, Bonnie?
God, the early days when it's so intensely high school drama more than supernatural drama is so funny to go back to.
And as we discussed, the wild thing about that slur is she asks if she can use it. She's like, can I still say? And then she says that, and Lena's like, no, I think that's
over now. which here's the thing, and I won't speak for trans people because I would never, but that at least is kind of funny, right? It's kind of funny to be like, is this still okay? No, I think we're done with that, and then we move on. If you have to in 2009 use a slur, I guess, against trans
Maybe
people.
In their minds it wasn't a slur, it was just kind of rude. So they were like, oh, I can't say this rude thing. Because I'm like, it's not like they'd be dropping the N-word.
Yeah.
on
the
CW.
The mileage had been done on the N-word for decades already. I guess society still had to catch up where trans people were concerned. I want to be clear in that structurally, I think it's a funny joke for TV. I am still just like, oh, yeah, probably not.
It was when we started doing this and watching these old episodes, it was such a shock to hear that. I was like, Bonnie said what?
What? But it's like, we're in 2024, where it's like, we know so much better, I'd say, than 15 years ago.
But yeah, it's Bonnie who notices Matt staring at them wistfully from across the hallway, and then Elena's like, what are you looking at? And like, oh, Matt. Hi, Matt. Matt walks away.
Oh, sad Matt.
And then it's like, oh, Matt hates me. And Bonnie's like, no, that's not hate. That's you dumped me and I'm too cool to show it. But secretly, I'm listening to Air Supply's Greatest Hits. And I'm like, you're such a teenage girl, Bonnie. I love it. Then Caroline shows up and has that awkward interaction, which is like, Elena, oh my gosh, how are you? It shows that seemingly Caroline has not really seen Elena all summer while she's been in mourning, whereas Bonnie is clearly like quite comfortable in her space already. And then she starts like asking Bonnie how she is, as if Elena's not standing right there. When she walks away, Bonnie and Elena like exchange this look, and I'm like, yeah, you two really were like the best friends. And then it was like plus Caroline.
Yeah. It's honestly, and the thing is, it'll come into play in like season 3, but I'll say it now because it merits saying, is that we learn that Miranda and Abby were friends as well. Mm-hmm. And that could be like retroactively, because we don't know about Abby until season 3. And frankly, she'd never been mentioned before in the context of Miranda, but that could be a reason why that these two are also tight in the way Elena and Matt are tight.
Because certainly Kelly Donovan seems to hate Liz Forbes, and I'm like, if Liz had been super close to Miranda, I don't think that she would have despised her that much.
Yeah. It's curious that the Miranda-Liz connection is not really explicated beyond, Liz helped watch over the Gilberts in the time after their passing, the Gilberts passing. So, it's just like a question mark. Like, they were all founding families, so presumably they were all in concert when it comes to vampire stuff. But beyond that, I don't know.
Liz with her sidekicks Miranda and Carol, who married into the council. Show me that Charlie's Angels film.
Am I right? Listen, Liz with the long hair from the 90s that does not suit her at all. She needed to have a Drew Barrymore moment where she breaks out.
But finally, they spot Stefan Salvatore for the first time when he's enrolling himself and compelling that lovely office lady. Bonnie is instantly intrigued. She's like, oh, Major Hardy. And Lena's like, girl, all we can see is his back. And Bonnie's like, yeah, but it's a hot back.
And Bonnie is so real for that.
And then Bonnie, again with the psychic jokes, is like, I'm sensing Seattle. And then he plays the guitar. The Seattle bit is funny because that's the major city where a portion of the Twilight novels and their film adaptations take place. The guitar bit is funny because that's the instrument Enzo plays.
How is that? I refuse. It's not funny, actually. It's demonic.
That one's sad funny.
It's satanic is what it is.
That one's funny, like, there's a funny smell coming from under these floorboards.
Seattle's funny because of how gloomy Stefan is, to be fair, so I like that.
Elena then has to leave because Jeremy's being a bad boy, and Bonnie's just like ogling Stefan from behind, and she's like, oh, please be hot. And I'm like, Bonnie was thirsty in this pilot. I love it.
Having some fun for once.
When they finally get to class, Stefan and Elena spend the whole lesson trading stolen glances with each other. Well, actually, Elena's glances are stolen. Stefan is like openly staring at her.
Straight up. It would be serial killer if he wasn't hot. Like, if we're being real about it.
Bonnie then texts Elena, hottie staring at you. And because it's 2009 and they're teenagers, the text is written HAWT-E
Hot
staring at symbol and then the letter capital U. Haughty staring at you.
It's 2009. Gone are the days of Kelly Rowland doing Excel on her chatterbox. Like, the kids are with it now.
I'm like, mix it. I want to see their mix-it names.
WUU2. NMU.
That evening, Bonnie and Caroline are at the Misty Grill together, and Caroline fills Bonnie in on all the stuff she's learned about Stefan in that day. This is when we get that iconic scene of Bonnie being like, you learned all that in one day? And Caroline's like, girl, I learned all that between 3rd and 4th period. We're planning a June wedding. Cutting over to Elena real quick. As she leaves the Gilbert house, she tells Aunt Jenna that she's meeting Bonnie at the grill. again, this shows me that Elena, not as close to Caroline, because I'm like, Caroline's clearly here as well. And I assume Bonnie didn't run into her by mistake. But Elena's like, yeah, I'm meeting my best friend Bonnie at the grill. There'll be other people there on Jenna, but I'm just letting you know.
But I'm primarily there for Bonnie, which I love. Honestly, as
So I'm
it
like,
should
yeah,
be.
clearly Elena's bestie, at least as far as the pilot is concerned, is Bonnie. And Caroline is just like a peer. So sorry, Catherine.
Sorry.
So back at the grill, Bonnie's talking to Matt. This is where Matt is like, oh, how's Elena doing? And Bonnie's like, oh, it's only been a few months since Elena's parents died, you know? But she does show that she's aware at Elena's attempt at putting on a brave face in that episode being a front. Elena has a scene in the graveyard where she's like, oh, I must have said, I'm fine, thank you, 100 times today, and I didn't mean it a single time. And I'm like, it's nice that Bonnie as her bestie, without even having a conversation, is like, yeah, I know that that's all a front. Elena's not okay. She's just trying her best right now.
There's a number of scenes like that in this first season where Bonnie's like very emotionally intelligent beyond herself, which is interesting in a number of ways, and I might get into that later.
Matt is then like, oh, you know, has Elena spoken about me? And Bonnie's like, no, I'm not getting in the middle of this. You know, just pick up the phone and call her.
Real.
He's like, no, she broke up with me. I can't call her. And she's like, okay, Maddie Blue. Leading him on, as we will later learn from flashbacks, you know, far in the future, where we see that Bonnie had info Matt didn't have. But telling him, no, just give Elena some time. Cut to Stefan and Elena walking in and Matt being like, oh, wow, give her some time, huh?
She was sensing the future vibes. She thought it was the better timeline.
As Katy Perry's melodious voice flows from the bridge to the final chorus of her hit song, Thinking of You.
Beautiful entrance.
A little bit later, Stefan, Elena, Bonnie, and Caroline are sitting at the table together, and Caroline is questioning Stefan for even more info in his life. Despite Caroline initiating the convo, Stefan's responses might as well have been whispered directly into Elena's ear because he very clearly only has eyes for her. Caroline's like, okay, let me try get this back to me. Stefan, do you want to come to this back to school party we're having tomorrow? And then Stefan looks at Elena and is like, will you be
Elena
going?
be there? Man on a mission.
And then Bonnie, already shipping them, is like, yes, of course she will be.
Now that's a good friend.
So actually, I just want to point out, Bonnie was the founder of the Stelena fan club.
Oh,
Caroline
certainly.
just took over afterwards.
Certainly, Caroline slid into the role when Bonnie became occupied with saving the world, I guess. Caroline said, I'll pick up the slack, don't worry about it. Bonnie is the originator, founder, the primogen of that role.
Much like we will learn her family is compared to the founding families, of which Caroline is a part. The next day in class, we see Mr. Tanner being unnecessarily hostile to his students. Bonnie is still super cute. He asks her how many soldiers died in the Battle of Willow Creek. She's like, I don't know. A lot?
No.
Mr. Tanner is like, be more specific. And she's like a whole lot.
Like, why should she know how many Confederate soldiers died, Mr. Tanner?
You know?
How dare
Actually, should have just been like, sir, I'm black, and
Right.
left it at that.
I should be exempt from this lesson, in fact.
He tells her cute becomes dumb in an instant. And I'm like, that's true of many characters in this show, but not Bonnie.
Thank you. Say it again.
Also, speaking of Confederacy, I noticed for the first time there is a little Confederate flag displayed alongside the American one on Mr. Tanner's desk.
Unsurprising.
This?
Actually, a little surprising. Isn't Mr. Tanner a person of color?
I'm not sure.
Am I
He certainly
remembering
looks
that
spicy, but I don't know.
You know, let
He
me
could
not
be
make
Greek.
assumptions. He could be Greek. Many such cases.
At the after-school party, Stefan eavesdrops on Elena and Bonnie discussing him. Bonnie's like, oh, Stefan has a romance novel stare. The kind of eyes that stare into one's very soul. Caroline shows up and leads Stefan away. So Bonnie's like, oh, where is Stefan? Because she didn't actually see him. And Elena's like, aren't you supposed to be psychic? You should tell me. So then Bonnie's like, cool, my gram says I have to concentrate. And Elena says, cool, you should have a crystal ball, jokey jokey. Picks up a random beer bottle. I don't know whose that was. She picks it up and says, here, take this. Bonnie touches it and briefly touches Elena's hand and has a vision. And she pulls her hand back. And Elena's like, wait, what's wrong? And Bonnie's like, when you touched me, I saw an image of a crow and fog and an unknown man. And then she's like, I'm just drunk. There's nothing psychic about it. I'm going to go get a refill. Bye. And it starts this pattern of Bonnie being very freaked out by her own powers, which I can respect
Oh, yeah.
in universe as the type of character that she is. But I mean, girl, I grew up a nerd, a geek. If I thought I was developing superpowers, I would have been over the moon.
I mean, that's easy to say when you're not experiencing it, right? Like, it's a thing that's fairly consistent about Bonnie's, like, psychic ability in whatever form it takes, depending on what season we're in, is that it doesn't feel good to do. It's always an affront and, like, a surprise and a shock, and it leaves her rattled. So I can't imagine it feels good to be discovering this. It's not like discovering you can fly, you know?
Yeah.
I think there's a difference.
Yeah, I mean, certainly if my mutant abilities were kicking in and I was rogue, I'd be quite upset.
Right, exactly that.
Or even if I was able to fly, but I'm Angel, and there's literal bird wings growing out of my back.
Right, your
we always
body's
talk about
forever
that
changed.
scene in X-Men: The Last Stand, where
That
he's
is it,
like
no matter how
cutting off the wings.
pretty those wings are, that is body horror. Exactly. That is the one. It's not the one good scene in the third X-Men movie, but it's such a powerful scene in an otherwise movie. Is that scene of Angel?
So then Vicky gets attacked. Other stuff happens that Bonnie is present for. But once the ambulance has like taken her away, Bonnie comes to tell Elena that, hey, we're gonna go get coffee and then head home because you know we were all drinking. We can't go home drunk. And Elena's like, cool, I'm gonna deal with my wayward brother first, so I'm not gonna join you. And then Bonnie's like, oh, okay. I just wanted to say, there's no way I'm really psychic, but I have a feeling that whatever it was I saw in my vision, this is just the beginning.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yes, Bonnie, it's the pilot.
It is the pilot episode. Would you believe it?
And the last we see of her is when Caroline opens up to her about her insecurities surrounding Elena. Then we get into episode 2, where now we are solidifying that, okay, Bonnie is not just psychic. We're now explicitly saying she's a witch. We see her talking to Caroline at school, and Caroline's like, Bonnie, are you psychic or clairvoyant? Which, Caroline, that's a bit like asking Bonnie if she's European or French.
Right.
Like,
One is definitely a subset of
clairvoyance
the other.
yes. But Bonnie's like, technically I'm a witch. Now the Salem thing, I guess, is more a direct thing like, oh, the Salem witches, she is descended from Salem witches and is one herself, rather than she's descended from Salem witches and has a portion of their power that allows her to be psychic. So it's like, okay, they chose to make her more powerful. That's great, you would think. But it turns out they're doing that for the benefit of everyone in the story except Bonnie herself. I will also point out that Bonnie's Grams is not present in the pilot, which I could forgive. She is also not present in episode 2.
Yeah.
We actually won't see her for a while.
Until like 6 or 7, I think she pops up.
She doesn't show up. I was so surprised. I was like, damn, all
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
It takes her a good while.
They said you're not getting
get to the
any
story.
answers. Not until we tell you.
The night of the comet is happening. Bonnie tells Elena and Caroline that, oh, my grandma says the last time the comet appeared over Mystic Falls, a lot of people died and it created this hotbed of supernatural activity. Then Caroline says, yeah, and then you poured grandma another shot and she told you about the alien. So,
Listen,
Caroline.
Bonnie's allowed to joke about her own grandma being old. Caroline, who do you think you are? Girl, that's wild. Caroline and black people, as we discovered in the last episode, actually. We're seeing a pattern, baby girl.
Caroline. I was like, alcoholism jokes? All right, Miss Ma'am. But you are a 17-year-old girl.
Yeah, you know.
Bonnie encourages Elena to go for Stefan because now she's having like second thoughts after her first meeting with Damon at Chez Salvador. She's like, I don't know. And Bonnie's like, stop making excuses.
All right.
Go for him.
You like him, he likes you. Would we all be so lucky that we have love interests in this show?
After Vicky taken by Damon, but eventually rescued by Stefan, and she's safely back with Matt, Caroline, again, hit after hit in this episode, she speaks to Bonnie and she's like, do you ever notice that the druggies are always the biggest attention whores? I'm like, Caroline, damn! The Cordelia Chase energy flowing through Caroline in season 1. And Bonnie is just along for the ride.
So bad.
But the more important thing about this scene is that Stefan shows up and is like, hey girls, where's Elena? And then they're like, she left. And then Bonnie's like, here's Elena's cell number and email address. She's big on texting. You can tell her that I said so. And I'm like, boundaries crossed here. But I will say that in the earlier conversation that Bonnie and Elena had, where Bonnie tells her to go for it, Elena was like, oh, I haven't texted or called Stefan. And then I realized we didn't even exchange that info. So I guess Bonnie took that as an implication that this was okay.
Okay, fair enough. Bonnie, we are reducing your sentence for this crime because there seemed to be a tacit implication. Fair enough.
As she hands Stefan the piece of paper, she touches him and gets a psychic vibe. And we see that Bonnie's powers sometimes seem to act instinctively in these early episodes. Like, she's almost being led by them, because she asks Stefan, what happened to you? And he's like, huh? And she's like, oh, sorry. Nothing. And then she excuses herself.
What an insane thing to say. I have to go. I feel that in my heart. I made a joke at that sketch comedy thing to somebody I didn't know very well, and it didn't land, and I'm still thinking about it.
Oh no, is that where you were when this happened?
Yes.
The next episode, Friday Night Bites. This is the one where Bonnie suddenly starts to make a bit of a shift because of the vibe she got of Stefan. Now she's seemingly being like, oh, Elena, just like slow down. Don't rush into it. And Elena's like, you were the one telling me full steam ahead, girl. And Bonnie's like, no, but also, you're single for the first time in years. You should play the field. And Elena's like, yeah, okay, be honest with me. What's really going on? And Bonnie's like, okay, I got a really bad feeling when I touched Stefan the other night, okay? And then Elena's like, is this about your witch mojo? And Bonnie's like, look, I'm just expressing concern for you. It's not about witchcraft. I don't believe in that stuff, even though I keep bringing it up.
I do like, though, that Elena takes it more seriously in some ways than Bonnie does, because she's seeing how emotionally affected Bonnie is by it. Like, whenever Bonnie tries to dismiss it, she's like, no, if you feel something, then tell me, and I appreciate that.
That's why sometimes you need white girls as your friends. They'll come there with their crystals and they'll be like, listen, I take this 100% seriously.
They like to chase after this stuff that very often is not good to open doors to. So sometimes you need them to be like the energy. But also that moment that you're describing where she touches Stefan, as you're talking about being led instinctively, there's a moment of like she's reading the sorrow of what happened to him, because the thing she says is so specific. It's what happened to you. And then beyond that instinctive moment is recognizing, oh, there's a lot of darkness around this dude. Like, this is bad energy. So I find that interesting as well.
Yeah, so then Stefan comes up, Bonnie hurries away, and Stefan's like, I don't think Bonnie likes me. And then it's like, no, she doesn't know you, but once she does, she'll love you, which leads to the dinner party later on in the episode. But before that happens, in history class, we see that Bonnie is doodling on her notepad, and she keeps writing the numbers 8, 14, and 22 over and over again, seemingly absent-mindedly.
Such a good setup. It's so simple, set up and payoff, but it feels so good. When it feels good, it's done well.
So then later on in the day, when they're doing their cheerleading warm-ups, that's when Elena's like, yeah, Bonnie, come dine with me and Stefan. And Bonnie's like, no, I have this thing.
Okay. She's on the mind today, I suppose.
Bonnie, speaking of blondies, Bonnie has also spent like most of the first bit of this episode being like, where's Caroline? Haven't seen Caroline. We know Caroline's been attacked by Damon, but she's the one who's like, where is she? And Lena's like, no, you're changing the subject. Please come to dinner with me. And Bonnie's like, okay, fine. Then Caroline shows up and all is well, seemingly. Although Elena and Bonnie are both instantly apprehensive about the fact that Caroline is involved with Damon, because they're like, oh, the older, mysterious college boy? I don't know what that's about.
Right.
I guess because Elena has met Damon and was like, yeah, he was weird the first time I met him. Bonnie's just like, I don't like how I don't like his energy, and I might be psychic.
The thing is, strangely, when she met him the first time, she didn't think he was weird. She was quite charmed by him because he was putting on a show. And then Stefan reacting weirdly to his presence was like, oh, that's odd. It's not until this episode at the end when Elena goes full, oh, Damon kind of sucks.
Episode 3 already. Good girl. Wish you'd kept that energy, girl. That night, Bonnie helps Elena prep for the dinner that Elena invited her to, which is kind of funny. But she's again talking about being psychic. And she's like, hey, I was watching 90210 the previous night, which I'm like, on the CW network.
Branding. Promo. They said we gotta get that sequel series in front of people somehow.
Which is like, I was watching 90210 the previous night. A commercial break started, and I correctly predicted which ad was gonna play. And Lena's like, yeah, but that commercial is on a constant loop, so I don't think that's much of a feat. And then Bonnie's like, okay, well, today I'm obsessed with numbers. I keep seeing 18, 14, and 22 everywhere. And Lena's like, okay, girl, then I guess play the lottery. I don't know. Talk to your grandma about this. And then Bonnie's like, no, my grandma's going to say that I'm a witch and I don't want to be a witch. Do you? And Elena's like, I don't want to be a witch. And I'm like, you guys are boring. Why don't you want to be witches?
I think this is a unique experience you have when people are like having a supernatural discovery. You're like, why don't you embrace it? It's like, I don't know. It's a little scary.
I'm like, so far, nothing terrifying has happened to Bonnie. And Elena, who doesn't even have any first-hand experience, is already like, I don't want to be a witch. And I'm like, really? Elena, you a white millennial girl. I know you grew up watching Melissa Joan Hart play Sabrina, the teenage witch. Don't you stand here and lie to me. Maybe you weren't nerdy enough to read Harry Potter, but you definitely watched Sabrina.
She said,
and
I
Charmed.
don't want to be the Alex. I want to be the Hopper. I'm happy being the normal girl standing to the side of the witch. Thank you very much.
Oh, yes, this is also post Wizards of Waverly Place, you know? Like, Bonnie, you don't want to be psychic? Raven Simone made it look so fun.
Did she? Because it seemed like she had a lot of problems because of the psychic powers.
She got into such kooky situations. It was Disney Channel. The stakes were never that high.
Seems like a lot of trouble. I don't know. I think I get her. And especially after this episode, I get her.
Also, what's funny is that Elena's like, I don't want to be a witch. And I'm like, well, Elena, you're technically a traveler.
Yeah.
So there's that.
You didn't know.
Elena tries to locate some serving spoons in the house she lives in. I don't know why she doesn't know where they are. And then Bonnie correctly predicts where they are. And Elena's like, yeah, because you've been in this kitchen 1,000 times. And I'm like, and again, so
And
then
you
how come
live
you
here.
didn't know where they were? Elena, you live here.
But you know what? Actually, this kind of tracks because in season 2, we learn Elena does not cook. So this is her for the first time in her kitchen because she wants to impress her new beau.
Yeah, to
That's
be fair,
why she needed Bonnie's help.
in this scene, she's dishing food she ordered into
Oh my
serving
God.
bowls.
Now we know. Now it makes sense.
So Elena leaves to let Stefan in. Weirdly, when she says, oh, you've been in this kitchen 1,000 times, Bonnie is sarcastically like, yeah, that's it. And I'm like, so now you believe you're psychic?
That's the
Bonnie,
thing.
make up your mind.
That's the thing. And this is why I say I get Bonnie. I've spoken about this a couple of times, is that like having an upbringing in which you learn culturally that certain things, certain I don't know, energies in the world exist that aren't necessarily like a rational or factual based thing. Yeah, I've mentioned on the podcast before, like my family, because I'm Zulu and we are like culturally Zulu. We come from like farm stock and shit. It's like we believe in ancestors and spirits and witchcraft and all these sorts of things. It's partly what inspired me to do the fictional podcast that I have going on, Cult of the Dark, if you haven't heard about it.
90210.
Volume 2, 90210. No, I'm just as bad. But Volume 2 is in production. Check it out. So as someone who grew up in this exact same position of like, well, I don't really believe this to be true, but at the same time, I am very worried about it because I grew up hearing it. And there's certain things that you see that can't be explained by sense and rationality. Like there's something to it that like always stays with you, even if you don't believe in it. Like it's hard to explain, you know, without experiencing it.
I see. Well, I mean, I guess Bonnie is being hit with proof over and over again because when Elena leaves to let Stefan in, Bonnie's like, birthday candles, opens a drawer and sees birthday candles. And she's like, oh, okay, well.
I like to think it's not even psychic energy. She's just reality warping. She creates the birthday candles in the drawer and it fulfills her own prophecy.
The dinner gets off to a very awkward start because Bonnie is like now standoffish and shows little interest in Elena's attempts to engage her in conversation with Stefan. Then Elena's like, hey, Bonnie, tell Stefan about your family. And Bonnie's like, divorced, no mom, live with my dad. Which is about as much effort as the writers put into her backstory at this stage.
Yeah. That's the thing I was going to say. I was like, the thing about Grams, you're right in that we don't see Bonnie's family at all in the way that we see all the other parents and guardians in this show in the first season.
We don't see Bonnie's house until the back end of season 3.
It's crazy. It's crazy. It's actually dark-sided.
And then Elena's like, no, man, I'm talking about the witch stuff. Bonnie's descended from witch lineage. Elena's like, it's really cool. And Bonnie's like, well, cool is not the word I'd use. And Stefan's like, no, that's pretty interesting. I'm not too well versed, but I do know that there was a group of Celtic druids who migrated to Mystic Falls in the 1800s.
Reference.
And I was like, okay, that's a little book reference. But then I'm like, were they trying to maybe blend Bonnie's book backstory into this? And then they just forgot?
Interesting. Where it's like maybe there's some white ancestry in there. That's why she's more like straight up witchcraft rather than say hoodoo or root work or something like that.
And Kat Graham is biracial.
So it would work. Oh, have I told you about the Legendborn books? Because that's kind of it's a spoiler for the Legendborn books, but that's kind of what's happening in there.
Oh, I think you've mentioned it, but I've forgotten it now. But I do seem to remember a conversation.
It's like it's an Arthuriana fantasy that also has like a West African, African American by way of West African, like root work and hoodoo. It's really cool and interesting.
Yes, I remember this.
Yes.
I think we discussed it when we were talking about Sinners.
Possibly, yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah, I was thinking to myself, who were these druids? Because in real life, the druids were long gone by the 1800s. By the time America was being colonized.
That's true.
But
then it's like that's when you thread it in the story to be like, well, the druids didn't die out in the same way the Salem witches didn't die out. They kept to the shadows, they kept in secret, and they kept the practices going, and then that's how they got there. And so
they came here with the Michelson Vikings.
Why not?
But anyway, TV show Bonnie is like, no, my family came here by way of Salem. And then Stefan is like, oh, you're connected to Salem witches. Cool, that's really cool. And Bonnie's like, why? And I'm like, geez, Bonnie, can you just let him?
She said, I will not let the white boy catch a vibe, actually. And you know what? Fair enough.
Stefan is like, let me put on my woke cap for a second. And he's like, the Salem witches were heroic examples of individualism and non-conformity.
Ooh.
And then Bonnie's like, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess they were.
Fair enough.
Then Damon and Caroline show up and the evening takes a worse turn.
It's not my girl Caroline's fault. It is not.
There's nothing really important that happens after they show up. It's just funny that when Caroline puts her foot in her mouth and is like, yeah, Elena used to be way more fun until her parents died. She's going through a blah phase right now. Bonnie glares at her. And then Caroline's like, and I say that with complete sensitivity.
Oh my God. It's Damon's fault. I don't care.
So even though Bonnie and Caroline were both like equally bubbly in the first episode, already Bonnie has reached a level of maturity where she's like, Caroline,
what
your
are you
foot,
doing?
your mouth, keep them away from each other, please. Bonnie is a cheerleader at the big game that night, and it's the last time we'll ever see her do any cheerleading.
That's for the best.
It's done. I don't even think she'll be in uniform again.
It's for the best. Good for you, girl. Get out of that shit.
The thing is, Elena has a whole little thing where she speaks about how and why she's quitting cheerleading because she's not into it anymore. Bonnie does not get that level of respect. We just have to accept that off screen she decided she didn't want to do it anymore.
Yeah.
And already the shades of like the care that is given to other characters versus Bonnie, who is also a lead, it's starting to show.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah. Do you know that she's billed like number 1, 2, 3? I think she's billed like number 6 or something in the first season.
Wild.
She's billed after Jenna, if I remember correctly.
What?
Yes.
That's not possible. For the sake of my sanity, I'm going to believe you made a mistake, because that's wild. Because, I mean, frankly, she should be number 4, and only because the show is about a love triangle, so you have to put Stefan and Damon right after Elena.
I'm fairly certain Caroline and Jenna come before her. I'm unsure about the boys, but I doubt even the boys were before her. It's possible Jeremy might have been built before her, but I doubt it.
And I mean, no offense to Jenna, but how is Jenna coming before Jeremy?
Exactly. I think it's just because Sarah Canning was a more established actor. I'm not sure what she's been in prior to that. But like we just heard about the drama about Nina Dobrev not being paid as much as the boys, the lead boys in the show, even though she was doing far more like acting and like roles than they were. And it's like, oh, because they were
essentially
established
playing
CW
2
actors.
leads,
right,
for several arcs of that show,
right. And it's like, well, no,
while being number 1 on the call sheet.
Paul Wesley and Summer Holder, are legacy actors, so
and I actually learned that Julie Plec apparently had to beg the network to allow Catherine to return, and basically they were like, you can bring her back to kill her off. So that's why we lose Catherine in season 5, because the network were like, if we keep Catherine around, then we can't ignore Nina's requests for more money. So I guess get rid of that girl. Yep. That's what I learned this weekend during
That's
my
why
research.
she's so insane in that season, because they had to find some way to kill her off. That's all it is. I was like, that Salvatore will make you crazy, but not that crazy. Jesus. That's unfortunate.
But yeah, Elena, she's now suspicious of Stefan after she saw him get injured and suddenly not be injured anymore. And she's like, Bonnie, what was that bad feeling you got when you touched Stefan? And then Bonnie's like, listen, don't worry about it. Your little dinner party plot has won me over. I like Stefan now. Elena's like, no. What was it? Bonnie's like, okay, well, it was like a feeling, not a picture. It was just like something cold and dark vibrated through my whole body, and it's what I imagined death to feel like. And I was like, damn, okay. Jeez.
Yeah.
Bonnie, I got news for you.
Yeah. You were absolute first 100% correct prediction. I mean, not counting the candles and the serving spoons. You are spot on, baby girl.
And also, you will know intimately
No.
what death feels like. Speaking of death, Tanner's killed by Damon, and after the authorities arrive, Bonnie stands watching the scene, and she notices that Tanner's body was discovered near... Now, it says BLDG. I'm assuming that's short for building. I don't know, because they're by the school. Building 8, near a car with 14 on its license plate, in a parking space numbered 22. So there's the 8, 14, and 22. And she is freaked, and I understand. Now, at that point, I'm like, yeah, now I'd be scared of my powers, because it's like a lot of death is being associated with it, and I don't want to be a banshee.
And
I'm
also,
not Lydia Martin.
That's so... Because we're thinking of Teen Wolf, that's the character, right? That's the counterpart. But that's a separate conversation. But on top of that, the fact that, and that's why I said it's such a good setup payoff, is because those numbers couldn't possibly mean anything to her in that moment. There's no way she could have predicted this in a way that she could stop it. And that's what's horrifying about it. Is like, this, you were just seeing an inevitable thing. And that's why I'm like, ooh, these powers are not what they're made out to be. I'm sorry. I'm out.
Next episode, Family Ties. Caroline is getting more involved with Damon.
It's one way to put it.
Bonnie's like, I don't think your mother's gonna like that, but okay. She's not necessarily against Damon yet. She's more like, I'm dealing with my own stuff. Mr. Tanner died, and I'm freaked. And also, let's not make any jokes about my witchcraft anymore. Because Caroline's like, are you sensing something bad about Damon? And Bonnie's like, no, cut that out. It's not funny. I don't want to know.
Shame.
This is the scene in which Caroline, Damon's unwitting pawn, feeds Bonnie the info that Damon wants to get back to Elena that makes Stefan look crazy regarding what little Elena knows about the whole Catherine situation. So when Bonnie helps Elena prep for her date with Stefan at the founders party, Elena's like, okay, Bonnie, I can tell you want to say something. Just get it out. Bonnie's like, no, I'll tell you tomorrow after your date. I don't want to ruin the vibe. And Elena's like, girl, just spill. And then Bonnie's like, okay, fine. And she says the nonsense that Damon has told Caroline. And Elena, who's not an idiot, is like, that sounds like one person's side of the story.
Right.
Meaning Damon's.
Whom I have slapped in a car park after he tried to kiss me. And I didn't know it at the time, but trying to compel me into kissing him. So...
And then Elena's like, also, Stefan's past relationships aren't any of my business. Which I was like, that's a healthy outlook at this stage in the relationship. And Bonnie's like, well, if Stefan is a calculating, manipulative liar, then it is your business. And I was like, you're going off of a lot that Caroline got from a guy that you don't know.
This is, again, teen girls at the end of the day. The drama, the gosh. She said, ooh, I don't know about that boy. I heard something.
And then Elena,
So,
to Bonnie's credit, Elena's like, Stefan's not any of those things. And Bonnie's like, really? How do you know? And Elena's gagged.
Yeah.
Because Elena has also just met this man.
3 weeks ago. Cannot be forming solid opinions this quickly, babe.
That night at the party, Bonnie does some firebending, I guess. She's sitting alone at a table. A breeze blows out a candle. For whatever reason, she stares at the candle, and then it reignites, and she's like, wait, no, that's weird. And she blows it out.
As someone who has tried to waterbend in the shower, real.
Later on, Elena tells Bonnie that, yeah, I allowed Damon's machinations to get to me, and me and Stefan had a fight. Meanwhile, Damon is snooping around the Lockwood Manor with Caroline, looking for the necklace with the amber crystal in it, which we will later learn is Emily Bennett's necklace. He manages to swipe it. Caroline's like, hey, that's not yours. Damon's like, actually it is, which will turn out to not be true, but that's what he says. At the end of the episode, Bonnie sees Mrs. Lockwood being rude to an employee, because she's like, this well-lit room with electric lights for some reason also needs candles. So let's go find those matchsticks so we can light them.
Ambiance.
And then Bonnie's like, let me try firebend again, and stares at one of the candles and nothing happens. And she's like, oh, okay, I guess Guess not. Turns around and suddenly the candle ignites. And she's like, wait, what? Looks back and all the candles in the room are lit.
Sick.
And she's like, oh no.
Sick as hell. I'm sorry. So cool. Love the reveal. Oh,
she's standing
she's
there
coming into her powers.
she's like awestruck but also a little scared and maybe a bit impressed, and she's like, this is clearly real, looking at herself like, am I fire made flesh? Am I life incarnate?
Am I fire and life incarnate? Am I she who burns through lies? She who will cleanse this universe?
In the next episode, episode 5, You're Undead to Me, Bonnie and Caroline talk in Caroline's bedroom. Caroline is all mixed up about the Damon abuse because at this point Stefan has managed to vervain Damon and lock him up. So the rapport has broken somewhat. Not enough, as we'll later learn, but Caroline is a bit more herself. And she's like, I don't know, maybe I let Damon bite me. And Bonnie's like, why would you do that? And Caroline's like, look, I don't know. I don't want to talk about Damon. I just want to get back to normal. God. And then she notices that Bonnie is holding a candle and staring at it, and she's like, what are you doing? And Bonnie's like, nothing. Puts the candle down.
That's funny.
Then Bonnie notices the necklace with the amber crystal. Caroline's like, yeah, Damon got it for me. I think he was going to give it to me. But anyway, it's mine now. And then Bonnie's like, well, it's ugly. And then Caroline's like, well, keep your grubby paws off it then. And I was like, all right, calm down.
Caroline, I need you to relax. I understand you've been through an ordeal that many people will argue is not what happened, but I'm with you. But girl, you need to relax. My God, this is your friend.
The next day at school, Elena and Bonnie talk about how Caroline has snapped back to herself as if nothing has happened.
Yeah.
She's just, I guess, in denial, and she's organizing the car wash fundraiser. Stefan shows up to talk to Elena, and Bonnie's like, bye. I don't want to be here. It's funny how much she dodges Stefan in these early episodes, even though she has no idea what's going on. She's like, that man, I don't want to be here. The next day at the car wash, Bonnie again catches Matt pining away. He's watching Stefan and Elena from afar, and she's like, no, none of that wistful nonsense. And Matt's like, no, I'm just observing. Then Tiki, the other black cheerleader, shows up and acts catty for no reason. Because black on black violence uncalled for. And then she disses the car of some random white boy who has come to contribute to the car wash that she and the other cheerleaders are running. I'm like, why would you insult a potential customer? Girl!
Tiki's such an outlier in this show. I don't know whose conception she was. She's so funny. She appears so briefly. She commands such a presence. When her grandfather shows up and she says he's a little Alzheimer, I can't deal with her.
A real English word, Alzheimer.
Delightful.
Bonnie's like, oh, go wash that guy's car. And then she's like, ugh, why do I always get the homely ones? And I'm like, are you speaking about the boy or his car? Because either way, that's rude. And then she's like, ugh, this car is a POS, because I guess you can't say piece of shit on the CW. Mm-hmm. And then Bonnie's like, all right, there's no need to be rude. And then Bonnie's like, no, this boy, who's still standing right there, she's like, no, he's rude for ugling up the road with this POS car. It doesn't matter if I wash it, it's still going to be a POS. It'll just be a clean POS.
No! He's already dead!
So the boy walks off. Because I guess this car wash is still less expensive than a professional one would be. So he's like, I'll take the hits. My car will be clean at the end of the day.
That's surreal.
As Tiki fills up a bucket of water with a hose pipe, Bonnie stares at the water as though in a trance, and seemingly on instinct again, causes it to shoot up and drench Tiki. So she's the avatar master of all four elements.
She is a speaker. Magic is passed down generations.
Yes. Actually, because Cypher doesn't really earthbend. She's mainly doing air, fire, and water, and a little bit of lightning every now and then.
But Annette is the one who earthbends, but not nearly enough in fight scenes, which is something that frustrates me. But alas, kind of iconic, kind of really interesting and thematic as well. I like it.
I do like that they gave her the elemental magic we hadn't seen in the previous series.
Yes,
she's doing the metal. She's doing like the stone. It's cool.
Yeah. It complements very well. And then in addition, she's got the connection to the spirits and to doorways. It's all very like abstract and cool.
Which we'll get to Annette.
Ooh, okay. Now I'm excited.
After Damon telepathically summons Caroline away to release him, Tiki decides that somehow this places her in charge. Is she deputy head cheerleader? She's such an enigma. I need to know more.
I need to know what her story is. I mean, you kind of get her story in this scene. She really lays it all out for you. Tiki is clearly who she is and nothing else, and I love it.
She orders Bonnie around. She's like, hey, Bonnie, you're on cleanup. And Bonnie's like, why should I listen to you? And she's like, well, Caroline bailed, so that means I'm in charge. And I was like, based on what?
Based on what I said, did I stutter?
She's like, you have to clean up the parking lot. And Bonnie's like, it was a car wash. There's water. By definition, the ground is clean. And then she's like, yeah, but it's still filled with all these soapy suds. So sweep them away. Bye. Then Bonnie gets pissed off at Tiki again, acting almost as if she isn't fully aware or in control of her actions. She stares at the water on the ground and causes it to transmute into flame. That's the first time we see this thing that she often does.
It's so cool.
The flames snake their way to Tiki's car and set it ablaze, and people are like running away and panicking. Bonnie doesn't snap out of it until Stefan rushes up to her and shakes her. Then the fire goes out, and Bonnie's like, what happened? And Stefan's like, I'm not sure, you were like in some kind of a trance. Bonnie observes the scene before her and she's like, did I do that? And Stefan's like, yeah, I think so. And Bonnie's like, did anybody else see? And Stefan's like, no. And then she's like, okay, please don't tell anyone. And then she runs away.
Baby, no. Oh, it must be terrifying, certainly.
Terrifying. And she doesn't know Stefan's a vampire. So at this point, she's like, I'm the lead in my own show where I'm discovering my elemental magic.
I'm the freak. And now this boy knows my secret. I need him to keep it quiet. Please, I beg you. It's like, girl, you don't even know. You don't know his secret yet. I worry that the Tiki thing, and maybe this is just me being jaded and cynical, that like the contrasting of like the good black versus the bad black, right? In this white southern town. Like Tiki's a problem because she speaks a certain way and she doesn't reserve herself. I don't know. Maybe that's just me being excessive. I think she's quite fun, but
I don't know. People do things subconsciously. I mean, she's also the darker of the two of them, but I don't know.
I'm like, what was happening in that what bias was coming in that writer's room? Personally, though, regardless of everything she does, I think she's quite hilarious and fun. And as we've said before, I wish she was a character who appeared a bit more often.
She could have been their Erica Kane.
Not like this.
My icon, my queen. Anyway, this is episode 5. At the end of this episode, when Elena's voiceover about discovering the truth about Stefan brings the episode to a close, we finally see Bonnie arrive at her grandmother's house, and this is the first time we see Sheila Bennett. She opens the door, and this woman is so young that maybe I would have forgiven people if they weren't even sure that this was her grandmother. Because we have not seen her grandmother yet. She opens the door, she's tearful, she's like, I don't know what's happening to me, and Sheila is just calmly like, I know, dear, and hugs her. Meanwhile, as a sullen Caroline falls asleep in her room, the moonlight refracts through the amber crystal in the necklace hanging near her window, and it causes a 5-point star, like a pentagram, to shine over her blankets. And it's like, ooh, something mystic this way comes. Bonnie is then just not in episode 6, and this will start a pattern of several episodes that we skip over her.
Yeah. And it's like, there's certainly other characters it happens with, but none so important to the story and the show as Bonnie. It's just like, of the characters who disappear, the one who certainly shouldn't be disappearing that much, given how much she is expected to contribute, is Bonnie.
And some of the development and like story beats that are relevant to her happen off screen while she is away.
Yep.
It'll happen a few times this season. We'll get into it. In episode 7, Haunted, she's at her grandma's house. Sheila is teaching Bonnie about witchcraft and the Bennett history. And Bonnie is like, so were our ancestors burned at the witch trials, referencing Salem, as she did a few episodes earlier? This shows that Bonnie, maybe Mr. Tanner was right about y'all not paying attention in history class. Because if you knew anything about the Salem witch trials, you'd know that no one was burned there.
They were hanged. They were hanged, or they were crushed by stones, or they were drowned in the river because that's how they believed it needed to be done to get rid of the demons or Satan or whatever.
I'm not sure if witch burning was still happening in the 1690s.
It was happening in Europe during the Protestant witch burnings, I believe. I think that's what it is. When people reference witch burnings, that's the European witch trials, which certainly happened prior to the Salem stuff. Which is why also
Where
AHS
they also
Coven
did a
is
bunch
like...
of crushing and drowning and
yes, exactly.
But I was about to mention AHS Coven because Sheila Bennett is like, no. The girls who died at Salem, well, who were persecuted, she actually doesn't say died. The girls who were persecuted at Salem were innocent. It takes more than ignorance to catch a real witch. And I was like, oh, interesting, because in AHS, the Salem witches were real witches, and that's where the New Orleans witches have their ancestry. I just thought it was like an interesting contrast that this show is like, no, they were innocent. The real witches slipped away and got away with it. And I'm like, but was it your witchcraft that got those girls in trouble in this universe? Because that's wild.
I think it's a well-intentioned narrative choice to be like... Because this is a critique that is often leveled against stories about witchcraft that reference Salem, is that in our real life, a lot of women especially, a lot of people in that time, but a lot of women died just for being women who did not act the way women were expected to, right? As Stefan says, individualists and free thinkers, which was not expected or allowed of women in that time. So to be like, no, that does not change. At the end of the day, a lot of women were killed for nothing. Not to suggest that killing witches with actual powers is a good thing, but like, we were also around at that time and we had to leave because shit was getting crazy. I think it is threadable to be like, that was a happenstance, in that people were crying witchcraft because witchcraft has been a thing to fear in Christianity, at least since the, I don't know, Templar times or whatever. So it's not unthinkable for it to have happened independent of the witches who were true witches and then had to flee because witch hangings were happening.
I guess in a way that makes this show the lesser of two racist evils.
Strangely.
Because in AHS Coven, not only do they say that the Salem witches were all real, they specifically say, and they don't really come back and address it, which is weird, but they do specifically say Tituba,
yes,
the POC, the Black Creole slave woman, is the one who taught the white women in Salem how to do magic.
Yes.
And Fiona balks at this part of their history because she's like, oh, you're going to tell me some illiterate slave gave my people their power? And it's like, okay. And then we never really like get into that for the rest of the season. It's just now voodoo versus witch and no real acknowledgement that supposedly the voodoos gave the first witches, at least in this story, their power. It's like, okay, are we gonna, no? Okay, well.
One of the most shining examples, we've spoken about this a couple of times, of Ryan Murphy starting a story and deciding halfway he's over it, and then a lot of shit gets abandoned. That's one of the big ones that gets abandoned, is that thing, because it applies so well across the board in terms of white people in America and the way that they profit off and absorb black culture into their own. Like, that's a very damning point to make, and then to abandon it is crazy.
Insane.
especially because in that season, it very much like I was telling you about Supernatural and how they, in the third or fourth season of that show, decide that the Judeo-Christian mythology is more powerful than all else.
Yes.
And everything else is considered and classified as monsters. In AHS Coven, it's just implied and decided that, yeah, the white witch magic is stronger than the black witch magic because all the black witches get massacred. They get destroyed by like human people with guns. And it's like, oh, okay, well, I don't know what to do about that. Yeah.
I'm just thinking, AHS, you have to work really hard to make TVD look like the better universe to exist in as a black witch.
Oh, why is Queenie a voodoo doll if she's not voodoo? I just have so many
she is part voodoo is another thing that they touch on it, that she is descended from the voodoo but also from the Salem witches, and I'm like, is that through non-black ancestry that she's Salem?
Probably.
Or are there black Salem witches? What is it? Like, they don't really get into it because Marie Laveau, when she tries to bring her into the fold, is like, yeah, you mix your Salem magic with our pre-existing voodoo magic and you could be super powerful. And then they abandon that
potential man.
So
potential man once again. Our black girls being denied their true power. You hate to see it. God. At least she lasts long in that series. She comes back in like season 8 or something, so that's fun.
She appears in season 5 and then dies and then is brought back in season 8.
Weird.
Being killed in a guest appearance is so disrespectful, so I'm glad they brought her back in season 8.
Lord.
Sheila tells Bonnie that, yeah, our ancestors left Salem in 1692, migrated down south, and they lived in secrecy for over 100 years. And I was like, 1700s Beatrice Bennett? Question mark.
Very possible, very possible.
Because we'll learn that the narrative is in the 1700s they were caught. So maybe that's why she was like, oh, we lived in secrecy until we did it. But she tells Bonnie, it's important that we still do live in secrecy. And Bonnie's like, really? Because you're pretty open about being a witch and everyone knows that you believe this stuff. And Sheila's like, yeah, but no one believes me. They just think I'm a kooky lady who teaches occult studies at the university.
Oh, she doesn't name
college.
it? That's fun.
She doesn't name it. And I was like, Alaric Saltzman will replace you as the occult studies professor one day.
Ooh,
for whatever that's worth.
For whatever that's worth.
And maybe Atticus Shane before her? I
Yes.
don't know. Is Shane a teacher at the university or is he a guest?
He's a teacher at the university. I think he takes over her work. So it's her, and then Shane, and then Rick.
You want to talk about a haunted teaching profession, teaching position? It's like
against
everyone who
the
teaches
dark
occult
arts.
studies at Whitmore dies. She tells Bonnie, it's better that people remain unaware of our existence, so don't tell anyone. Bonnie's like, cool. So we've been talking about history for a while, the last 2 days, which is, I guess, what they were doing in episode 6 when she was absent. And then she's like, but when are we going to get to the fun part, you know? And then Sheila is like, it's not supposed to be fun. It's real and it's serious. And I was like, oh,
She's talking directly to you.
She looked
Looking
at
straight
me.
at you through the
She
screen.
said, Fadzai. But I mean, when Bonnie mentions that, oh, they've been talking history, and I'm like, and yet only today did you speak about the Salem witches. So I'm like, so what history have you been discussing? Is it the general history of witchcraft in this world? Is it your family's history, as at least as far back as you are able to trace it as African Americans? It's a discussion I'd love to have had because we talk a lot about how this show doesn't really pay due diligence to Tyler's like lycanthropic,
Yes.
you know, like that side of things, like the history of that and the culture of that. It's not all that interested in werewolves' place in this world. The same is sadly true for witches. They get a little bit more focus than wolves, but that's simply because their magic, usually Bonnie's magic, is primarily a plot device and a narrative convenience.
Yes.
Like the werewolves, the witches get a lot more focus and world bending in the spin-off show. But unfortunately for the optics, once we're in the spin-off show, the witches who show up and are central to the story aren't all black people like they are in this show.
Yeah.
Now they're a mixed group, and their history and culture, it's like it's now explored in this colorblind way where it's like, yeah, we're all New Orleans witches together, no matter what color we are, and we all share the same history. And I'm like,
In this melting pot town of New Orleans. And it's like, okay, cool. Can I hear about the black people, though? Because I've been waiting to hear about that.
But yeah, Sheila says, you must understand magic before you practice it. Also, you're late for school, so leave. And Bonnie's like, oh, okay. At school, Caroline says, hey, I've gotten us costumes for Halloween. They're witch costumes.
Would
so,
you believe it?
Bonnie then sees, hey, it's that necklace that you had. And Caroline's like, yeah, you can keep it or throw it away. It was from Damon, and I'm done with Damon now, so yeah. Caroline in this scene takes because she's like, where's Elena? And Bonnie's like, girl, I don't know. I was off screen last episode.
Right.
And Caroline's like, oh, well, you know, I guess she's with Stefan, you know,
Riding
perfect
away on
Stefan,
her
white knight. Yes, riding away this white horse. And Bonnie's like, don't be bitter. It promotes wrinkles. So there's still a bit of that cheerleader energy in her.
She's in there.
That night at the Halloween party, Bonnie and Caroline are dressed as witches. Tyler is dressed as a thirst trap. I don't know. He's shirtless, but in a cape. I think he's meant to be some sort of Greco-Roman thing.
That was the end of the costume. That was the end of the title. I thought you were going to say thirst trap Spartan warrior. No, he's just dressed as a thirst trap. Fair enough.
Damon shows up at the high school and he runs into Bonnie and he's like, hey, where's Caroline? And Bonnie's like, don't talk to me about Caroline. Damon's like, oh, wow, look at you, all loyal. And Bonnie's like, please stay away from Caroline. And Damon's like, hey, you're wearing that necklace with the amber crystal. Where did you get it? And Bonnie's like, from a friend. And then Damon's like, okay, yeah, actually it's mine and I want it back. And Bonnie's like, hell no, I will give it back to Caroline and she can give it to you if she wants to. And Damon's like, yeah, or I'll just snatch it off your neck. And he tries to, and the pendant burns his hand.
As
and
it
he's
should.
unable to get it off her.
Boom.
He and Bonnie are both stunned by this, and then she runs off. She runs off a lot, I've noticed, in this season when her magic is acting.
Yeah.
She's like, I need to get out of this show.
That proclamation at the end of the season makes a lot of sense in retrospect now because she's constantly running away in this season.
She's like, I want to be 90210 as well. I don't want to be here. 90210, which by the way, there's a handful of episodes episodes that Michael Trevino is in.
Right. Yes. She said, Tyler, please take me there. It seems like y'all are having more fun over there.
Where he acknowledges that he's Hispanic because a white character, a white non-Hispanic character, he throws shade at her in Spanish and she responds in Spanish showing she understands. And he's like, oh, white girl who knows Spanish. Mexican nanny. And she's like, Honduran, actually. And I was like, why couldn't you let him be Latino in the Vampire Diaries?
You're so much woker than him. Congrats. It's like, okay. All right, then.
But anyway, Bonnie, at the end of the episode, gets back to Grams' house and she's like, hey, I did something with the necklace. I don't know what it was. And then Sheila's like, hey, where did you get that? And Bonnie's like, well, this is just a piece of junk that was part of Caroline's costume. And Sheila's like, no, that belonged to our ancestor, Emily Bennett, who was your great-great-great-great-grandmother and one of the most powerful witches of our family. And she shows her a picture of Emily in an old family history book, I guess, where she's wearing the necklace.
The beautiful, ageless Bianca Lawson.
You know?
A mainstay in
Kendra the Vampire
shows.
Slayer.
Yes, Kendra herself. also Dr. Deaton's
a druid?
sister.
What's her name?
Yes. She's not Deaton. That's the reason I never remember her surname, but she's the guidance counselor at the school. And she's like a sometimes antagonistic force to Deaton because they're often on opposite sides of things, but they're both trying to do good. It's fascinating, their dynamic.
Bianca Lawson, I need to see you be a lead in a supernatural show because you've been paying your dues as a guest character for too long.
Where's her Sarah Michelle Gellar in my 40s return project, you know? Like, SMG got that Wolf show that flopped and now she's getting a Buffy reboot. It's like, give my girl Bianca something. I don't know.
In episode 8, 162 Candles, Stefan's birthday episode, Bonnie is at her Grams' place packing up her stuff to go to her actual house, which we still won't see. And Grams is like, oh, are you leaving? And Bonnie's like, yeah, my dad, who we also haven't seen, doesn't like when I stay here too long. And Grams is like, oh, because he's scared I'll fill your head with all of this witchy juju, or because he just misses you. They just have like a lighthearted conversation about, I guess there's some tension between Grams and Bonnie's father. At this stage, I didn't know that her father was not Grams' son. So that really recontextualizes it in a way that I wish they would have cared to explore when Sheila was still alive.
Right.
Because we later on learned that Bonnie's father is aware that magic is real and isn't all that comfortable with it. And I'm like, how long were you aware of this? Were you hoping it would skip Bonnie because you just let her get to her teens without telling her because she is a real witch?
Knowing your wife was a witch, like there's no situation where he was, no part of this was he unaware of. And he still chose to be away instead of helping her to. There's just so many questions that don't make sense of like, why aren't you here? It's weird. It's very
Chose to
weird.
be away and let his mother-in-law or ex-mother-in-law babysit, knowing that she is where this witch lineage comes from, and I don't like the witch stuff.
Right.
So I'm like, Sylvan, why aren't you here?
I guess because of your job. What is your job? Traveling salesman? Is that what they say?
I don't even think they tell us. They just say that he
Did
travels
I
a lot,
invent
and
that?
then he comes back and becomes mayor. I think you did. They don't bother to tell us.
He becomes a mayor. And it's like, what are your credentials, sir?
My credentials are I knew about the supernatural because my ex-wife was a witch.
Hey, fair enough. You know, that's more than most people have. God damn.
Sheila sees Bonnie's packing up the necklace and she's like, no, you should wear it. And Bonnie's like, actually, I don't want to. I'm going to give it back to Caroline because it's hers. And Sheila's like, no, it belonged to your ancestor and now it's yours. Real, Sheila. And then Bonnie's like, well, I mean, she was your ancestor too, so why don't you keep it?
No.
And then Sheila tells her, no, it found you. It chose you. And she reminds her that, hey, that necklace protected you from Damon Salvatore. It is a talisman, and a witch's talisman is a powerful tool, so you shouldn't be giving it to anybody. So then she puts it on Bonnie, and Bonnie's like, okay, I just wish the necklace was prettier. And I'm like, okay.
I think it looks really cute. I don't know what they're talking about.
I don't know why Caroline first calls it ugly, Bonnie calls it ugly.
It's an amber crystal set into this like circular metal plate. It's like really chic. I'm very confused by the comment.
It's got like a diamond shape inside, but inside the diamond is a star shape that you could only see at certain angles. I'm like, this is very cool.
Everything about that sounds cool to me. I don't know. Maybe the 2009 trends were different. I was a child at the time.
But then we get to the lovely scene where Bonnie goes over to Elena's house and is like, hey, Elena, you're all mopey because you and Stefan have broken up. I'm going to put you in a good mood. I'm going to swear you to secrecy and then show you something cool. Let me cut open your pillow with a pair of scissors and empty the feathers onto your
real
bed.
expensive looking pillow filled with down feathers. And it's like, girl, did you pay for this Egyptian cotton?
And she's like,
how dare you?
I've closed the window. There's no breeze inside. Watch this. And then floats a feather with her magical telekinesis, then floats a few more, then causes a bunch of the feathers to spiral around with some okay special effects for 2009.
It's all right.
It looked cute.
All right, yeah.
It's this beautiful scene, which in a show where the magic is often so visceral and violent and dark and gritty, it's like it was a very pretty, like, oh, fantasy. Look at Elena in the room with her witchy best friend, seeing the feathers swirl around her. It's so pretty.
It's joyful. It's light and airy. It's the one in, I think, maybe 2 total moments like that this entire show.
I can't even think of any other one.
It's the other one where she's making the feathers fly again and Elena's about to go to sleep forever. That's it.
Because in Secret Circle we get, is it Adam? Who
with
does
the
the little like water droplets
yes.
trick. It looks really beautiful and was apparently really expensive to do.
I imagine so. Yeah. That's why the show got cancelled. It was like the ratings are not good enough to support the amount of money we're spending on this magic. And that's fair. But yeah, Adam and Cassie, written in the stars.
In a show where the main characters are witches, as opposed to Vampire Diaries, where it's like, we can shuffle Bonnie off for an episode or two and not have to pay for her magic.
Right, exactly.
Bonnie's like, it's true, Elena. Everything my grams told me. It's impossible and it's true. I'm a witch. And Elena's like, I believe you. And later on, Bonnie's like, it's weird that after all this time joking about being psychic, it turns out I really am a witch. And she's like, do you think I'm a freak now? And Elena's like, girl, if you only knew. No, I don't think you're a freak. It's okay. This is not the weirdest thing I've learned this year.
I'm perfectly primed to accept you in this moment.
And then she's like, but why did you tell me if your grams forbade you from telling anyone? And then Bonnie's like, because you're my best friend and I can't keep secrets from you. And Elena's like, ooh.
Yeah, me too.
Later on, Bonnie shows up at the grill for the party that Damon has compelled Caroline to throw. Caroline spots her and she's like, hey, so unfortunately, I'm going to have to ask for the necklace back. And Bonnie's like, but you said you hated it. And Caroline's like, yeah, but then I saw how great it looked on you and now I want it back. And Bonnie's like, well, I'm sorry, I can't give it back to you. And then Caroline rudely and rather lamely tries to make Bonnie give it back by claiming it makes her look fat. She's like, well, I didn't want to say this, but you're my friend, so I have to be honest with you. When you wear it makes you look fat. There, I said it. And even though it's such a pathetic lie, she says it in such a Caroline way that I'm like, yeah, I would believe you would say this.
Yeah, she's being compelled. Please, mercy, the courts. Show some
She's
mercy.
been compelled, but Damon didn't tell her to say those words.
Yeah, that's not Damon's zing. That's absolutely not. Ugh.
And Bonnie's like, okay, well, I can't give it back. And then Caroline's like, well, the necklace is mine. And Bonnie's like, I thought you said it was Damon's. And Caroline's like, well, yes, it's Damon's. And then Bonnie was like, so it's actually Damon who wants it back. Then Caroline tries to yank the necklace off of Bonnie, and the necklace shocks her. And Caroline's like, are you wearing polyester? Is this like static electricity? And Bonnie's like, wow, were you really just about to pull it off my neck? What the hell is wrong with you? And then walks away.
Very valid. Forget the fact that something magic just shocked you. That's crazy, girl. I thought we were friends. Exit scene.
What's wild is that after Caroline goes back to Damon and is like, hey, I didn't get it back, and Damon drags her for filth for no reason, calling her stupid, shallow, and a waste of space, Bonnie comes to find Caroline and is like, hey, let me explain, friend. And I'm like, wait, why are you sorry? Excuse me?
Right. You don't owe her shit.
Caroline is like, oh, Bonnie, look, you got what you want. You got to keep the necklace, and I got insulted by Damon because, apparently I'm stupid and shallow and a waste of space. And Bonnie's like, that's not true.
Why would
and
you
should
ever
not let
listen
Damon
to
treat you so
Damon?
poorly?
Right.
And then Caroline's like, well, you're treating me poorly, and then storms off. And I'm like, huh? Caroline!
Girl.
Wild. At the end of the episode, Bonnie has her nightmare that she's running through the woods at night and runs into her ancestor, Emily Bennett, who's like, it's coming. And then Bonnie wakes up and she's like, oh, it's daytime. And I really am in the woods, lying on the forest floor in my pajamas.
Horrifying. One of the most horrifying things to me that happens in story is the loss of time and the not knowing where you were or what you did. That terrifies me to the core.
And it'll come up because Bonnie keeps having dreams. Episode 9, history repeating. She keeps having dreams and Emily is haunting her. She sees her in class. She has a dream in a dream because she's like, I love the mechanics of the dream, but it's very much like dream logic. She's in school, then sees Emily walking in the hallways and she's like, what's going on? Follows Emily outside the school. As she exits the school, suddenly she's in the middle of the woods by the ruins of the Fells Church.
Yep.
And she doesn't ask herself, how did I get here? She's like, yeah, it's
a
my
dream.
school
You wouldn't
that
ask that.
is right next to the woods. Emily's like, help me. And Bonnie's like, who are you? And she's like, you know who I am. I'm Emily. We're family. And Bonnie's like, yeah, this is weird. Emily's like, this is where it all started. Bonnie's like, cool, I'm gonna go. Emily keeps appearing in front of her every direction she turns. And then she's like, help me. And Bonnie suddenly wakes up with a start and she's like, oh, I'm in class. And I yelled and everyone's staring at me like I'm a weirdo because I fell asleep. I love that one of the girls in particular keeps looking at her and Bonnie's like, what? And does a little head bobble.
Exactly. What are you looking at?
She's like, what? Turn around. And the girl looks away.
Dozed off in class before? Right.
Then Bonnie turns and Emily is sitting next to her in class and Bonnie wakes up to find out that, oh, I was actually still in the dream. But even in waking up, I'm not safe because I'm in the middle of the damn woods again.
It's so trippy.
At least it's daytime again. So later on at school, she tells Elena about her dreams and the sleepwalking. And she's like, yeah, the necklace is a talisman. Do you believe in ghosts? And Elena's like, before we get into what I believe in, have you told your grandma about this? And Bonnie's like, no, grandma will say embrace it, but I don't want to embrace it. I just want it to stop. Then Damon accosts Bonnie outside the school a little bit later. And he's like, hey, give me the necklace. I know Emily's haunting you. She's using that talisman to creep inside of you. And if you aren't careful, you're going to end up being a vessel to this dead witch. But if you give it to me, I can get her off your back. And Bonnie's like, how do you know about Emily? And Damon's like, hey, I know a lot of things. And I will get this necklace back even if I have to wait for Emily to pop out and give it to me herself. So, the next time that she comes out to play, tell her that I said, a deal's a deal. And Bonnie's like, okay, that means nothing to me, but I guess. Later, Bonnie talks to Elena as they drive home. She's like, yeah, Damon's bad news and he freaked me out. Again, this is all without the knowledge of vampires.
Just base level.
And Elena, who does know that he's a vampire, is like, yeah, I think that you should, like, stay away from Damon. Bonnie's like, girl, I am trying. He keeps showing up and bothering me.
Like, can you get your boyfriend to maybe tell him to back off, please?
Then Elena says, hey, I don't want you to be alone tonight. I'm inviting you to sleep over. So I'm like, okay, I guess we're already establishing that her off-screen father isn't around much.
Right. He's just not at home, I guess.
She said, I don't want you to go to that empty home of yours. You can come stay with the Gilberts. Bonnie then pulls over and throws the necklace into a random field. And she's like, you know what? All my problems started with this. I don't know why I didn't do that ages ago. Now we're done. And Elena's like, oh, your grandmother probably won't like this. And Bonnie's like, well, she's not the one being haunted, so I don't care what she does.
Valid.
Elena later on speaks to Stefan and she's like, yeah, it belonged to Emily Bennett. And Stefan's like, yeah, I knew Emily. She was Catherine's handmaiden.
A lot of space between those quotes.
And I already know that Bonnie and her family are witches. I made the connection when she mentioned Salem. And he's like, you know, Catherine once owned that necklace, which means Emily probably gave it to her back in the day. But we still don't know why Damon wants it. Caroline also comes to the Gilbert house for the sleepover. She's like, okay, Bonnie, I'm sorry for harassing you about the necklace. So at least she came to her senses while she was off screen.
That's something.
And Bonnie's like, yeah, about that. Would you be angry if I told you I actually threw it away? And Caroline's like, girl, what the hell? If you didn't want it, then why didn't you just give it back to me?
Yeah, this episode, poor Caroline, I can't blame her because she has no context and it just seems like offense. I'm messing with her.
And Elena's like, why do you still want it? Because you want to give it to Damon. And Caroline's like, screw Damon. I'm done with Damon. Anyway, let's change the subject and have some makeovers. Cool. Where's the mani-pedi kit? And Bonnie's like, it's in my bag. Caroline goes to look for it in the bag, finds Emily's necklace inside. And she's like, wow, Bonnie, you're such a little liar. And then Bonnie's like, wait, what? No, I swear I got rid of that. And Elena's like, no, Caroline, I saw Bonnie throw it into a field.
I was with her.
And Caroline's like, okay, so how is it here? And Bonnie's like, oh, it must be Emily, she says, looking at Elena, cutting Caroline out of the conversation. And Caroline's like, who's Emily? And then Elena's like, a ghost who's haunting Bonnie. And there's clearly context Caroline's missing. And she's like, you guys always do this. You always leave me out of stuff. And Elena's like, what? That's not true. And Bonnie's like, yeah, it is. We do leave you out of stuff. But only because you are not a good listener, Caroline. And Caroline's like, what? Me? A whole me, not a good listener? Since when? And Bonnie's like, okay, I'm a witch. And Caroline's like, and don't we all know it?
It's like, way to prove a point in 2 seconds, Caroline. Come on, girl, lock in.
And Bonnie's like, this is what I'm talking about. I'm trying to tell you something and you don't even hear me. And then she storms off. Later on, Caroline goes to apologize again. And she's like, listen, I don't believe in all the supernatural stuff. But if it's real for you, then I will take it seriously. Because I consider you to be my best friend, even though I know Elena's in the kitchen listening. So they make up. Caroline calls Elena in. And then she's like, hey, let's hold a seance. Because this Emily has some explaining to do. And I'm like, I love that you don't believe, but you're like, let's just make a game of this.
Wild. God, that's what I'm telling you. These are the white women you need who will open the doors to places you should not open doors to.
So they sit down to do the seance. Spooky stuff starts to happen. Candles flare. A window flies open. Bonnie's like, nope, I'm out. Sorry. Turn the lights back on. When they turn the lights back on, they realize the necklace, which they were using as their little Ouija board, is now gone. Ooh. Elena's like, Caroline, did you take the necklace? And Caroline's like, what? Girl, I don't have it. Emily's spirit then begins flitting about in the dark. She lures Bonnie away and then seals her in the bathroom. Bonnie panics and screams, begging Elena and Caroline to help her get out. And when the other girls finally open the door, they find Bonnie standing calmly and quietly, and she's like, I'm fine. And Caroline's like, okay, well, I'm pissed off because now I think you were pranking me. And Lena's like, no, something is amiss, as we, the audience, see Emily's reflection in the mirror where Bonnie's should be. And I'm like, this show was very like horror vibes in season 1.
It's good at the horror vibes, yes.
I wish they'd kept that. They lose some of it as we go on. It was good at being scary.
As it becomes more of a like supernatural action adventure type thing. Yeah. The horror bits are good.
But yeah, Emily has finally taken possession of Bonnie.
Just one note is that this scene is reminiscent of a scene I remember in the books where Bonnie Meredith, who is the or one of the origin points for Caroline, are in
Bonnie, Meredith, and Elena.
What did I say?
You said Bonnie, Meredith, and Bonnie.
Throw me out the window. Bonnie, Meredith, and Elena are at Bonnie's house, and Damon is the one flitting about, terrorizing their home. Because I remember Bonnie has a dog called Yanks, which is a bizarre name, but I don't know where that's from.
Because they're Southerners and the dog seems to be Northern? I don't know.
No. Yangtze.
Oh, Yanks.
No idea.
Is that a surname?
Couldn't tell you.
Why?
Never looked it up, didn't have any questions. But Damon kills that dog. The one of the horror bits, because they're like someone's moving about, and it's also like an inclement night, so the wind is whipping through the trees and whatever, and the dog is constantly barking, and Bonnie wants to go out and check on him, but I forget who's the one who says, no, we need to stick together and stay indoors, and then the dog suddenly stops barking, and it's like, oh shit. I don't remember if Damon gets into the house or not, because I doubt he'd been invited in, but I remember in the same book, he's invited into Elena's house, I forget how, and he's been like making threats and being like, ooh, I will come to you in the night, blah, 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 typical Damon vampire shit. And then when he tries to get to Elena in the night because he's been invited in, she retreats to a portion of the house that was built first, because their house was like rebuilt after some sort of damage, and she retreats to a portion of the house that is still part of the old house that was there, and Damon cannot cross the threshold from one part of the house into the other. It's this really smart trick she figures out, but unfortunately Margaret, her little sister, is in a room
her
in the
little
new
Dawn
part of the
Summers
house. Yes, which Damon has access to, so he reaches for her door, and then Elena is forced to allow him in so that he doesn't hurt her younger sister.
Interesting threshold mechanics there, because I'm like, I would assume that because the house all belongs to the same family, once you're invited into one part of it.
Well, that's the thing. I guess in the books it was more about like property lines or whatever. It's about like actual threshold, because the old house, it's the ship of Theseus, right? The threshold of Theseus. It's like, at what point does it become an entirely new house? And I guess the way the magic works there is that like at no point, the old house is still the old house, no matter how much you break away of it.
Well, speaking of Damon, he tells Stefan in this episode that in exchange for preserving her lineage, Emily helped him save Catherine from dying at the hands of the original Founders Council. And he says that's the only reason he hasn't killed Bonnie, because he and Emily had a deal. I'm like, oh, so that's a deal's a deal.
Cool.
How kind of you, Damon, to not murder this
Bonnie.
innocent teenage girl.
Right.
I mean, as far as Damon's concerned, I'm like, that's an amazing amount of self-control.
Yeah.
Usually he would just kill someone.
Yeah, he's being genuine when he says that.
I guess he didn't want to mess with Emily.
Fair enough.
Emily, possessing Bonnie, tells the girl, yeah, I have to go. Thank you for having me, but I'll take it from here. She's not even trying to act like Bonnie.
Her hands are folded across her midsection in a way that can only be from a 19th century woman. It's insane.
So Elena's immediately like, oh, this is Emily. And Emily tells Elena, I won't let him have it. It must be destroyed. And then walks out. They try to hurry after her, and then she shuts them inside with magic. And the door won't open until Jeremy comes home. But by then, Emily has disappeared with Bonnie's body. So Elena phones Stefan, tells him what's happened. Stefan races to where they figure out Emily must have gone, the place in the woods where she's been leading Bonnie. But Damon does get there first. And he's like, oh, Emily, what are you doing? And she's like, sorry, Damon, I'm going to have to go back on our deal because I can't let you release Catherine and release the other vampires. We've spoken about it before, that Emily being on the other side and the mechanics, she should have known the truth.
Yes.
But at this point in the show, she doesn't.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Damon's like, no, I protected your family, you owed me. And she's like, yay, sorry, I have to go back on the deal. He tries to vamp rush her. She flings him backwards with magic and impales him on a tree branch.
Sick as
It's
hell.
lovely. Stefan shows up, pulls Damon off the branch, and that's when Emily explains that, yeah, the tomb is full of all the other vampires. If we release Catherine, they all come out. Stefan's like, well, we can't do that. That's crazy, Damon. And Damon's like, I don't care that the vampires will eat everyone else in this town. They deserve it. They hate vampires. And by the way, Emily, they hated your ass too. And don't think for 1 second they won't turn on your descendants with their little witchcraft. And I was like, well, they don't know that witches are real.
Yeah, it's
so,
really hard
Damon,
to-
are you going to tell them?
It's really hard to be with the righteous indignation angle for Damon Salvatore when no one in this town knows anything about this shit.
They have the Gilbert journals, but they clearly, I don't know what Jonathan might have written about Emily, but they decided that was fanfic and witchcraft isn't real.
Because as it turns out, Jonathan is not the one who sold her out to the council. Jonathan was in absentia of that? I think so. Yeah, I don't think he's the one.
I can't remember. I know he sold out Pearl once he caught her, but I don't know who exactly sold Emily out.
Catherine is the one who sold out Emily, I think.
But we don't even see how Catherine did that,
No.
because no one comes for Emily on the night that Catherine is taken. I guess Catherine does it after she's let out of the tomb, and I'm like, the show is not interested in these black witches stories.
Right, it's a foregone conclusion that she was burned at the stake, quote unquote, for being a witch, and it's like, oh, don't worry, Catherine did it. It's like, why? She helped you to the bitter end, babe. Like, I don't know.
Loose ends.
Yeah, sure.
Emily draws a pentagram on the ground, magically ignites it, destroys the crystal.
Sick.
She throws it into the air and it explodes.
Beautiful. Everything that happens in this scene, so good.
And Damon's like, no! And then Emily just leaves Bonnie's body. She just leaves her there at the mercy of Damon, which is kind of wild,
That's
Emily.
the wild bit. That's the wild bit where I'm like, you know how this man is. Well, I guess she hasn't been. The last time she saw him was back in the 1860s, since she doesn't know anything of what's happening. But it's like, if she knew enough to know the crystal was in play again.
I'm like, you just went back on your deal with this homicidal man.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
like, maybe that's all the
Because
power
you could have at least taken Bonnie home and
you
left
know
her
what?
inside her house.
You know what? It's because of the talisman's broken. She no longer has a foothold to do anything.
Oh, yes, that makes sense.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
makes
yeah,
sense.
yeah.
She was like, hey, Bonnie, sorry. You're going to have to
Sorry.
take one for the team. I got other descendants out there. And Damon attacks Bonnie. Stefan manages to pull him off her neck. Elena finally shows up, and Stefan saves Bonnie by healing her with blood.
It's important to note that Damon tries to kill Bonnie in this scene. He is tearing into her. He at no point stops until he is ripped off from her by Stefan, and Bonnie is profusely bleeding from the neck and shoulder and drops to the ground. Mm-hmm. Damon was killing
And this
her
is
in
the
this
first
scene.
time that she learns about vampires and sees them. Because at the end of the episode, Elena talks to Bonnie and she's like, yeah, I'm going to explain everything to you once we go home. Damon is still hovering in the background. She's like, don't worry, Damon's not going to hurt you anymore, I
it's
guess.
like, what? What?
Yeah, she just decides because I guess Damon has calmed down. She's like, he's not going to hurt you. And then she
Kill
tells
that
Stefan,
man.
I'm going to tell Bonnie the truth about everything. And Stefan's like, yeah, okay. So at the end, we see like a mute montage.
Yeah, it's
where
the
Elena's,
music
like, crying
swelling.
and telling Bonnie.
Elena's crying, Bonnie's crying. They're having a very heated conversation. I'm like, okay, fair enough, I guess.
In episode 10, the turning point, not much happens except that Caroline is getting close to Matt and Elena and Bonnie notice. And privately, they're like, yeah, she should be with a nice guy like Matt instead of a homicidal vampire like Damon.
Real. She's immediately on the level. She's like, okay, I knew he was bad news and now I have full context. Thank you.
Elena has broken up with Stefan at this point, again, and she's like discussing it with Bonnie, and Bonnie's like, yeah, you're sad, but maybe it's for the best, because what real future did you have with a vampire boyfriend? And you know what, Bonnie? You are right. For whatever reason, Bonnie is MIA when Caroline is waiting for her to give her a lift home from the career night, and that's why she gets snatched by Logan Fell.
Will we ever get an answer?
We don't know where she was. In the next episode, episode 11, Bloodlines, Elena has run off after seeing Catherine Pierce's picture for the first time. Stefan eventually learns she's with Damon, and he goes to Bonnie to ask for assistance in finding them. And he's like, hey, I have Elena's necklace, which she tossed after seeing Catherine's picture. You can use it to perform a locator spell. And Bonnie's like, I don't know. I don't really want to get involved in your vampire stuff. Remember the other day when I got my throat ripped open after being possessed?
Right. Remember you were there. You healed me back to life. Do you think I want to be in this shit? No.
And Stefan's like, well, this is about Elena, and she's with Damon right now. Bonnie's like, oh, she's with Damon. Okay, fine.
Say less.
Yes! Say less! However, she finds that she can't sense anything when she touches the necklace. And she's like, that's weird. Usually I get like an image or a feeling or something. Hold on, make sure no one's looking. She picks up a leaf, puts it on the table in front of her, tries to levitate it, finds she's lost her telekinesis. And she's like, oh no, something's wrong. And Stefan's like, with Elena? And she's like, no, sir, with me. I'm also a character in this show. What's wrong with me? I don't have my magic right now. I'm sorry. I can't help you. I have to go. Yeah. And she runs off.
Running away once more.
Take a shot every time Bonnie runs off. When Sheila comes home from, I don't know, work, I guess, she finds Bonnie waiting for her. And Bonnie's like, yeah, I've been ruffling through these grimoires. I've lost my powers and there's nothing in these books that can help me get them back. And then Sheila's like, okay, what happened? And Bonnie's like, well, I can't tell you all the details because it's like private. I've been sworn to secrecy. And Sheila's like, oh, we're keeping secrets. Okay.
Interesting.
Okay, well, anyway, if your powers are on the fritz, it's because of a mental block. You need to, the books aren't going to help you, which is wild. I would think the books would have like
notes
instructions
on the
telling you
blocks.
that your emotional state,
how to
your emotional state can affect your magic.
Your magic. A guide.
Emily is an old school 19th century woman. She's like, I don't believe in mental health. Get over it. It's what I say. Push through
Tough it up. Okay. There's no participation medals for witchcraft.
Emily's like, the problem with your generation, Bonnie.
Back in my day, we didn't have these mental blocks. We just did magic and it was done. Okay.
So Sheila's like, you need to face whatever it is that's got you so scared, because I can tell you're scared, girl. So then Bonnie goes to the ruins in the forest, the Fells Church ruins that Emily kept leading her to, and then she falls through the ground. This poor girl. And finds herself stuck in this subterranean part of the building in front of this great big stone door with a creepy pentagram on it. She unfortunately has no cell service, so she is there until the evening time, just on her own.
So bad.
Stefan comes to Sheila's house looking for Bonnie, and he's like, hey, Bonnie's father, who still hasn't appeared on screen, told me that I could find her here.
Oh my god.
So I guess Stefan went to Bonnie's dad's house.
Wild.
A place we've never been.
Wild. How crazy it must have been for him to be killed by Silas, since he knows who Stefan is. Crazy.
Actually, gosh. But yeah, at least he's back in town, I guess. Stefan is like, yeah, I still need Bonnie's help finding Elena. And Sheila's like, well, Bonnie's not here. I sent her to face her fears, and I can guess that you know what that's about. She also notes that when Stefan greeted her like a polite southern gentleman, he offered her his hand to shake. And she's like, you knew that as a witch, if I touched you, I'd get a psychic sense of you and know exactly who you are and what you're about. So that tells me that you wanted me to see that I could trust you. And Stefan is like, and can you? Do you? And Sheila's like, I trust that you'll keep Bonnie safe.
Hell
now,
yeah.
go on your way. I'm not going to invite you into my home.
Never.
I'm sure you can understand why. And at this point in the story, I was like, oh, shame, Sheila. No, let him. He's one of the good ones. As the show progresses and we see how the Mystic Falls vampires will throw people under the bus.
Yes.
When they think someone closer to the center of things is in danger. It was a good call.
She knew in a way we did not know. She was smarter than all of us. Bless her.
This is the same show where every time Matt or Tyler's lives are on the line, Damon's like, let them die. How are they still characters in this show?
I'll kill them myself to get rid of the leverage. What are we talking about?
Bonnie walks up to the large stone pentagram door, and as as she approaches it, she realizes she can hear faint voices on the other side of the door. Then Stefan arrives and is able to get her out of a tomb with his vampire agility. Bonnie's like, I heard the vampires trapped on the other side. Are they in pain? And Stefan's like, no, at first, but now they've starved to the point of desiccation. We will later learn that desiccation is not fun no matter how dried out you are. So Stefan, that's not true.
Yeah.
But
I mean, it can't be great to be frozen still, even if it's not painful. Like, I would hate to be in the same place forever.
sleep paralysis for 145 years.
Nightmare.
But Bonnie's like, but if they have blood, they could revive. And Stefan's like, that's not going to happen, okay? Emily destroyed her crystal. Unfortunately, in this episode where Damon goes off and meets Bree, before killing her, he learns that, no, you can actually access the tomb. You need Emily's spell book. You don't need the crystal after all. You just need a witch and a spell inside the grimoire to open the door. Damon thanks her by ripping her heart out.
True.
At the end of the episode, Stefan takes Bonnie back to her Grams. Bonnie goes inside and Sheila talks to Stefan, and it is revealed that they knew each other in the 1960s when a very young Sheila was leading an anti-war sit-in.
5-year-old
Good for you,
Sheila.
girl. She said, I was barely a teenager. And I was like, in the 60s? Jasmine Guy? I don't think so.
49 years ago? Don't lie to my face. Please.
But Sheila asks, does Bonnie know about the Salvatore vampires? And Stefan's like, yeah, she does. She's like, okay, cool. So we can acknowledge the respect and limited trust between us, but I'm going to make it very clear to you right now, good Salvatore brother. I will protect myself and my own above all else.
Real.
I will not risk me and my grandchild being persecuted if the Founders Council finds out about your vampire stuff. And Stefan's like, yeah, okay, I can respect that.
And we spoke about it in the Stefan episode and in the Damon episode, I'm sure, because everything always comes to light in the Damon episode. But this connection, Stefan and Bonnie, that truly begins here. I mean, they've had a couple of scenes throughout season 1 because Bonnie, as you say, is Elena's best friend. And there was like a positive swing when she was really hyping up Stelena. Then there was a negative swing when she got the vibe of him. And then they like mended that. And then now she knows he's a vampire. And this is the moment that solidifies, oh, Stefan is a safe and trustworthy and reliable person because Stefan gets her out of this bind in a moment when she is most horrified of the stuff that she's experienced of the supernatural, other than Damon literally tearing her throat open. And it's such a good connection too with the reveal of, oh, Stefan's been a friend to the Bennetts for a time. Stefan knows Sheila. Stefan knew Emily in a way of like, to bring back to Avatar, the friendships that transcend lifetimes.
Yes.
But even not even to go to Avatar, but like the Alucard thing of like Alucard being connected to a Belmont like 300 years apart. It's a cool connection to have that you would build on because this is the moment where it begins. They both care about Elena. They now have this connection. It's like the thing you'd expect to happen is for their friendship to grow. And then they don't do anything with that because, as you've said many a time, they're not really focused on Bonnie that much and she disappears a lot. And by the time we get to season 2, Caroline is then now a newly turned vampire who Stefan takes under her wing, and that's the friendship that really takes the fall. And it just sucks that this didn't take off in that way, you know?
Yeah. Because, I mean, this episode shows us that Stefan is invited to the cookout.
Right.
He's relegated to the backyard and not allowed inside the house. Right. But he's invited to the cookout.
He can be in the yard as the food's being eaten. He will not be at the indoor table, but at least he's present. As opposed to Damon, who shouldn't even be in the neighborhood unless he wants to find out. So it always sits wrong with me that somewhere down the line it was decided, and I know because of an ensemble cast, and also because Damon sucks as a character, but we still have to give him friends somehow, that Bonnie is the one who sacrificed on that altar, even though this friendship makes more sense. I've said before about Stefan, it's not our fault that Stefan is the character they've written to be the good character who people like being around. And now it just doesn't gel properly, because why wouldn't they be friends? I don't know. It's weird.
Episode 12, Unpleasantville. Stefan gives Elena some vervain to protect her family and friends, but doesn't give her any to give to Bonnie. I guess Stefan already knows what we know will become canon, that witches can't be compelled.
Yeah.
However, this has yet to be established at this point.
Interesting. Didn't know that.
So maybe we just assume that Elena's like, yeah, Bonnie's being protected by her own grandmother's knowledge of the supernatural. I don't have to get her anything.
I mean...
At the Mystic Grill, Elena and Bonnie are talking, and this is when Elena tells Bonnie that that, hey, I found that I was adopted. I'm confused because my birth certificate was clearly forged. It says that my adoptive parents are my bio parents. And Bonnie's like, girl, just talk to Jenna. And Elena's like, I don't want to talk to Jenna. Like, I'm scared of what I'll find out. And Bonnie's like, okay, well, unless your biological parents were aliens, it couldn't be worse than finding out your boyfriend is a vampire.
Some perspective, babe. We have real problems. Talk to your aunt.
So Elena leaves to go shopping for the decade dance. It's the 50s one. And then Damon shows up.
God.
He wants to mend fences because he needs her for his new plan to open the tomb.
Right.
Bonnie's still incredibly pissed at him for trying to kill her. And Damon's like, hey, I didn't kill you, though. So points for that. You know, if I wanted to, I would have. No, but I didn't.
We watched it happen. We saw it happen. Don't lie on my
Revisionist.
face.
He has the gold to Oscar. Does that count for anything? And Bonnie's just like, I can start fires with my mind, you know. Fires can kill vampires.
That's what I heard. You want to see me try?
And then she's like, stay the hell away from me. Ben McKittrick then comes over to be chivalrous because he can sense their convo is heated. Damon doesn't know what we know, so I guess the only reason he doesn't kill Ben is because he's like, there's witnesses and I don't feel like being messy right now.
Right.
So he walks away and Ben is like, are you all right, Bonnie? And she's like, oh my gosh, you know my name? Like, what? And Ben's like, girl, we were at the same school. I know I've graduated, but I'm not that old. And Bonnie's like, no, it's just I didn't know you knew me back in the day. Oh my gosh. Like, oh.
This is crazy.
That night at the 50s dance, Caroline and Bonnie are chilling together. And then Damon comes over.
Every time you say it, I get more mad.
And he's like, hey, Bonnie, want to dance? And she's like, I'm leaving. And she walks away.
Real.
And he's like, wait, give me another chance. And she ignores him. And then Caroline is like, Damon, back off. And then she leaves with Bonnie.
Hell yeah.
And they leave the dance at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And I would just like to point out that this wiki, which we've pointed out, is often flawed, but in suspiciously biased ways. Mm-hmm. This wiki completely skips this scene and claims that Caroline and Bonnie, it sums up in one sentence. It says, Caroline and Bonnie are at the grill because they left the dance because they weren't having fun. And I'm like, no. Bonnie left the dance because Damon was irritating her for the second time that day. And Caroline, as a loyal friend who's already been the victim of Damon's abuse, left with Bonnie. I had to point that out.
Wow. It's that Zach Fox tweet. This is the picture they be showing when a white man killed his entire family. Like, this revisionist headline, I refuse.
But once they're at the grill, Caroline clocks that Bonnie wants to sit near Ben McKittrick. Because she's like, let's go sit up there. And she's like, be a little more obvious, Bonnie. And then Bonnie's like, hey, he's hot. Don't rain on my hot guy parade. And Caroline's like, it's just a light drizzle. But also, really? Ben McKittrick? He's not a worthy suitor. He's a washed-up jock who waits tables for a living.
Caroline!
And then Matt overhears that, and that creates drama for them. So later on, when Caroline is now moping about putting her foot in her mouth for the 16th time this season, she's like, this night didn't pan out how I wanted to. And Bonnie's like, girl, just go talk to Matt.
Right.
Be bold and fearless.
Right.
And Caroline's like, well, you're one to talk. You've been eyeing Ben McKittrick from afar. And Bonnie's like, you know what?
You're right.
So she goes over and she talks to Ben. And Ben's like, hey. And she's like, yeah, I'm proving something to my friend. That girls don't have to wait for a guy to come and talk to them. And Ben is like, oh,
Sadie
are you asking me on a date? You know?
Let's go.
So Ben's like, are you asking me on a date? And she's like, yeah, do you like karaoke? And he's like, I really don't, but I would really like to go out with you. And I was like, he's so charming.
Cute.
At the end of the episode, we see that Ben McKittrick is actually a newly turned vampire. Yeah. And he's working with Anna, Jeremy's new friend.
They're infiltrating.
In episode 13, Children of the Damned, this is the episode we get lots of flashbacks where we get to see Emily Bennett in 1864 being a handmaiden. And we will later learn that her witchcraft is the reason that Catherine, Pearl, and Anna all have daylight rings.
Yes.
And Harper, who we haven't met yet. We see Emily's present with Anna, while Catherine and Pearl discuss Catherine's plans to turn Damon and Stefan into vampires. So I'm like, oh, Emily, always in the background, always complicit.
Yeah.
We will later learn that she wasn't as loyal to Catherine as Damon, believed. But I'm like, but girl, you stood by and kikied with this woman.
Again, an asterisk for the plot of why? And we never have that answer.
Because apparently she was indebted, but we don't learn. We just learn that, Catherine saved Emily's life. We don't know how.
Emily's indebted. Lucy's indebted.
Emily isn't from Mystic Falls, even though Sheila said that their family moved here after the Salem stuff. So I guess Emily's from a bloodline that then moved away again. And wherever she was born, Catherine met her and then saved her from something. And then she was in Catherine's debt. And then together they moved to Mystic Falls with Anna and Pearl.
Was it so serious that you were in debt to her in perpetuity and that you were willing to sell out this many people? Feels crazy. Feels crazy to me.
Wild. So we don't get to see Bonnie and Ben doing karaoke. Again, Bonnie,
Right.
all her development is off screen.
Right.
But they talk about it. Apparently Ben is a bad singer.
Well, fair.
But Bonnie's like, no, firstly, it was your poor choice of karaoke song. You
was the
chose a
song?
Metallica song.
How dare you, Bonnie? Well, I guess, okay, for karaoke specifically, yes, that is a poor choice.
Yeah.
You can't
Yeah.
be screamoing your way through karaoke. That's insane.
So then Ben is like, hey, what are your friends up to? And Bonnie's like, Caroline's with her father. Bonnie's with her boyfriend. And Ben's like, hey, I remember Elena. And you girls were always joined at the hip. And Bonnie's like, yeah, Elena's my best friend. I love her like a sister. I would die for her.
Oh, no.
And Ben's like, jots down notes.
Oh, God. You should never say that out loud, Bonnie. They'll make you do it.
Elena phones Bonnie and she's like, how's your date going? And Bonnie's like, it's going perfectly. Ben is such a gentleman. But it's kind of boring because I want to grab him and just like lay one on him.
Oh.
And Elena's like, okay.
Then
so
do
just
it.
do it.
Right.
And Bonnie's like, I'm a chicken. And Elena's like, hey, you are a powerful witch goddess.
Yes.
Seize the day, Broomhilda.
Yes! Let's go leave a hexie. Do what you need to do.
And then Bonnie's like, okay, I'll text you later with more details. Ben pays the check like a true gentleman. And he's like, so what do you want to do for the rest of the night? And Bonnie's like, kiss. And she kisses him and immediately senses that he's a vampire.
Instantly.
Her face is fallen for like a second and Ben's like, what? And she's like, no, I just, silly me. I should have waited till the end of the night to do that.
Smart.
She plays it off pretty well, I must say. But that one moment unfortunately costs her. Because she's like, yeah, I'm getting tired. And Ben's like, oh, do you want to go home? And she's like, no, actually, I was thinking we should go get another coffee, get a caffeine buzz going, and then go out and have some fun. Why don't you sit down and order us one while I just pop over to the little girl's room to powder my nose? And he's like, okay, cool. She tries to slip away, but he clocks her and intercepts her before she can. And then he grabs her in front of everyone in the grill. They somehow don't see it.
Oh, I thought it was in the passageway to the bathroom.
Maybe. It was like a close-up, so I couldn't quite see.
That's
but
fair.
he has to vamp speed her out of the grill, I guess.
Yeah,
Nobody
certainly.
saw him, blurring through the door.
Yeah.
In 1864, we see in the flashback that Anna watches as Pearl is caught and captured by Jonathan Gilbert the Elder and co. And Emily's like, don't worry, I'm going to protect her. I'm going to protect all of them. And she also, I guess, helps Anna not get herself caught because she holds Anna back. How is she holding back a 300-year-old vampire? I don't know.
Magic.
But she does.
She empowered her arms with magic and held her with strength.
Stefan realizes who Anna is, but it's too late because by that point, she has already kidnapped Elena. Episode 14, Fool Me Once. This is where Elena and Bonnie are in their little kidnapping arc. They are being held up in Anna's motel. They make a few attempts to escape because Ben is an idiot and a newbie vampire. But unfortunately, they don't escape. Bonnie almost escapes, but Ben grabs Elena and is like, get back in here. And Bonnie's like, okay. We see her do the water transmuting trick again because Elena, I guess, was genuinely thirsty and was like, can I have some water? And then Bonnie was like, idea. Can I also have some? Throws the water at Ben and then lights him on fire with it.
Brilliant. Her transmutation is always so cool and is her best trick. I love it.
Ben, who I guess now is like, well, I'm openly evil now, so I can be rude. They make it clear that Elena is here to provide incentive because they need something from Bonnie. And he tells Bonnie, you shouldn't be so desperate. You made it too easy. And I was like, oh, wow.
Not you shaming a girl for taking hold of the situation, you bastard.
Damon has the gall to show up at Sheila's house, meanwhile. And he's like, hey, where's Bonnie? And Sheila's like, she's not here. And Damon's like, cool, do you know when? Sheila's like, never. I love that she just cuts.
The contra.
He doesn't even get to finish his question.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
And she makes it clear she doesn't like him. And Damon's like, well, you don't know me, girl. And she's like, you have some nerve knocking on a Bennett witch's door and
Thank
asking
you.
for anything.
Thank you.
And Damon's like, girl, what did I do to you? And she does like, spirits talk and so does my granddaughter. And I know you are no friend to us. Now get off my porch. And Damon's like, oh, step outside and say that. And then she hits him with the aneurysm spell. And she steps out. And she's like, I am not Bonnie. You don't want to mess with me. And I was like, yes, queen.
Ooh. But then this is the thing, is that the scene ends in a way that suggests she was just fronting, because she goes back in and shuts the door.
I guess.
And we see the fear on her
and
face.
she looks
And
a
I'm
little
like,
shaken.
No, she shouldn't. She's a practiced and much older witch than Bonnie is. That scene should have ended with her in absolute confidence. And that's an overarching issue with how witches are positioned in this world, is that she still has to fear the vampire.
I guess because vampires only need like one good hit, and then if they snap your neck, that's it. As we see happens to Greta.
Yeah.
In the season 2
Sucks to suck.
penultimate episode. Anna calls Steph and is like, hey, I've got Elena and Bonnie. We're going to make a deal. Either you or Damon is going to come and discuss with me how we're all going to open the tomb so that I can get my mother and Damon can get Catherine, who's definitely in there. She then leaves to meet up with him and she's like, Ben, compulsion won't work, so use violence. So again, I guess we're assuming that we must just know that Bonnie's immune to compulsion, even though it hasn't been said. Because Elena's got her necklace. This is when they attempt to escape, but then they fail to. Ben asks Bonnie if witches can die or if they have eternal life like vampires. And I'm like, Ben, when have witches ever had eternal life to the point of like immortality? Slowed aging, sure.
You're once again assuming Ben knows anything about anything.
Sorry, he is a jock. Never mind.
He just got turned. Even in
Jocks
the concept,
can be into geeky stuff.
Exactly. Even in the concept of geeky stuff, you assume every character is as into this shit as we are. They are not. They have normal lives and normal interests. Unfortunately, they don't have these answers.
That's fair. Bonnie is like, yes, witches can die. And Ben is literally like, sucks for you. Then Stefan shows up and rescues the girls. And he's like, hey, Ben, so I'm 162 and you returned like, last month?
Right.
If you don't get out of town, if I ever see you again, I will kill you.
Right.
Okay, bye. Later on, Bonnie goes home to Sheila. And Sheila's like, yeah, I was able to find you and Elena by doing a locator spell because Stefan told me y'all were kidnapped. I guess that happened off screen. She says, strong emotions can fuel a witch's power. Then Stefan and Elena comes in and Stefan's like, you need to stay here. And Sheila's like, no, I'm not going to be a prisoner in my own home. And Stefan's like, but I can't protect you if you leave the house. And Sheila's like, Bonnie and I will protect ourselves, thank you. Elena's like, listen, let's just help Damon get Catherine back for real so that he can leave.
Insane.
Like and Bonnie's like, no, why does Damon deserve to get what he wants?
Thank you.
And then it's like, I don't see how we have another choice. And then Sheila's like, which is always getting dragged into vampire drama, no matter how much we try to stay out of it.
And she was
how
right.
true that will remain for this show's entire run.
Realistically, what was now that Bonnie and Elena's, I guess Jeremy's the only, just someone call up Jeremy and say, come home, there's an emergency. Like, why did we need to help Damon to solve some sort of issue here? He's not invited into the Bennett home, neither is Anna. Like, I guess the concern is we can't stay here forever, as Sheila's saying, but it's like, if they show up, then we fight them and we kill them. Why is everyone so afraid of killing Damon?
Anna's 500.
And now we've got 2 witches.
I
mean what? Aneurysm spell from both sides. 2 vampires stake her. She's not Catherine Pierce. She doesn't have contingency plans.
And again, I'm like, Anna already has Ben as backup, and now she's roped Damon in. I'm like I said with vampires, all it takes is one good hit, and then you're out.
Just saying, if we draw them in, knock them out. That combo is a combo. As the show will prove post this moment.
But Sheila's like, okay, fine. I will open the tomb myself. That way we can get Catherine out, just her, and then kill the other vampires with fire. Stefan and the Bennetts go to the Fells church ruins. Damon shows up with Elena, and they decide, cool, let's get down there. Stefan brings a whole thing of gasoline that he's gonna burn the other tomb vamps with,
right?
Including Pearl. Sheila sets up some components for the spell that are cool. She's like, we're using the 4 classical elements: water, earth, fire, and air. Elena's like, water from a tap? And Sheila's like, as opposed to where else?
Right. What are you talking
I just
about?
thought it would be like special blessed water or something.
Girl.
When Sheila and Bonnie are chanting, that's the scene where Damon's like, what are they saying? And Stefan's like, it sounds like Latin. And Elena's like, no, I don't think that's Latin. It isn't. The tomb door opens and Stefan's like, cool, I'm going to go back topside to get the gasoline that I brought. Don't know why he didn't bring it down with him. And Damon, once Stefan is gone, then Damon's like, yeah, I'm taking Elena inside as leverage. Bye.
Yeah, that's why he left the gasoline behind, so that could happen.
Because if Stefan had been there, he would not have allowed Elena to be like, no, it's fine. fine. Let Damon take me. He needs to know that we're not deceiving him again.
Right.
Anna enters the pit, and Bonnie's like, hey, you can't go in the tomb. And Anna's like, I want to see you try and stop me, newbie witch.
She said, I'm gonna be in the pit. You ain't getting in my way. And it's like, Anna, relax the AAVE.
Sheila's like, no, it's fine. Let her go inside. And Anna goes in. And Bonnie's like, why didn't you let her go inside? And Sheila's like, girl, she's not coming out of that tomb. None of those vampires are.
Real.
At that point, Stefan returns after killing Ben, just in time to hear Elena scream when Anna starts feeding her the pearl. He wants to go in. Sheila's like, well, actually, don't do that. The seal on the tomb is still up. If you go inside there, you won't be able to leave. And Stefan's like, you were never going to let Damon let Catherine out. And Sheila's like,
absolutely not.
Elena will be able to leave, but Damon's gonna be stuck in there with Anna, I guess. But of course, hearing Elena scream, Stefan rushes in without a second thought. And Bonnie's like, no, Stefan. And Sheila's like, hey, you're not going inside there. And Bonnie's like, well, we can't just leave him in there. He's one of the good ones, Grandma.
Yeah. This one's
And then
tough.
Sheila's like, girl, Stefan made his choice. And Bonnie picks up Emily's grimoire and she's like, look, just show me how to bring down the seal and I'll do it. And Sheila's like, girl, we aren't strong enough to do that. I was fronting earlier in this episode. So I guess there it is.
I guess.
And she's like, even if I do bring down the seal, there's no guarantee we can get it back up again. And Bonnie's like, hey, you told me a few scenes ago that powerful emotions can fuel our magic. Well, I'm feeling pretty emotional right now. So you either help me or I'll do it alone. And Sheila's like, okay, come on, let's cast this spell. They're able to lower the seal temporarily, but this is after Stefan has already gotten Elena out. Elena's like, hey, Stefan, follow me. And Stefan's like, I can't, I'm stuck. Bonnie's like, don't worry, we're going to get him out. He's one of the good ones. But then unfortunately, as is always the case, saving Stefan means now you have to save Damon because Stefan's like, I'm not going to leave Damon in there.
It's just like...
At this point, Anna has already slipped past. She's like, hey, I got what I wanted.
Bye.
I mean you no harm. I won't even hurt Jeremy, who's still outside. Bye. Stefan goes inside and manages to get Damon out. The whole time, the Bennett witches are straining against the spell. Bonnie almost stops because she's like, oh, I can't. And Sheila's like, no, you can. And eventually, they make it through just in time. And the seal goes back up and the door shuts itself. And they're like, yay.
Big
the
win.
day is saved thanks to the Bennett witches. And it always will be. At the end of the episode, Bonnie is at Grams' house. You just see Bonnie with Grams, who's looking a little weary. And she's like, oh, lean on me when you're not strong. And Sheila's like, no, I'm okay. You don't have to coddle me. And she's like, hey, Grams, I can see that spell took a lot out of you. And Sheila's like, no, it's okay, girl. I'll be fine. At the end of the episode, Bonnie brings her some tea while she's seemingly resting in bed and then realizes that Sheila is not asleep. But has passed away. And she shakes her Grams and tries to wake her. And she screams out to Elena that Sheila isn't breathing. Elena rushes in, calls the ambulance. Bonnie grabs a grimoire and she's like, no, I can find a spell to save her. And then it's like, oh, honey. Elena, wild. I'm like, you don't know how magic works, Elena. Let her try. Elena's like, no,
necromancy.
Bonnie,
Shut
no,
up.
it's too late.
How do you know?
And Bonnie's like, no, I can fix it.
God.
But Sheila Bennett is sadly dead. And as we know, that final scene shows that the seal is not in fact back up. And a rejuvenated Harper slips out of the tomb. So Sheila died
For nothing.
Or rather, she died to save the Salvatores.
Right.
Which is effectively the same thing as far as she's concerned.
A portent of the seasons to come, how the dynamic would work, because truly expended on saving not just the Salvatore, saving Damon of all people. I just...
Because Stefan was out.
Right. Heartbreaking scene to watch. Bonnie is distraught. It's so sad.
It's really sad.
Gone but never forgotten. Thank God.
Speaking of gone, Bonnie is then gone for the next 5 episodes.
Right.
So
Right. Speak
we're
on
in the
that.
the home stretch.
Because what the hell
She
is
comes
that?
back. She comes back in episode 19. Miss Mystic Falls.
Insanity. I guess we buried Grams, we saw her dad, and she grieved entirely off screen.
She comes back and she's still grieving because she walks into class and Elena's like, hi, smiles. Bonnie smiles. Then she sees Stefan behind Elena smiling at her. The smile slides off her face like wet cement. And she's like, okay. And doesn't greet Stefan. She's standoffish. Later on, Elena tries to talk to her outside. She's still standoffish. And she's like, hey, how's your family doing? And Bonnie's like, well, we're dealing, but it's been hard. And I'm like, your Bennett family, who we'll never see? Because your dad is not related to Sheila.
Who is the family? Where are they? Are they also in Colorado? I need to know.
And Elena's like, hey, I've missed you. And Bonnie's like, yeah, I had a lot to deal with after the funeral. And after you called and told me off screen that the spell was ultimately a failure.
Right.
And I'm like, I would have loved to see Bonnie's reaction to that, but I guess that's not important. And Lena's like, yeah, I had to call you and tell you because I didn't want you to come back without already knowing. And Bonnie's like, no, I understand. She says a line that doesn't really make sense. She says, I shouldn't know, which I'm like, that could just be a subtitle fail. I can't really hear what Kat Graham is saying there. Caroline then shows up and greets Bonnie. And although she has also missed her, it becomes apparent that Bonnie has been in communication with Caroline this whole time. Whereas Elena kind of feels like, oh, Bonnie's been quiet.
Why
am I getting radio silence?
This dynamic.
Now who's excluded? Elena.
Ooh.
It's shifted. Now Caroline is the Bonnie. Bonnie is the Elena, the one dealing with grief. And Elena is the Caroline who's like, how is she?
Sucks to suck.
So then Caroline and Bonnie leave because Caroline needs help with her Mystic Falls wardrobe. Later on, while Stefan and Elena are at the school doing their dance rehearsal for the pageant, Bonnie and Caroline are nearby talking. Caroline is prattling on about the competition, and she's like, Elena has the sympathy vote because her parents died.
Crazy
and Bonnie's like, very nice. Very sensitive.
God.
And Caroline's like, oh, I'm so sorry. This must be like so unimportant to you in light of what you're going through. I'm sorry. And Bonnie's like, I understand. You want to win. Bonnie looks so tired in this scene. Like, she's being gentle with Caroline, but she looks like, I am tired of having to put you people first.
I honestly think, like, the death of Grams is the beginning of the end, because it's simultaneously like, A, Bonnie will never be, like, as energetic and as bubbly as she was prior to this, in the sense of the things that are going on. But B, at the same time, she will forever be at the whims of these characters in the same way her Grams was in that episode that she died. So it's just like a double-edged sword,
you know,
going forward in the worst way.
Because Bonnie has been gone for 5 episodes in the aftermath of something terrible that happened to her, a main character. And when she returns, she is in an episode that is largely about the Miss Mystic Falls pageant
that
and Stefan's bloodlust.
This episode is not even a little bit about her. And as you were describing it, I was like, oh yeah, I remember in this moment where we are somewhat acknowledging her grief over her Grams who just died. She has to put that aside and bat for Elena and her dead mother because Caroline is mad about the Miss Mystic Falls pageant. None of this has anything to do with
And then she
Bonnie.
has to put that aside and be like, no, I understand Caroline's ambitions and her insecurities.
This is important
to win.
you. So you can talk shit about Elena and her dead mom, even though my Grams just died. It's just like
crazy. Just crazy. Once Elena and Stefan spot them, they're like, hi guys. Elena and Stefan greet Bonnie because I guess Caroline speaks to them first. So they're like, okay, well, we don't have to greet Caroline. And they're like, hi Bonnie. She stays quiet. She doesn't say anything.
She's like me, no poker face. No pretense, just like, I can't act like I'm cool. What?
And Elena's like, okay, Bonnie, can we have a word in private? Bonnie's like, no. And Elena's like, no, come on, I insist. What's wrong? And Bonnie's like, it's not worth it. And then Elena's like, look, you've barely said 10 words to me and you won't even look at Stefan. Oh, is this about Stefan? And I'm like, girl, clearly.
The fact that she's not thought about it at all is so telling.
I guess she's been dealing with Stefan's bloodline.
I guess. But damn.
So then Bonnie is like, listen, everything my Grams did was to keep the tomb vampires sealed away, and then they got out anyway, which means my grandmother died for nothing. And I blame Stefan for that.
Yep.
And Damon.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to put you in a position where you have to choose sides. I'm just having a hard time with it, okay?
You're better than me, Bonnie.
Such maturity.
Right.
It's always the black female characters having to be wise beyond their years. Because if this was Caroline...
Yes! Yes! Caroline would be allowed to be a bitch about this. Caroline would be allowed to be mad, to be emotional, to be furious. But Bonnie has to restrain herself because she's the black character. That's exactly what I was talking about earlier, about Bonnie having to be emotionally mature beyond her years so she can mammy all her friends through their problems. And when her problems are present in her life, she has to pack them aside and be like, no, it's fine. I understand the situation perfectly and I don't blame you for it, but these are my emotions as they are. And that's just the fact of the matter. In this detached and just like regular voice. And it's like, no, Bonnie should be burning shit down.
Insane.
Bonnie should be trying to kill Damon at the very least.
So much time and care is given to Jeremy and Matt in the aftermath of Vicky's death.
Right.
But Bonnie loses seemingly the only present adult figure she has in her life. and the show is like, oh, she passed away? Oh. All right. You know that meme that Wendy Williams meme?
Yes. Clap if you're glad she's dead, I guess. It's like, okay. Damn.
So unfair. Anyway, the rest of the episode is not really relevant to her.
Right.
At the end of the episode, Bonnie overhears Damon and Elena looking for Stefan after Caroline has won, because Stefan is outside trying not to eat Amber Bradley. She follows them as they run off to go find him. And as Stefan is about to chow down on Amber, Damon's like, hey, bro, stop, calm down. Stefan throws Damon away with super strength.
Love it.
And Lena's like, Stefan, no, stop. Which is funny because a few scenes ago, she was like, no, I don't think he'd hurt Amber. I was like, well, how wrong you were. Bonnie then uses the aneurysm spell on Stefan. She doesn't knock him out. She just seems to shock him out of his feral state. And then he just leaves.
I mean, you know, I guess that's the revenge that she gets on Stefan, the primary focus of the... I don't know.
Later on, Elena and Bonnie have to feign ignorance when Liz shows up and is like, oh, what happened to Amber? And they're like, I guess it's an animal attack because we don't know anything. We'll walk away while you talk to Damon, who's on the council.
With as many animals as they seem to be in this town, they do spend a lot of time in the woods. You were right. It's like,
you know,
shouldn't we be keeping these kids out of the woods at this point, given our track record? I don't know.
Before they walk away, though, Bonnie asks Liz, is Amber going to be okay? And Liz is like, yeah, she will be. And I'm like, I like that Bonnie cared enough to ask, because Elena right now is just thinking about Stefan.
How's Stefan doing? Is he okay? I need to make sure he's fine.
It shows that Bonnie, who, again, is currently grieving the death of her grandmother, is still thinking, shame the innocents in this town. Mm-hmm. The people whom my grandmother died trying to protect from this vampiric nonsense. And the trajectory that Bonnie will go on makes a lot of sense. I don't necessarily like the way it's framed or agree with every choice she made, but it makes complete sense given her POV.
Are you talking about to the end of this season?
Yeah, to the end of this season.
Oh, I do agree with every choice she makes. Sorry. I don't know if that's a hot take, but I'm actually like, yes, she's right.
It's fine. We don't have to be twinsies on all things.
So true.
Looks to the Stereoline ship.
Oh. Not in a Bonnie episode. Throw it away.
Elena tries to talk to Bonnie, and she's like, please, Bonnie, just speak to me. And Bonnie's like, there's really nothing to talk about. I told you I wasn't going to make you choose. But me, Bonnie, I have to choose for myself.
Real.
So please just leave me alone.
Real.
And she walks away. And I'm like,
There you go. God, when we had a crumb.
In this era, this is all the Gilbert device era stuff. So that's all come into play by this point while Bonnie was off screen. In episode 21, the penultimate episode, Isabel. So Bonnie is gone again. She's on episode 20. She said, I had to choose a side, and she walked out of the show.
She stepped beyond the script's bounds and leaked out of the page in ink. Oh, God.
Bonnie, Caroline, Tyler, and Matt are working on the decorations for the Founders Day parade. Caroline has enlisted Bonnie's help with the Miss Mystic float. And she's like, hey, where's Elena? And Bonnie's like, I don't know. And Caroline catches the obvious tension and she's like, what's going on between you guys? I'm not blind. And Bonnie's like, I don't know what you're talking about. And Caroline's like, oh, come on. It's obvious that you, my two besties, are on the outs. And she's like, our friend group is in disarray. This float and this pageant is supposed to be this fun thing where we come together as friends and make something nice for our town. But Matt is still angry at Tyler for kissing his mom at his sister's funeral and then beating him up when he got upset about it. And now you and Elena are in a fight. She's like, listen, I can't fix whatever's wrong unless you tell me. So sweet, trying to fix things.
You know,
she was doing the same thing with Matt and Tyler.
She's in a good era.
To an equal level of success.
She's not a Merkel.
And Bonnie's like, I'm sorry, Caroline. I simply can't talk about it. Isabel is in town. Horrifying. She forces a meeting with Elena. Elena meets her at the Mystic Grill and is appalled to learn what a monstrous person her birth mother is. When their meeting is over, Isabel's like, yeah, I want the Gilbert device, and then leaves Elena sitting alone. Stefan is hovering nearby. Bonnie comes into the grill just as Isabel leaves, and she sees Elena looking tearful and clearly upset. Elena looks like she wants to speak, and Bonnie looks concerned, but then Bonnie notices Stefan not too far away, and she turns away and leaves without a word.
Okay, and again, fair. But then she has to come back later and find Elena crying and be like, yeah, no matter what's happening between us, that doesn't mean I can't be your friend. Now sit on my lap and tell me what's going on with your mama, baby girl. It's like, I don't... What has Elena done to earn back her trust in any way, to fix whatever's broken between them? It truly feels like Bonnie just comes back into this friendship and fulfills the exact same role as she did prior to them getting her grandmother killed.
I see it as more that, because she made it clear she blames Stefan and Damon for that. And she's more like, it's your involvement with Stefan and Damon, primarily Stefan, that is what I have an issue with. Even in that scene. Because like when she comes back to town a few episodes ago, Elena smiles at her, she smiles back, then Stefan smiles at her and she's like, ugh. In this scene that I just mentioned, she sees Elena's upset and she's like, oh, my friend is crying. Something's clearly wrong. Then she clocks Stefan nearby and she's like, nope, you're still with that man. So I think Stefan is the trigger.
Sure.
And when she, quote unquote, comes to her senses, she's thinking to herself, no shame, my friend was upset and I still care about Elena. I'm not angry at Elena.
Sure.
I'm distancing myself from Elena because of the stuff she's involved in. But I got nothing against her as a person.
I guess what I am getting to in my heart and my soul is that I wouldn't mind if she was a bit more upset at Elena, because it was Elena's idea to do that in the first place, to help Damon out with all this shit. So maybe that's just me. Fair enough.
Fair.
I'll pull back.
But she shows up at Elena's house the next day, and she's like, yeah, I couldn't sleep last night. I saw you with the girl. You were obviously upset about something, and I walked away from you. This can't be us. You're my friend, and I'm here for you if you need me. Which is nice for this particular story beat, but Lord, if that won't become her...
Exactly.
Her bread and butter for the rest of the show.
No matter what else is going on with me and my shit, I am here for you and your needs. Cool.
She even says, I'm sorry I couldn't show you that yesterday. And I'm like, I think it's understandable that you were also upset.
Perfectly
but,
reasonable.
Cast aside your own feelings, I guess.
Right.
Later on at school, Bonnie and Elena are in an empty classroom talking about Emily Bennett's grimoire. Inside, there is documentation of the creation of the vampire compass, the resurrective Gilbert rings, and the enigmatic Gilbert device. And Bonnie's like, so, interesting fact, these inventions accredited to Jonathan Gilbert, your ancestors, didn't actually work until my ancestor, Emily Bennett, secretly enchanted them.
And looking back, it's honestly a bit insane that they believed that Jonathan somehow made something that could track vampires, right? Like, what did they think that was
alchemy?
Doing? Sure.
I guess it's the iron in their blood from drinking other people's blood.
They still believe in humors and biles, I guess. So yeah, that makes sense.
What I didn't understand was the resurrective rings. I'm like, Jonathan didn't tell everyone about that, but people in the family knew. And I'm like, so what did you think were the mechanics of these rings? Jesus? Faith?
The Lord,
Prayer?
the Christian God, is helping us now fight against the vampires. It is Castlevania.
But she explains that, yeah, even though Emily Bennett pledged her loyalty to Catherine, she couldn't stand by and let innocent townsfolk be harmed by vampires. She spelled all Jonathan Gilbert's inventions without his knowledge, so the townsfolk would have some protection against Catherine and her ilk. And Elena's like, cool, what does the Gilbert device actually do? And then Bonnie reads and she's like, now that can't be right. Are you sure this is the device that Isabel is after? And then it's like, yes. And Bonnie's like, the Gilbert device is a weapon to be used against vampires. So plot twist. Isabel has her minions kidnap Jeremy. She threatens him harm if Elena doesn't give her the device. So Elena meets with Stefan and Bonnie. And she's like, yeah, Damon has the device. We need to convince him to trade it for Jeremy's safety. I believe I can persuade Damon because we're in the era where I'm his Achilles heel. And Stefan's like, Damon's not going to hand over the device, especially if it's harmful to vampires. And Elena's like, ooh, what if the device wasn't harmful to vampires?
And once again, A, volunteering Bonnie's efforts, B, assuming you know that's magic that can be done. What are we... Okay, girl.
The three of them go to speak to Damon at Chez Salvatore, and Damon is predictably not all that interested in risking his safety for Jeremy. And Lena's like, no, Bonnie can take away the power that Emily magically gave the device. And Damon's like, I don't trust Bonnie.
Okay.
Which lies. Bonnie is like, I can remove the original spell. And then it's like, yeah, John and Isabel will never know. And Damon's like, no, I'll just go rescue Jeremy on my own. And Stefan is like, well, Isabel is a vampire with super speed and super strength. She can kill Jeremy before you cross the threshold of her door. And then Damon's like, okay, well, Bonnie, are you sure that you could even pull off this magical feat? You're a novice to magic, and you're not the expert that Emily was. And Bonnie's like, I've been practicing. And Damon says, well, witchcraft is not the same as piano lessons.
Okay.
And then Bonnie does that thing where she's like, okay, what's your favorite book? Damon chooses Call of the Wild. And Bonnie turns to the bookshelf and magically causes the aforementioned book to fly off the shelf towards Damon.
Pretty sick.
I don't know whether she just assumed his favorite book would be in the house, or whether she's so powerful she was like, I'll teleport it into this house from whatever library
I
it's
like
in.
that better. I do like that.
Damon is like, cute parlor trick. And Lena's like, yeah, we're doing this, and we're doing it my way. Give me the device. And Damon's like, okay, I still don't trust you, because, I tried to kill you. And Bonnie's like, yes, you can't trust me. I love how she's just like, well, yes.
You are correct, and you shouldn't, because I'm a threat to you.
And then it's like, but Damon, you can trust me. And Damon hands over the pocket watch that has the portion of the device that Isabel and John need. So Bonnie does her spell. The candles flare. It looks interesting. And she's like, there, I'm done. And really, that was too quick. So I don't know why they weren't suspicious.
That's exactly, because for all they talk, none of them know how magic works. None of them know how this shit operates on a minute level. She fooled every single one of them. Not even one incantated word. And they went, yeah, I think she pulled it off. Fools.
Yeah. She's like, I have unspelled the device. And Damon's like, what do we do now? And Lena's like, now we give it to Isabel. As the scene ends, Bonnie looks a little off. Like, she's looking to the side. I can't see where she's, which direction she's facing, but I assume she's, not meeting someone's eyes.
The middle distance.
It's like, At the end of the episode, Bonnie talks to Caroline. And this conversation is hilarious because Caroline has no context for any of this. But she speaks to Caroline, and Caroline's like, Bonnie, what happened? And Caroline's like, Bonnie says to Caroline, I did something bad, and I lied about it. I pretended to do something that I didn't really do. And Caroline's like, girl, what are you talking about? And then Bonnie says, I couldn't do what she wanted me to do. It wasn't right. Grams would never have done it, so I couldn't do it either.
True.
But when Elena finds out, she's never going to forgive me. And I can only imagine what Caroline is thinking while she's sitting.
Kind of drawing the strings in the air, like, Grams, Elena, now how did they know each other? I know that we're friends with her, but Grams is like, that's her. Like, what were they up to together in their spare time?
Grams would never have done it? And they're like, is this a black thing?
Well, that's
a religious
maybe
thing?
I'm culturally on the outside of this, but how does that have Elena involved then? She's a white girl like me. Wild. And she doesn't ask any questions, which is the correct response,
She
Caroline.
doesn't ask any questions, I guess.
Ask no questions, make no assumptions. And here's the thing, Bonnie. You're correct that Grams would not have done it and that you should not have done it also. And you're incorrect to say it was a bad thing. I think you were absolutely right and real to do that. I'm sorry to Stefan and Damon Salvatore because they're protagonists. Well, asterisk. Well, no, I'll say it because the show wants you to feel that Damon is a protagonist now. And I'm sorry that they are tight with Elena now. At the end of the day, if they need to go for all the vampires to go, tough titties.
I understand where she is sitting morally. I understand what side she's on. I'm just like, unfortunately, lying to Elena about it.
It's not her fault Elena's besties with these vampires. It's not her fault that she trusts Damon Salvatore.
I'm like, previously you were honest about it. You were like, listen, I'm choosing a side. I'm like, yeah, so you should have been like, I'm not going to unspell this device.
And then what would have happened? You think Elena would have been on her side? What's the outcome?
I guess Jeremy's life was hanging in the balance. So
there's no outcome in which Elena goes along with this plan is the problem. Even if it would save Jeremy. Why? Because Damon's involved. Because even at this point in the story, somehow, Elena goes cuckoo bananas where Damon is concerned.
Oh, yes. No, I didn't mean that Bonnie should have tried to rope her in. There's no way Elena would have agreed. I was just saying maybe Bonnie should have just been like, no, Elena, why did you volunteer my services for something that I absolutely am not going to do?
Sure.
Who are you to go and tell the Salvatores that I will unspell this device for them? I'm not doing that.
That's very fair also. But then it becomes, okay, Jeremy's life is in balance. And then it's like, okay, then we just won't spell it and we won't tell them. And Elena's like, I can't lie to Damon. I've already lied to him once. And it's like, girl, who cares? Who gives a shit?
You know what she needed? She needed that spell that Freya uses in the originals where she has that clay puppet doll and glamours it to look like Baby Hope. She needed to glamour some object to look like the device and then hand it over to
They had him a freaking paperweight. And it's like, yes, this is absolutely the device.
In the finale, at the Founders Day parade, as the various floats go by later on, Bonnie is seen waving at Caroline, Matt, and Stefan, who are part of the Miss Mystic float. So she isn't waving at Tyler and the guys who are reenacting the Battle of Willow Creek in full Confederate garb.
Okay.
But they're still part of the parade.
Still?
But she's not looking directly at them.
Still the parade. I mean, we know I guess, thank God she's not in the parade, right? That would have been a step too far. But the fact that she has to be in the audience while this Confederate parade happens is kind of insane.
Her and Tiki should be standing next to each other and be like, ugh, these white people, right?
Her and Tiki should be at the grill being like, the freaking Confederates are on their bullshit again today, so we're steering clear.
Anyway, then Damon comes up to her.
Every time. Leave that girl alone.
And Bonnie's like, what do you want? And Damon's like, I'm just watching the parade. And Bonnie turns to leave. And Damon's like, hey, where are you going? And she's like, I'm going away from you, Damon.
Right.
And Damon says, I just want to say something to you. And Bonnie's like, leave me alone. And Damon says, listen, I want to say thank you. The device that Emily spelled could have killed me. I don't take what you did lightly, so thank you. And Bonnie's like, well, I did it for Elena.
You, right?
And Damon's like, yeah, I know that, but I'm still very grateful, and I owe you one. Enjoy the parade. And then he leaves.
Okay. And I'm supposed to feel bad? Like, I lie to his face.
His first sincere moment with her, I guess.
I don't care.
But I find it funny that she's like, I did it for Elena. And I'm like, I guess you mean you did it to get Jeremy back because you didn't actually unspell the device.
And I guess this is the moment that turns her and it's like, oh, now I feel bad for what I did. And it's like, for Damon? I don't give a shit.
That night, the Founders Day parade fireworks go off, and Bonnie watches the display as the remaining tomb vampires get ready to attack and take their revenge on the founding families. One of the vampires bumps into Bonnie as he moves past her in the crowd, and he's like, oh, sorry. She's able to sense what he is. Elsewhere, John Gilbert the Younger activates his ancestor's device just as Damon comes in to tell him about the tomb vamps. So Damon goes down, and all the vampires go down, and Liz Forbes' deputies inject them with vervain and drag them off to be burned in the Gilbert building basement.
And now imagine if she had unspelled the device, right?
The tomb vampires were going to kill the founding families,
We're
I
gonna
guess.
slaughter everyone. She still saved their damn lives.
I mean, Anna had shown up to warn Damon at least. She was like, hey, the tomb vampires are at it again. I'm not in league with them. I just want to leave the stupid town. I'm truly just here to get Jeremy, and then I'm going to go.
And she should have left sooner, let me tell you.
Tyler's werewolf ears are affected by the device, and he crashes the car that he's driving with Matt and Caroline inside. Yeah, so there it is.
What?
Inadvertently, tangentially, but Bonnie, your device
Surely.
got Caroline in that accident.
Surely.
I'm not gonna get into it now, but it's an interesting thing considering the trajectory that season 2 goes on regarding Caroline and all of this.
That's true. Bonnie definitely feels guilty for it at the beginning of season 2. I'm not gonna blame her for it.
I'm not blaming her. I'm just saying that it is linked.
Interesting.
You know. I'm not blaming her any more than I'm blaming Tyler for driving the car and having werewolf ears.
Okay. I'm just... okay.
Alaric, Stefan, and Elena talk about what just happened, and Stefan's like, yeah, the pain I was feeling, it was crazy, like, needles piercing my ears. Alaric's like, yeah, I saw at least 5 vampires go down and get taken to the Gilbert building, and Stefan's like, oh, it must have been the Gilbert device. And Elena's like, no, how did the Founders Council get that to work when Bonnie unspelled it?
Right.
Which I'm like,
Babe.
she's so cute.
Babe, put it together. You're the smart one of this group. What's happening? And Stefan's like, yeah, no, think about it. Bonnie's whole shit.
Alaric, who wasn't even there for that saga, is immediately like, yeah, maybe Bonnie didn't unspell it. And Lena's like, no, we saw her do it. And then Stefan's like, well,
we saw her do
we asked
something.
her to depower a device that's meant to protect humans.
Thank you.
From vampires. And she's kind of been in this space where she doesn't really like us all that much and appreciates the danger that we present to this town.
Correct.
So, I mean, why would she have done that? And Elena's like, so we could protect you. And Stefan's like, and
a
Damon.
vampire. And
Vampires.
Damon, a vampire. Elena, this is crazy.
Denial, a river in Egypt.
Denial.
But yeah, Alaric goes to take Jeremy home, and Elena and Stefan go to save Damon. As Stefan races to the building, he passes Bonnie, who's just standing nearby for some reason. She's in the back alley that leads to the
Like
side
a
entrance, and I'm like,
specter.
why are you standing here?
She's here to finish the job.
She's like, the fire actually didn't light properly. I ignited it with my mind. It's always a Bennett witch helping a John Gilbert who thinks he's doing
We've
something.
gotta keep it consistent. These fools are flops, and we are here to save the day.
But Bonnie's like, hey, Stefan, don't go in. The fire will take you out. And Stefan's like, he's my brother, Bonnie. And he goes inside. Elena tries to follow him, and then Bonnie stops her. And she's like, no, you can't go in. And then she starts to do her... Elena, for some reason, looks a little frustrated with Bonnie. I guess her fluctuating loyalties or whatever. She's like, what are you doing, Bonnie?
Okay. It's like, if a witch tells me to stand still, I'ma do it. That's all I'm saying.
Bonnie casts one of your favorite spells, where
Yes.
she seems to channel Elena as a connection to Stefan and give him, like, protection against the flames.
Cool.
Like, the fires all die down around him so he can get Damon out.
Yes.
And hooray! The Salvatores are saved. Elena's relieved. Bonnie just looks kind of somber. In her final scene of the season.
After this very conflicting moment.
In the aftermath of the night's events, and Stefan's like, oh, hey, Bonnie, you just missed Elena. And she's like, no, actually, I'm looking for you. Elena is my best friend. Because she loves you, I couldn't let you and Damon die in that fire. And Stefan's like, yes, I'm very grateful. I hope you know that. And Bonnie's like, I know. But I hope you know that things have to change. Damon has to change. And Stefan's like, yeah, we both want the same thing. And Bonnie says, we both want to protect the people we care about. The difference is for you, Damon is one of them. And I was like, what?
Juicy.
Then she tells Stefan, you saw what I was able to do today. I know who I am now. If Damon spills so much as one drop of innocent blood, I'll take him down. Even if I have to take you with him. And I was like, drop the mic, walk away, Bonnie.
Yes.
Stefan tries to get the last word, and he's like, let's hope it doesn't come to that. And she's like, let's hope it doesn't. And then she walks off into the night.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
And I'm like, look at her. She didn't run away this time. She's
walked.
striding away with the magic.
Confidence.
She's like, I know who I am. I'm not afraid. These powers are a gift, and I will use them to protect this town like my ancestor Emily did.
That's good.
And I wish the show had been more interested in exploring what Emily felt about anything, because then they could have tied it back to Bonnie and her arc. Bonnie is so ignored, even in this season. And arguably, this is one of the seasons where she's actually better treated.
This is her
It is all
strongest
downhill
season.
from here.
This is one of her strongest seasons. It's crazy. You say that and I was like, that's such a huge power moment in the finale for her. She does not get those often. And this moment, this thematic like scaffolding for her character in this finale is not something that carries forward, unfortunately.
Sadly.
Because that's not the position she ends up in. And that sucks so much. Like, if Damon so much as spills one drop of innocent blood, within like 5 episodes of season 2, she's now helping Damon spill innocent blood. And it's like, where the hell are we? This sucks.
And instead of being some sort of town protector, she's like, no, I'm just the team witch.
Right.
I'm helping Elena and co.
With their
am
goals.
putting myself at odds with other witches who show up in this show.
Which is insane.
I am alone in this magical journey, but the show is largely uninterested in really exploring what that feels like for me.
Right. Because we mentioned it before that Bonnie is essentially self-taught. Her Grams dies so early on her journey into magic that we must assume everything Bonnie is learning beyond a few tricks that the Martins teach her is just from her studying those grimoires. It's so, where are the lessons? Where are the trial and error? Where's her doing the studying? Where's her levitating in her bedroom as she practices? You hope and you wish.
In the island that season 1 exists on as a show by itself, because I guess there was a time when it was the only season.
Yeah.
I did like that this is where she ended up. I wish she could have had more scenes and more time dedicated to herself, to Grams, to Emily. a father, a house.
A mother who appears in some capacity before the narrative requires her to be present.
Maybe even a feeling about how, I was seduced by a vampire who seemed to be a Prince Charming. So maybe that's why I also feel some type of way about Stefan. I'm like, Elena, do you really know how dangerous this man may or may not be?
And as has been proven by the episode I come back in, you don't always know. Because here is our good vampire off the rails.
And I told you so moment if ever there was one. She's like, that boyfriend of yours that you said.
But she can't do that. She can't do that. She's wise beyond her years. She's too mature for an I told you so.
Season 2 of the Vampire Diaries. I say it in that voice because that's the voice that the person in the ad used when I was in Australia.
The CW guy?
No, well, it might have been. I don't know. It was on a network called Fox in Australia, which I assume is the Fox, but specifically in Australia, it was where you could watch this show at the time.
Okay.
I was very uninterested in it, as I've said. I was like, ugh, what is this cheap Twilight ripoff? I'm not going to watch it. And then when I got back to South Africa, in the motherland, I caught it on TV and I was like, this is amazing. This is everything Twilight wishes it was.
Right.
I'm hooked.
I think the time needed to pass for your Twilight pilled era to end and to realize there are marginally better projects of a similar genre.
But Bonnie is not afraid anymore. She's really into her magic in season 2. And I mean, the trajectory that she seemed to be on by the end of season 1 is, it is and isn't maintained. Like, emotionally, she's still there. But in terms of what the story allows her to do, no, not really. She's kind of just angry at vampires for a while. And then the story forces her to move past that.
Right, that's the thing, right? Is that, like, she needs to be impotently angry at the vampires in all directions without actually hurting the status quo. And I will say... And, everybody knows how I feel about Damon Salvatore, so assume there's bias if you wish. I won't hold you. But because season 2, and honestly, by the end of season 1, the turn on Damon Salvatore as a character that skyrocketed in popularity and therefore now needs to be like center stage with your main protagonists and ends up in a way like driving the group, because a lot of the time, bafflingly so, you end up with Damon like leading the charge on like the way the MFG engages with the supernatural, often to their detriment, as I'm sure we'll get to in season 2. But because Damon is so beloved within the fandom, there's no changing that. And Bonnie and her like narrative and her thematic whatever going on with her needs to be shaped around that now, rather than in contradiction to that.
Once he had buried the hatchet with Stefan and Elena,
it was over.
He was definitely number 3 on the call sheet.
Right.
But yeah, in episode 1 of season 2, The Return, this is when Caroline is still in critical condition. I don't know whether she's in surgery, because she's off screen and Bonnie shows up at the hospital and Matt's like, yeah, they think she might not make it. I don't know what happened. Tyler was driving and he felt this like intense pain, like a migraine, and then we lost control of the car. And Bonnie looks stunned, but not necessarily guilty. So I wasn't sure if at that point she was aware that the Gilbert device had somehow affected Tyler. But later on in the episode, it is clear that she is aware of it now. But before that happens, Damon shows up. First Elena shows up, the real Elena. And she's like, can you do something to help Caroline magically? And she's like, no, I don't know that spell. And Damon's like, yeah, of course you don't know that spell. Because, it took Emily years to learn a spell like that. And Bonnie's like, well, I know the spell to take down a vampire.
So let's real quick sort that out. God.
Damon's like, listen, I'll heal her with my blood. And Elena's like, no. Let me point you to a girl named Vicky. Wait, I can't, because you gave her your blood.
Right.
And then you
she's
killed
dead.
her. And then Stefan had to kill her again.
Right. Like, I'm sorry, I've seen this film before. So.
But then it's Bonnie who says, do it. And Elena's like, what? And she's like, this is Caroline, okay? We can't let her die.
Yeah.
And then Damon's like, so.
I guess
if I heal
vampires
Caroline,
aren't so bad after all. It's like, oh God, already we're in a compromised position.
And Damon's like, he has the audacity to say, he had suggested healing Caroline. And he was talking to Elena. He wasn't even talking to Bonnie. But the minute that Bonnie is now the one supporting it when Elena doesn't want it, he's like, I can use this. And he says to Bonnie, if I do this, you and me call a truce. And Bonnie's like,
why?
No.
It's the very least you can do.
She literally says, no, but you'll heal her anyway because you're doing it for Elena.
Exactly.
And I was like, this is where we are.
Right. This is the reality now.
I think it is interesting that Bonnie is in a place where she firmly hates vampirism right now, but she's immediately willing to exploit vampiric powers to save the friend that she loves, which ironically puts that friend in a position where she finds it difficult to love her later. The next day when she goes to the hospital, Caroline is all healed up and Bonnie's like, yay, she's okay. Then they have to go to the Lockwood Manor because Richard Lockwood is dead. Damon shows up. Bonnie asks him, actually. She's like, did you know that Richard Lockwood was affected by the Gilbert device? And Damon's like, yeah, I know that. And then she's like, oh, don't you want to know why? And Damon says, yes, Bonnie, I would love to know why the weapon against vampires that you allowed the Founders Council to use on us also affected a person who isn't a vampire.
No. This is the thing. It's just like, who do you think you are in this story, buddy? Where do you get the cachet?
And then Damon says, speaking of your guilt, how's Caroline?
I just...
It's so funny. So I'm like, okay, so at this point, we're acknowledging that Bonnie is aware that the Gilbert device affected Tyler as well. Okay.
Cool. God, I was like, honestly, today that we have the benefit of cooler weather, so I'm not going to get as heated as I seemed to at the last recording, and I'm already mad. But here we are.
Bonnie's like, yeah, Caroline's fine. And Damon's like, you're welcome. And she's like, no, you're welcome, actually, because remember how I saved you from that fire last season?
Thank you. Thank you, because at the end of the day, I made that happen, you son of a bitch. Telling me truth.
And then Damon is annoyed that this healing of Caroline hasn't gotten him out of a doghouse, and Bonnie's like, no, it doesn't undo all the evil that you did last season. I saw season 1. You're not out of the woods yet. She's like, listen, you've got Liz and Carol and the Founders Council fooled. Even Elena is now in your corner, but I see you, Damon. And I meant what I said. If you make one wrong move, I'll take you out. And then suddenly Damon is like, well, actually, Bonnie, dial back the overconfidence a little bit because you're starting to believe your own self-hype. You're not that strong. And then she hits him with the aneurysm X.
Thank you.
She just looks at him and he's like, ah! And she's like, oh, I'm sorry, you were saying?
You were saying? Always trying to find out, and then when you do, I'll look at you crawling on the ground.
And then she walks away. She just leaves him with that. And goes outside to speak to who she thinks is Elena, but it's actually Catherine.
Yeah.
Catherine, queen of saying as little as possible to let people just spill all the secrets that you need to use against them. She's like, ugh. Hi, Elena. Damon's being so annoying. He's acting like a hero for saving Caroline when, technically if you pull the thread back far enough, he's kind of responsible for her accident anyway. Catherine's like, yeah, that must be so annoying for you. I'm so sorry. And then Bonnie's like, kind of pleasantly surprised that Elena's not defending him. And she's like, okay, well, I vented now. Anyway, how are you, bestie? And then touches her arm and instantly senses that, wait, this is a vampire.
Yeah.
And since she knows Catherine's in town, she's like, She tries to play it cool again, like with the Ben McKittrick thing. She's like, I'm gonna go inside and, just pay my respects to Tyler. Yeah, because, our friend, he lost his dad. And Catherine's like, okay, bye. And then she's inside and she immediately whips out her phone and calls Elena. And Elena's like, yeah, Bonnie, I know I'm running late. I'm not there yet. And Bonnie's like, oh, shit.
Heavy panic.
By the time she turns around, Catherine's already there. And she's like, tee-hee, hi, we haven't been introduced. I'm Catherine. She tells Bonnie, listen, my bestie Isabel has been telling me about all the stuff that I missed in season 1. So I know all the characters, Jeremy, Jenna, Matt, Caroline, and then you, the vampire-hating Bennett witch.
Okay.
Which is such a funny way to phrase that.
Why do you say it like a slur? That's so... weird. I'm
like, Miss Catherine, where would you be without Bennett witches? Let's start there, actually.
If we're gonna keep it a buck.
Even in this season, as we'll see. Bonnie tries to run away. Catherine catches her and attacks her. Bonnie tries to hit her with the aneurysm spell. Catherine, for 2 seconds, is like, ow, 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 my head. Then she's like, lol, I'm kidding. That doesn't affect me at all. I am 500 years old and way more resilient than Damon. You're gonna have to do better than that.
Right.
She starts to choke Bonnie out, and Bonnie telekinetically opens all the doors so that everyone can see them. And Catherine's like, okay.
Thinking on her feet.
Impressive. Then Stefan comes and leads Catherine away. I assume that Bonnie speaks to Elena and tells her Catherine is there because she pulls her aside for a conversation we don't see. But at the end of the episode, what is important is that Catherine shows up at the hospital and kills Caroline because of Bonnie's conversation with her earlier where she thought she was Elena and said, Damon healed Caroline. And she's like, something I can use. So unfortunately, again, something Bonnie contributes to this trajectory Caroline is on.
That's a bit of a stretch. I feel like we're always attributing things that do not need to be attributed.
But in episode 2, Elena and Bonnie are setting up for the carnival because Caroline is unavailable. She's still in the hospital. They're trying their best to like pick up her slack. Bonnie's like, oh my gosh, because at this point, Catherine has not come face to face with Elena yet. And Bonnie's like, yeah, Catherine looked exactly like you. It was so uncanny. And Elena's like, yeah, I don't really want to speak about that. I'm just trying to focus on the work. And then Bonnie's like, oh, okay. Have you spoken to Damon since he tried to kill Jeremy?
Remember that? Remember how he sexually assaulted you and then snapped Jeremy's neck? Because I do.
And Elena's like, actually, I haven't spoken to Damon. And I don't want to speak to Damon. And I don't want to speak about Damon. Let's just leave the vampire stuff alone for today. And Bonnie's like, all right, let's make Caroline proud or she'll kill us. And I'm like, oh, Bonnie. No, she won't be killing you.
She'll be killing somebody.
That night at the carnival, when everything is in full swing, Elena's running around trying to be Caroline. It's stressing her out. Bonnie's like, calm down. This was a huge success. Except there's like 1 or 2 things that need to be fixed, like a karaoke speaker needs to be replaced. So they go to a carnival hand named Carter. And Bonnie's like, yeah, can you assist? I need to replace this karaoke speaker. And he's like, okay. And they instantly flirt and he's like, cool, let's go. And I'm like, Bonnie, you should have known better because the last time you spoke to an attractive boy about karaoke, he turned out to be an evil vampire.
He did really flip on you in the same week. Yeah.
Let's leave karaoke alone.
I mean, in this case, nothing wrong with this lovely boy, but the karaoke is the common denominator. It's true.
It's a bad omen for her. Put that in your grimoires. As we know, later that night, Damon compels Carter to pick a fight with Tyler Lockwood. Mason Lockwood stops the fight, but Carter gets injured and is left with a bloody nose. So when the newly turned Caroline shows up at the carnival and is like, I want to spend time with my boyfriend Matt, but he's making me hungry. Let me walk away. Who does she run into but Carter, whose nose is still bleeding, and she gives into her vampiric urges, and she eats him and kills him.
Another of Caroline's crimes against black people. As a community, we are
and
split.
It won't be the last.
It won't be the last. We are split on her forgiveness at the moment. Please come back in 2 business weeks.
Bonnie finds Matt later on, and Matt is the one who tells her that, yeah, I think Caroline's angry with me because she's been acting like erratic all day. And Bonnie's like, no, Caroline is just shaken up by her near-death experience. And Matt's like, no, I'm used to Caroline's personality traits by now. But like, today her behavior was like more, you know? And Bonnie's like, So Damon finds Caroline. He almost kills her. Stefan and Elena show up to stop him. He tries a second time. They stop him again.
Yeah.
He leaves. And then Bonnie arrives on the scene. And Caroline is tearful and frightened and covered in the blood of a boy Bonnie was flirting with earlier that night. And Bonnie's like, Caroline? No. You're not. You can't be. And I was like, oh, yeah.
And there's so much folded into this because it's like, A, I hate vampires, and now my friend seemingly is a vampire, has killed someone who I was somewhat in care of, and also, I'm the one who had her fed this blood. It's just such a, like, Gordian knot of emotion that I can't even fathom.
She's so stunned and in denial for a few seconds that even though it's very obvious Caroline is a vampire, she's covered in blood, her mouth is still wet with Carter's blood, Bonnie walks up to Caroline and grabs her arm so that she can sense for sure that this is a vampire. And I'm like, oh, girl.
Tough.
And Caroline tries to talk to her, but Bonnie's like, no, I'm walking out of this scene, bye. But she doesn't even get far because then she stops when she sees Carter's dead body lying on the truck where Caroline left it. And it's like, ooh, damn. This is the girl who at the end of season 1 was like, I'm going to protect this town. No more dead bodies. I am Mystic Falls' resident witch.
Immediately.
It's like, yeah. Caroline runs off, Stefan follows her, and they have their little moment. But back outside, Bonnie is still with Elena, and she's crying, and she's like, I can't believe this is happening. Then Damon shows up. Damon, who had left, mind you, shows up with a shovel and glibly talks about how they have to bury Carter. And he mockingly tells Elena that, yeah, this is her duty now since she's calling the shots. And I'm like, really, Damon? You're so childish.
Yes.
Bonnie angrily attacks Damon with the aneurysm hex. There's like this tranquil fury to her as she telekinetically makes this hose drench Damon in water. And she's like, I warned you what would happen if anyone else got hurt. And Damon's like, wait, I didn't do this.
It's all you, buddy. It all comes back to you.
Which, I mean, to be fair, he didn't do this.
He didn't do this exact thing.
He didn't
all of this is because he came to this goddamn town.
But I'm like, Damon, even though you aren't aware of it and Bonnie's not aware of it, you kind of did do this because you got Carter in the situation where he had this nosebleed that triggered Caroline.
Grabbed him off the street, didn't care who he was, compelled him to go pick a fight with a werewolf. He didn't know it was a werewolf, but he knew it was somebody who was supernaturally enhanced in some way and said,
he knew it was
pick
something.
a fight until he hurts you.
So then Elena, being Elena, is like, wait, Bonnie, this isn't Damon's fault. And I'm like, Elena, you haven't seen all the scenes of this show. Be quiet. It is Damon's fault.
And honestly, on a good day, Damon will always deserve it. So I actually don't care about the exactitudes.
Bonnie herself says everything that happens is Damon's fault.
Thank you. Thank you.
And she transmutes the water into flame and sets him on fire. But then Elena, being Elena, is like, no, Bonnie, what are you doing? You're gonna kill him. And then she like shakes Bonnie and stops her. And Bonnie's like, why did you stop me? And Elena's like, this isn't who we are. This can't be who we are. And then she takes Bonnie and leaves. And I'm
it's
like,
maybe it should be, actually. I disagree. And actually, since we're again in the space of Castlevania right now, because I'm fresh out of it, spoilers for Castlevania Nocturne if you haven't seen it, but when Maria goes to kill the abbot, her father, a man who should have been killed 8 episodes prior, and everyone is trying to stop her for some reason, and they're like, yeah, I guess it's like, no, this can't be who you become, this isn't who you are, and it's like, I think it's okay, guys. I think it's okay if she kills that morally bankrupt, hollow, hypocritical man who has signed everyone in France over to this ancient demon vampire. I think it's okay if that man gets burnt up to flame, right? Like, I think that's morally good, actually. I never understand, like, this isn't who we are. It's like, maybe it should be. Maybe for people like Damon Salvatore, it's okay if you burn him alive.
I have much to say about Maria that is separate from Annette, but I will save the Maria stuff because you need to finish season 6 of Buffy.
Right,
That's all I'm going to say.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Episode 3, Bad Moon Rising. It always feels like there's so many werewolf puns this season, but actually there aren't. It's only Bad Moon Rising, By the Light of the Moon, and Crying Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, listen, 3 is a pattern, as they say.
But this is the episode in which Stefan is like, hey, Bonnie, could you make a daylight ring for Caroline? And Bonnie's like, oh, I don't know how to do that. And Stefan's like, no, well, you know, Emily made mine and Damon's, so the instructions are probably in her grimoire. And then Bonnie's like, okay, that doesn't mean I can do the spell. And Stefan's like, hey, you have the power to drop vampires with a look. I'm sure you can do this. So then Bonnie's like, okay, fine. I don't think I should do the spell because Caroline killed someone and I don't want to make her a daywalker who has an easier time of doing that. Which is fair.
I like this conflict. I like this episode because it makes sense.
Yeah, she's like, I already made a vow to protect this town and you want me to help vampires be more powerful? What?
Absolutely not.
After this vampire literally just killed someone, so I can't even be like, oh, prejudice, she's never hurt anyone. Stefan, what show are you watching?
But Stefan's like, listen, there's always a path to redemption. Let me handle this.
And also, he does tell her that, listen, Caroline is cooped up indoors. She can't get back to her normal life. And the longer that goes on, the more her humanity is going to slip away. And if we let that happen, we might as well just stake her right now.
Yeah.
So then Bonnie's like, listen, I don't know if I can trust Caroline. And Stefan, surprisingly to me, is able to persuade her by saying, then trust me.
Right.
Which I guess works. And I was like, Bonnie trusts you? I honestly thought that you had, like, at this point, there was still a bit of distance between you guys. But okay, I'm glad she trusts you.
As you say, by the end of that season, that distance was so specifically tied to Damon. She said, I get we're cool. Damon is still your brother. When Stefan is like, we both want to protect this town, she says, yes, we do. But the difference is, for me, that excludes your big brother over there. So that's our one issue. Outside of that, given everything that happened in season 1, she and Stefan are in a good place.
Bonnie and Stefan go to meet Caroline in her room. There's that scene where Caroline has the audacity to be picky about the jewelry that she has to wear forever. And Bonnie's like, listen, if you don't want it. And Stefan's like, no, she wants it. Caroline's like, okay, so what now? And Bonnie's like, well, now is where I lay down the ground rules. I'm just going to tell you that the witch who spells a daylight jewel also has the power to unspell it. So if you ever do anything to hurt anyone again, I can make you vulnerable to sunlight again. And Caroline's like, I'm not gonna harm anyone. What? And Bonnie tells her, girl, you're a vampire now. The urge to kill is always going to be a part of you. And the minute you let it take over, I will stop you.
Fair.
And then Caroline's like, wow, you're supposed to be my friend, Bonnie.
Babe, you just killed someone. You gotta dial that vibe back real quick.
You know, Bonnie tells her that if you want to be friends with me, you need to prove to me that the Caroline that I knew is not gone. And Caroline's like, wow, do you really think I meant to kill Carter? And Bonnie says, he's still dead.
Oh.
Which I'm like, damn, gagged.
Intent and impact are different things, Carolina, I'm sorry to say.
That's all she says. She's just like, he's still dead. Do you want me to cast a spell or not?
Hell yeah, Bonnie.
So she does the spell. It's nonverbal and very quick. She tells Caroline to put on the ring, and Caroline's like, that's it. There was no like flickering lights or gust of wind. Are you sure it worked? Bonnie yanks the curtains open, and Caroline's like, what? And she's like, there, it worked. And Caroline's like, but what if it didn't? And Bonnie's like, bye, Stefan. She's yours to deal with now. And she leaves.
For a hot second, I was like, I remember what it looked like when she quote-unquote unspelled the Gilbert device. What is happening here? Unlike these people, I've been paying attention to your magic, girl. Are you faking it?
Because if I was Stefan, I'd be like, yeah, I know Emily made my ring, but I didn't watch her do it. So I don't know what that looks like. As we know, Stefan has no idea what it looks like. That's why Ketsia is able to lie to him in season 5, that she's spending a whole afternoon making him a daylight ring. Actually, wait, that makes no sense because he watched Caroline do it. What was Stefan?
Bonnie,
Stefan?
you mean?
You dumb as hell. Sorry, yeah, he watched Bonnie do it.
To be fair,
So
he
strange
just
that-
come from drowning for 3 months in a safe. I think he's allowed a small foolish moment. You know, he's being told he has a doppelganger that's 2,000 years old.
He's like, what are you
let's
doing
give him
at
a
that
break.
fireplace all day? I'm making you a ring, okay? Metal work takes time,
You know,
Stefan.
have you
Some
ever
of us weren't born into
smelted?
the lodging business.
Thank you.
But yeah, Bonnie is so done with this vampire stuff that she walks out of the show for a whole 2 episodes and we don't see her again.
I was like, how soon are we going to do it in this one?
We don't see her again until episode 6.
And guess why she comes back in episode 6, hey?
She comes back because Elena's like, hey, let's set up for this masquerade ball that's going to be happening in the next episode. And when she does show up, she's like, looking around nervously. And Elena's like, hey, Caroline's not here. I told you she wasn't coming. Don't worry. And Bonnie's like, I'm just making sure. And then Elena tells her that, you know, like, eventually you're going to have to speak to her. And Bonnie's like, oh, wow. Could you make it a little less obvious that you're on her side, Elena? Which I'm like, ooh. I'm like, the thing is, you guys, it was always the 2 of you plus Caroline. But like I said, now Caroline is a vampire. And you know Elena has a soft spot for vampires.
Elena's ride or die for these vamps. And Bonnie's like, oh, okay. Fair enough. The girlies are fighting. And I will be fighting you, I guess.
It's like sometimes when you find out that someone is like a fellow queer person. And you're like, oh, okay. And your heart automatically opens up more to them. Except I guess Elena is not a vampire herself, so she'd be like a hag who's like, ooh, a gay.
In truth. Oh, it's a shame her and Luke don't actually become friends in season 5. That would be so funny.
Oh, they should have. He just becomes her drug dealer in season 6.
And it's like, this is the worst of all possible worlds.
But Elena's like, hey, there's no sides, Bonnie. And Bonnie's like, well, since Caroline became a vampire, you and I barely see each other. Remember how I wasn't in episodes 4 and 5? And then she says, losing Caroline was bad enough. I didn't think I'd lose you too. Oh. So Elena's like, okay, heart-to-heart time. They walk into the woods to speak in private. And Elena's like, hey, Stefan and I are in a fake fight that we had to, you know, perform because Caroline is being threatened by Catherine into being her pawn. So she's going through a lot. And Bonnie's like, wow, I wasn't aware that you and Stefan were in any
even
kind of fight,
fighting,
fake
right?
or otherwise.
It's like, damn. I guess I'm out of the loop here. Were you gonna shoot me a quick text just to keep me abreast? Guess not.
And Elena's like, well, I don't want to keep secrets, but you've made it clear where you stand on the whole vampire thing. So I just thought, you know, don't ask, don't tell policy, I guess. And Bonnie's like, oh, so now I'm the odd man out in the group.
Uh-huh.
Okay. What am I, Tyler?
Relegated to Tyler status? Insane. Perish
In fact, in this era, because of all the wolf stuff, Tyler is closer to the center of the plot than Bonnie.
Elevating a wolf in the time of wolves.
And Elena's like, no, you're not the odd man out. And then Bonnie says, listen, Elena, I know where I stand, and I know where you stand. But where do we
stand?
So Elena's like, hey, you're my best friend, and I didn't intend for Caroline's drama to get in the way of our friendship, but Caroline also needs our friendship right now. And Bonnie's like, yeah, I can't bring myself to mend fences with Caroline just yet. I'm still processing my discomfort over the whole vampire thing. Later on, she is roped into the Mason Lockwood plot because she bumps into him, and then she gets the vision of Catherine, who she thinks is Elena.
That's why Bonnie's back this episode.
Yeah. So her powers can be of use so that we can learn that Mason is in cahoots with Catherine. Because she's like, hey, Stefan, when I touched Mason, I saw a vision of him kissing Elena. And Stefan's like, well, that doesn't seem likely. So it's probably Catherine.
Secure boyfriend.
So then the Salvadors are like, okay, Bonnie, could you do a favor? Could you just Emma Frost telepathically sift through Mason's thoughts and find out what he and Catherine are up to? And she's like, it doesn't work like that. I don't get to ask questions when I'm getting these visions. Damon's like, oh, okay. Well, that's not all that useful. Speaking of your magic, what exactly are you doing when you make our heads explode? And Bonnie's like, oh, I'm giving you aneurysms again and again and again since your brain will keep healing its tissues. And then he's like, cool. Do you think that would work on a werewolf? And Bonnie's like, hey, I'm not going to help you kill Tyler's uncle. No. And they're like, we're not going to kill him. Wink. We just need you to help us incapacitate him. So that's what Bonnie does. She pretends to be a helpless woman who needs assistance moving some furniture. And then when Mason approaches her, she hexes him. Damon knocks him out. She's like, sorry.
It's like...
And they drive to Chez Salvatore with him.
Why would she trust this is my question. I guess because Stefan's
Stefan is
standing there.
in on the plan as well.
Right.
Yeah,
so
she trusts
really it's
Stefan, as we've
Stefan's fault
established.
to leave this man alone with Damon. But to be fair, he was going to go get the Moonstone. So it is Damon's fault at the end of the day that this man dies. Because I was trying to be like, and who left him alone with Damon? I guess circumstantially speaking.
Bonnie shows that she actually can pry through thoughts. I guess she just has to cast an actual spell to do it because she does that thing on his temples and she's like, oh, I can see where the Moonstone is. It's in a dark, damp place underground, like a well, I guess. And Damon's like, cool, can you give me a GPS of where the well is? It's like, nope, that's all I've got. And Mason starts to wake up, so she's like, bye. I'm not here for this.
God. That's a bit like, damn, Bonnie, you're just gonna go the plausible deniability route? You're not gonna be like, and now we let this guy go because you said we're not killing him?
I mean, I would say she didn't know what Damon was gonna do, but I mean, what else does Damon do?
What else is Damon gonna do? And it's like, I'm not blaming Bonnie the character. I'm asking why in the narrative would Bonnie leave in this moment? You know? That's all I'm saying.
I guess she's like, I don't need to be making enemies on your guys' behalf. When this man wakes up and sees me here with my hands all over him, On her way out, she bumps into Caroline, who, I don't know what Caroline is doing there. Maybe she was pilfering Damon's stash of blood bag. Oh no, her mom's in the cellar. That's why she's there. It's clearly the first time they've spoken in a while. They're all awkward. Bonnie's like, yeah, how's your mom? Caroline's like, yeah, the vervain's almost out so we can send her home. How's the Moonstone? Bonnie's like, I think it's in a well. I think I know which one it was. The one we used to play near as children. And I'm like, who was letting these unsupervised little kids play by a well? But okay.
Town problems. I'm very familiar.
But she asks Caroline if she remembers where it is. And Caroline's like, yeah, it's on the edge of the old Lockwood property. And I'm like, of course it is, because those damn Lockwoods own half this town. So Bonnie texts Stefan the deets and then heads off to find it. And Caroline's like, oh, I could go. And Bonnie's like, nah, okay, yeah, fine, sure. Yeah, let's go.
Well, that exact moment is like, she instinctually is like, no, it's fine. But then goes, okay, let me give her a chance. Hey, let's go together.
Let me give her an inch.
It is a very pronounced turn, exactly, to be like, olive branch, let's do this.
As we know, Stefan, once he gets to the well, falls in, is burning in vervain water. Elena calls out to him, which draws Caroline to her at super speed. The only time we ever see vamps running
on the
Z-axis.
Straight onto camera.
I love it. I need it more, actually.
I'm just going to be referencing Castlevania the whole time today.
I love it.
But there's a scene like that when the group is running directly to camera and it looks so awkward. I love the animation on that show. Specifically that it must just be difficult to look at movement coming at you and think it looks cool.
Yeah.
That just might be a perspective thing. I don't know.
Eventually Bonnie catches up and she's like, hey, you ran. And Caroline's like, yeah, I heard Elena screaming, so I came. And I think that might also have helped soften Bonnie's heart to be like, oh no, Caroline, this is you. You still care. You heard Elena was in trouble and immediately you left.
This is a great episode for hero Caroline.
Yes, she gets to use her powers again. Previously, she was beating up Mason. Not Mason. She beat up Mason.
And
then
the
deputies.
woods. And then like 2 different deputies. Yeah. She does a lot of cool shit. And her whole demeanor is so like self-assured and like assertive. And as she's chaining Elena up to like lower down in the well, she's like, don't worry, I've got you. It's such watching it back, I was like, oh, this is really, I like how this is like set up. It's beautiful. And Bonnie gets to see that as well.
And once they get Elena out, because she got out lost with the Moonstone, and Elena feeds Stefan some blood to help him revive, you see Caroline like turning away and being like, oh, I'm not gonna look. I'm gonna control myself. And I'm like, maybe Bonnie saw that too. And I was like, okay, I see you've been putting in the work.
Yeah,
I can see that. I can respect that.
There you go.
In the next episode, Masquerade, one of my faves.
Faces on parade.
This is where we get to meet Lucy, because it's the night of the ball. Catherine sends Caroline to tell the group that I want the Moonstone vanavond, tonight, not tomorrow, not next week, today when the sun goes down.
Well, technically vanavond is this evening, but, you know, I don't know.
Well, yeah.
I guess I'm just studied, you know, trilingual queen, that's all. I don't know.
I don't know what time that ball started.
That's fair. That's very fair.
A witch named Lucy arrives in town, and she shows up at, I guess, Mrs. Flower's house where Catherine is staying. And Catherine is fairly polite, but makes it clear that she's in charge. While Lucy treats Catherine like a friend, and she's like, don't get all boss lady on me. You know I love you. And I was like,
yeah, it's a very...
Is it though?
It's an alarming dynamic. And as you mentioned before, like similar to the dynamic with Catherine and Emily Bennett. Where it's like Emily being very like shared knowing glances with Catherine, but Catherine every so often will assert within the scene that she is the one with the power. She is the one in charge.
Even as Catherine is getting ready for the ball, Lucy's like in the background handing her items of clothing, and I'm like, Emily Bennett, 1864?
How
Lucy,
are we
no!
a
Stand up!
quote-unquote handmaiden in 2010? Please get out of my face.
You know? But on the Bonnie side of things, she arrives as Shea Salvatore because the Mystic Falls gang, minus obviously Matt, who doesn't know, and Tyler, who's a werewolf, and Elena, who's deliberately being kept out, have decided we're gonna kill Catherine tonight. So she tells Stefan, no, I have some misgivings because, you know, people could get caught in the crossfire and get hurt. And remember my vow at the end of last season? I'm trying to prevent death. And Stefan's like, we're gonna ambush Catherine, and she would never expect that kind of reckless behavior from me. And Bonnie's like, okay, I could do a spell to trap Catherine in a space, like the tomb spell trap the vampires, but you have to promise that no one's gonna get hurt. Everyone else is like, yay, we're gonna kill Catherine. Bonnie looks like super uneasy, and she's like, okay, but no one gets hurt. Like, just please guys, no more bodies. And I like that for her, because at a certain point, the Mystic Falls gang just doesn't care who they have to mow through in order to protect their own.
You know, we gotta do what we gotta do. It's like, damn.
So I'm like, was Bonnie the last person in this group who actually felt compassionate about human life?
I mean, Matt Donovan, as we've recently spoken about, but he's not in the group yet. So.
Yeah, I guess Matt, by virtue of joining later, had not been MFG pilled as quickly.
Precisely.
Yeah, that night she's with Jeremy and he's planting some of Alaric's vampire hunting weapons in the room that they're going to trap Catherine. Bonnie's reading through Emily's grimoire for the spell to seal off the area, and Jeremy's like, hey, can you do all the stuff that's listed in that book? And Bonnie's like, well, I've been practicing small stuff, but spells that only like do good, you know, because I don't want to know too much of the darker stuff. And Jeremy's like, wow, it's so cool that you're a witch. And I was like, ooh, the seed is already growing. The shoot is sticking out of the soil.
The setup is so fascinating to me because it's like, it's an episode or two. No, it is the episode right after. As Bonnie returns in the prior episode, Jeremy, who, after Damon killing him and now finding out about werewolves, and like Jeremy's sort of like swimming in the supernatural, but also feeling a little bit aimless, is like looking for a way to join in, to help, to contribute, because all this shit is just like happening around him. I think we briefly spoke about it in his own episode about the lack of control he feels in this arc, and why I think at the carnival he has a stake and he's ready to kill Damon, but Damon's obviously so much more powerful that it doesn't work out. And after that he seeks out Damon and finds him with the Mason Lockwood of it all, and then he starts torturing Mason, and Jeremy almost like lets him free, and Damon like berates him for it. It's a whole thing. But notwithstanding, like that part, which which was never going to work out because Damon is not the person you look for to take you under your wing. The immediate episode afterwards, when he joins the fray through Alaric, who assures Bonnie, hey, because Bonnie expresses concern of like, Jeremy's involved in this, and he's like, hey, this is my sister, like, I want to keep her safe, this Catherine girl needs to go. And Rick assures her, hey, we've got this under control. And then the two of them being paired together for this plan, both of them who are like kind of fresh into the group of things, because as you've said, Bonnie just came back after an absence and Jeremy's now freshly joining them. It's like, okay, this is a cute pair up. And Jeremy's being really endearing in this scene, just like
so
saying truly the first thing that comes to his mind. I love it.
He's like, you know what? I was so focused on vampire girlfriends last season, but actually witches, though?
Witches is where it's at.
That's pretty cool.
And you know what?
And then Bonnie's like, no, being a witch is not that cool. Did you read in your ancestor's journal what happened to my ancestor, Emily?
Yeah.
Or did you forget that my grandmother died last season because of all this stuff? It never ends well for people like me, Jeremy. And then Jeremy's like, okay, so why are you helping at all if that's the case? And Bonnie's like, I don't want to see anyone else get hurt, and I honestly at this point don't know how to stay out of all this. That's the truth.
When you her awakening her white boyfriend to the struggles of black people.
Later on, they go to tell the Salvatores the room is ready, and that's when Bonnie gets the vibe, the psychic sense that someone else is here. And she's like, do you feel that? And Jeremy's like, what, are you cold? And I was like, oh, Jeremy, you're already ready to take off your jacket.
Chivalrous boy.
And she's like, no. And she walks straight up to the only other black person at the party. I'm kidding. No, but she walks straight.
What it was. She said it has to be you. There ain't no other sisters in here.
She walks straight up to Lucy, who she's never met, and she's like, do I know you? And I was like, it's the same energy of her going, what happened to you? To Stefan at the beginning of season one. She's just being led by her magic.
She's like, why the hell did I say that?
And Lucy's like, oh no, honey, I'm a +1. I don't know anybody here. Bye. And then when they're outside, Jeremy and Bonnie, who have a lot of tender moments this episode, Jeremy's like still asking about the witch stuff. And he's like, so could you do like magic to like make yourself like ace a test? And Bonnie's like, I don't know a spell like that, Jeremy. And Jeremy's like, that'd be the first one I'd learn. Or like a sex spell or something. I don't know. And I'm like, hi, Jeremy, calm down.
What? Is this how you flirt, my guy?
He's just speaking. He's not even looking at her when he says the sex thing. I'm like, I don't think he's really thinking about what he's saying.
Head empty yapping. I love it.
You know when you're around your crush and stuff just starts to fall out of your mouth and you're like, no, why the hell did I say that? Then he's like, do you want to dance while we wait? And Bonnie's like, no. Like, the idea is ridiculous and amusing. Like, oh. And Jeremy looks a little hurt.
Oh, no.
And then she's like, I mean, no, thank you. And then Jeremy goes to play his part in luring Catherine into her trap.
It's really cute because it seems like they're seeing each other again for the first time. Because as we said before, we must presume they've known each other prior if Bonnie's his sister's best friend.
As they themselves will say, as this relationship progresses. Lucy speaks to Catherine, who, again, reminds Lucy that we aren't friends, though, actually. You can pretend that you think we are, but we're not. Because Lucy's like, hey, Catherine, I just bumped into what was definitely another witch. You didn't tell me there were witches here. No one was supposed to know about my involvement with you. This is all meant to be DL. Like, I can't get back to the witch community that I'm helping vampires.
Toxic Yuri.
And then Catherine's like, just a reminder, you owe me a favor. And then she makes a veiled threat about how Lucy wouldn't want to lose her friendship. And I'm like, how?
What does that mean? What does she owe you? What could you have done for her that has her in this mess?
We'll get to it. Elena finally arrives because she's like, you guys are all planning stuff without me, and I don't like being left out. It's not fun when the shoe's on the other foot. And Bonnie's like, hey, we know what we're doing. But unfortunately, as we know, Catherine has linked her significantly more resilient vampire body to Elena's human body, and each injury Damon and Stefan inflict on Catherine causes wounds to mirror on Elena. Bonnie figures this out, and she's like, Jeremy, go tell the Salvatore bros to stop. And Catherine's like, tee-hee, I also have a witch on my side, and I'm betting my witch is better than your witch.
Resources, guns to be wielded like weapons, not people.
Yep, she's still living in the 19th century. Jeremy goes and tells Bonnie and Elena, oh yeah, it's a spell that Catherine's witch has done. And Bonnie's like, okay, I can't break the spell, but I can magically ease your pain. But if there is a witch here, I think I know who it is. So Jeremy, you stay here with your sis. I'm gonna go find this lady. She finds Lucy, and Lucy's like, oh, hey, another Bennett witch. I have no interest in fighting you, girl. And Bonnie's like, okay, then stop the spell you put in Elena. And she's like, I'll do it if you give Catherine the Moonstone. And Bonnie's like, why are you helping Catherine Pierce? Don't you know what she is?
Right.
And I don't know whether she means, don't you know she's a vampire, or just, don't you know she's evil?
She's a horrible person.
Could go either way. She's like, stop the spell. And Lucy's like, I'm not gonna stop the spell, girl. I don't want to hurt you. And Bonnie's like, girl, I don't want to hurt you. Which I was like, Bonnie, hey, getting a bit big for our boots. You don't know her. She could be strong. I mean, you literally couldn't stop her spell. She seems to be stronger than you.
It matters that she's willing. That's what's important.
So this is when Lucy finally tells her, listen, I don't like it, but the bitch saved my life. So now I'm indebted to her, okay? She's like, I owe her. And I was like, Catherine is just always saving these black witches' lives so that she can order them around.
Because tell me, is that the exact same line they use about Emily?
Not the exact same line, but it's also that I think Catherine saved Emily from some sort of witchy persecution up north. And that's why Emily is indebted to her. Catherine said, listen, I'm the only one being honest about this white savior trope. I'm saving you so that I can use it for myself.
You know, and that makes me better than the others who do the saving for what?
Then Bonnie grabs Lucy's arm, and this causes Lucy to sense that Bonnie has the Moonstone on her person. And then Lucy touches Bonnie, and she's like, get a read on me too? Now you know you can trust me. I don't know what in that moment suddenly made her do a heel turn, but
kinship.
I guess glad she did.
A face turn, you mean?
A face turn, sorry.
Yeah.
She delivers the Moonstone to Catherine, and she's like, hey, once I hand this over, you and I are done. And Catherine's like, yeah, give me. And then she takes it and is magically incapacitated. And I love the mechanics of this deal where it's like, even though I'm about to betray you, just the physical act of me handing this over is
ends
a binding contract that sets me free.
Yes, because this is instantaneous physics that the instant that our deal is complete, it ends, and in that instant, I am now able to cross you because I don't owe you anymore.
I love it. Catherine would do it, honestly.
Exactly so. She should respect it, in fact.
So yeah, as Catherine goes down, Lucy's like, there's another Bennett witch here, but I'm betting you already knew that. And then she tells the Salvatores, listen, sorry for my involvement. Elena's gonna be okay. I'm out. Goodbye. Bonnie goes to her as she's leaving the party, and Bonnie's like, wait, don't leave. And Lucy's like, hey, I'm sorry for what I did. These damn vampires always pulling us into their drama. And then Bonnie's like, how do I know you? And then Lucy's like, that feeling you got around me, you ever felt it before? And Bonnie says, yeah, around family. And Lucy's like, yeah, I am the daughter of Joanna, who was the first cousin twice removed of Pauline, who is the niece of Sheila Bennett. We're cousins. And it's like, distant family.
I cannot even visualize that level of connection. But you know what? That is a very black thing, and I respect it. To be like, there's a connection somewhere in here, and I'm aware of exactly who it is.
I respect that if they were going to introduce a cousin for this black character, they were like, it's got to be distant if it's someone she's never heard of. Because, we know who our family are.
Right. There's no estranged family members here.
But the scene is kind of sad because Lucy's like, cool, I'm walking out of the show now. And Bonnie's like, wait, please, don't leave. There's so much I want to ask you. Like, my grandmother is gone, and like, you're the first Bennett family member that I've ever met who's a witch. And Lucy's like, no, I'm glad we met, because tonight was a wake-up call for me that I should stop letting vampires push me around. And Bonnie's like, yeah, I also don't want to be in the middle of all of this. I hate it. How do I stay out of it? And Lucy's like, no, Bonnie, unlike me, you're one of the good ones. You need to be in the middle of it. But goodbye. I shall see you again. She won't, but...
She won't. Well, she will, but we'll get there.
Here we will.
But it's like, not even a phone number exchange, girl. Give her some little text tips, how to arrange her herbs, how to organize her crystals, something. I don't know, man.
It's so sad. And not to doubt Kat Graham's acting chops, but I'm sure in that scene she was channeling some real life frustrations of that show, being like, no, please don't leave.
Just one other
Only
black
other
person
African
on this
American.
cast.
I'm so alone.
Please.
Please don't leave me. But I do like that Lucy's like, because of your goodness, Bonnie, I think you should be involved, if only to do what you wanted to do, protect innocence from getting caught in the crossfire of all this vampire nonsense. It does feel like a cop-out when Bonnie's like, I know my grandmother wouldn't want me to get involved, and that will be a thing that she repeats constantly throughout the series, that, Grams would not approve of me being
As
involved in vampire business.
As she continues to get involved.
But, yeah.
Right.
She's always involved.
Always involved. And that's the frustrating thing, is that like she doesn't seem to have a choice in this, both within the story and on like a meta level. It's just she's always to be used.
Because as a person because it's like, oh, you should be in the middle of it because you're good. And I'm like, yeah, but she's never much of a buffer to the vampires, like,
She's
worst
always
tendencies.
aiding the vampires,
Yes.
right? She has no say in this matter.
But at the end of the episode, Jeremy comes up and offers her a ride home. And she's like, wait, you can drive now? And he's like, I'm not a little kid anymore, Bonnie. And she's like, so I
guess
see.
you are. And as you've always said, they are at most a year apart. Like the idea that, oh my God, you're driving? It's like, you are also driving. This is not alarming.
She's like, hey, I was driving in the pilot, okay? My first scene, I'm behind the wheel of a car. In episode 8, Rose, Elena is kidnapped, and Stefan's like, hey, I think Catherine has something to do with it. Bonnie, could you get me into the tomb to talk to her? And Bonnie's like, I can't undo the tomb spell. Remember how it took both me and my grams to lower it the last time?
And it killed
I
her?
still don't understand, Stefan. I still don't understand how the spell, like putting the seal back up, failed, and Harper and all the others got out, but now it's back up in time for Catherine to be shoved in there at the end of Masquerade. I'm like, huh?
Yeah.
Feels like a plot hole to me. But Bonnie's like, well, I don't think I can open the tomb, but I can do something else. I can do a locator spell on Elena using the blood of a relative, because at this point, they know that Jeremy is her biological cousin. She does the spell. They locate Elena vaguely where she is. And as Jeremy and Stefan turn away, Bonnie's nose starts to bleed. And Bonnie, I know you're not like technically a psychic anymore, but you know, Jean Grey, 11, everybody would say, welcome to the club, because are you even a psychic if you've never
If you
had a
haven't
psychic
had a nosebleed from overusing your powers, bitch, welcome.
Later on, Jeremy uses like Google Maps or whatever to figure out a more precise spot, and Bonnie casts a spell to send Elena a message that Stefan and Damon are coming to save her when she burns up that little paper.
Message. Very Shadowhunters.
It's very cool. As she casts the spell, her nose starts to bleed again. And Jeremy's like, wait, whoa, Bonnie, something's happening to you, stop. But she pushes through and finishes the spell. And then she passes out.
Yeah.
In her final scene, well, not her final scene, she's there when Elena comes home. But before that, she wakes up and Jeremy's getting her water and he's like, whoa, what happened? And Bonnie's like, it's nothing. I've just been doing a lot of magic lately and it tires me out. And Jeremy says, when I'm tired, I take a nap. You were unconscious.
Jeremy is so real, actually.
And then Bonnie's like, listen, it's witchcraft, you know? If I overexert myself, if I push too hard, it pushes back. It's all here in the grimoire. Just like a little warning that I'm not invincible. But don't tell anyone, please. It's a weakness that I don't want certain people to know about. And Jeremy's like, oh, by certain people, you mean Damon?
Right.
And then she's like, I mean anyone who would want to hurt me. And then she tells Jeremy, my Grams is gone, and I don't really have anyone else to teach me this stuff. I'm all alone in this, and it's just really hard sometimes. And then Jeremy's like, yeah, that's how I feel a lot of the time as well. Alone. And I'm like, oh, look at you seeing eye to eye. Jeremy, I would argue you have a lot more in your corner than she does,
Certainly.
but I get it. You're the original loner.
He's neurodivergently trying to empathize, and I get it. You go, I see where you are because that's where I am. It's like, babe, it's not the same level, but fair enough. And I like that he becomes her confidant in this era of her having to scrabble her way through witchcraft. And as this progresses, he becomes a protector for her. He becomes the one who says, Bonnie, you can't keep pushing yourself just because people are asking you to do stuff. Like, you need to worry about yourself as well.
Which is lovely, because gosh, someone needs to care about this
Somebody's
girl.
gotta
And unfortunately, Elena cares about everyone, so I guess it's diluted. By the time it gets to Bonnie, it's a very faint thing. And Caroline is unfortunately largely in the B plot this season, because she's dealing with the werewolf stuff.
Everybody's off elsewhere.
And then Bonnie doesn't have a parent.
God. You hate to see it.
In episode 9, Katarina, Jeremy kind of asks Bonnie out. They arrive at school, coincidentally at the same time. It's this very cute thing, the cliche thing. She drops her books. He bends down to help her pick them up. And then he's like, hey, do you want to go play pool at the grill later? And Bonnie's like, what? Why? He's like, I mean, why not? And then she's like, well, you've never invited me to go play pool before, so why now? And he's like, I just thought it would be fun. And then she's like, okay, look, Jeremy, you're Elena's little brother, okay? And he's like, yes. And she's like, nothing, it's fine. Pool is fine, but I'm really bad at pool. You should know. And he's like, yeah, I figured you would be. It's okay. Which I'm like, hey, at least it's not karaoke. That's okay.
It's not an omen. It's a change of pace.
Then Luca walks into the story. Luca. He's like, hey guys, I'm the new kid. I'm looking for the office, the front desk, because I'm trying to enroll. I don't know where to go. And Jeremy's like, oh no, it's cool. You just go that way, make a left. If you hit the bathroom, you've gone too far, whatever. Luca starts making googly eyes at Bonnie, who's sort of making googly eyes back. She's like, another black person in this show?
It's very important that Luca is a black person. Our short king Luca.
And then Jeremy sees that this energy exchange, this wordless flirtation. He's like, actually, on second thought, why don't I walk you away from this young lady and take you to the office myself? Come, I'll show you. And he's like, okay, bye, Bonnie. And she's like, oh, bye. Bye. And I'm like, oh, Jeremy, you took too long.
You gotta take the shot. You can't sit around. Be bold. Be brave. God, as far as love triangles go, of which most I hate, this one's fun.
It's a very interesting one because it never, as we'll discuss, it doesn't really solidify as much as some of the others in this show.
Yeah. You never feel like they're at loggerheads or they're opposed to each other. They don't necessarily interact all that much, but it just feels like, hey, there are two viable options here and we're in an interesting dynamic.
Later on at the grill, Luca introduces Bonnie to his father, Dr. Jonas Martin, who, I had forgotten this, tells Bonnie that they are from Louisiana. And I was like, New Orleans?
New Orleans, yes. It's very key. They're not from the same... They differentiate their origin from Bonnie's origin, but say that because they're so studied about witches in the area, they are aware of the Bennetts.
She mentions her name and he's like, oh, I knew some Bennetts, because he's a doctor. He's like, I knew some Bennetts when I was doing my residency in Massachusetts. Do you have family from Salem? And again, I'm like, so these Bennett witches keep bouncing back and forth between the Deep South and Massachusetts.
They could have
Because they were there during the witch trials, then they moved south, but Emily Bennett comes from the north, and then she moved south with Bonnie, which was after her ancestor Beatrice was already in Mystic Falls.
There are branching lines of Bennetts. I don't know myself. They will never track it properly in the show, so what are you gonna do?
Yeah, it's fine. I guess they don't have to be direct ancestors, but I assume Emily is, because they go out of the way. They say Emily had kids, who we never see. So Bonnie, they don't mention witchcraft yet, but Bonnie's like, they know the Bennetts from Salem. Okay, a little weird. Before she leaves, she touches Luca and senses something. And she's like, So then later on, Luca comes in and he's like, sorry, my dad was being a bit forward. He just clocked you, and I know you clocked me. And she's like, what? And he pours the salt on the table and does that cool salt levitation trick.
Sick.
And she's like, oh my gosh, you're a witch? And he's like, well, we prefer the term warlock because we're modern English speakers, I guess.
It's like, all right, get the hell out, Luca. That's nonsense.
Which used to be a non-gender term.
Get this warlock shit out of my face. I don't care.
They discuss that, yeah, my dad and I just want to fit in and integrate. And you know how hard it is for people like us? We're very alone in the world. And I'm like, it's sweet that he's doing the whole oh, you're magic, I'm magic, you're the only witch in town, and now we're here. But also the subtext of blackness in America, where they are a minority, and in the South, where they don't have the best history.
In the town that they are. Yes. It all works very well. We spoke about it briefly in the Jeremy episode, strangely of all things, how this all works really well.
But yeah, they start to bond, and Jeremy watches them from afar while he's playing pool and looks sad. And I'm like, well, Jeremy, I'm sorry, the show won't let you be Asian, so what can I do for you?
You are a white boy, first and foremost.
Episode 10, The Sacrifice. Bonnie and Luca discuss how witches channel energy from external places so as not to overexert themselves, because she tells him that, yeah, I've been having trouble with my spells, I keep getting tired and nosebleeds, and he's like, yeah, the nosebleeds.
Been there.
We're supposed to channel external elements and magical forces. We can even channel each other. And then he gives, I can't remember what of hers he takes, but he gives her his dog tags, his bling to hold, and they do convergence. My Winx girlies know what I mean.
Enchantix. The air starts buffeting Leaves flying everywhere.
Leaves flying, the sky darkens. I mean, if you live in Cape Town, you'd be like, that old
just
Cape
another
weather,
day.
nothing to write home about. But once they stop the spell, Jeremy walks up and he's like, hey guys, the weather, that was so weird just then, right? And Luca's like, I don't know, man, global warming or something. I don't know. He literally says global warming.
Oh, how right you were, Luca. How I wish people took you seriously.
Then Luca leaves, and Jeremy's like, sure, that guy, am I right? He's a little weird. And Bonnie's like, no, he's not.
Perfectly cool dude. What are you on about?
We then see that Luca has accidentally left his bling with Bonnie, which will come back to bite him in a big way. Because this is the episode when they realize it was stupid to leave Catherine in the tomb with the damn moonstone.
Yeah, that one will never make sense.
So now they're like, okay, we need to get it out. And Bonnie's like, cool, I think I can temporarily lower the tomb spell long enough for you guys to go in and get the stone. I'm confident now because I've learned about convergence. And they're like, I don't know, Catherine is hungry, but she's still 500 years old, and I don't know how long you'll be able to keep the seal down. We need some more edge. And she's like, cool, I'm going to make some incapacitating ash by burning Catherine's picture. I love when she does the alchemical stuff. It's so interesting. Mm-hmm. She does that. Jeremy, again, is like, Bonnie, you're pushing yourself. I don't know if you're strong enough to lower this veil that killed your grandmother the last time you messed around with. Bonnie's like, I'll be fine. She leaves the room. Jeremy's like, yeah, no, I'm gonna steal this ash and do it myself because I've got my resurrection ring. I've also gotten an upgrade this season, Bonnie.
I can't die. And it's like, that's not exactly true, Jeremy.
So the idiot gets himself stuck in the tomb with Catherine. He manages to get the stone out, but I guess the half of the ash that he took wasn't enough, and Catherine recovers pretty quickly. So when Stefan and Bonnie show up, Catherine's like, hi, I'm in here eating Jeremy over and over again because he's got this nifty resurrection ring. So yeah, Bonnie, go ahead and lower the seal. I'd love to get out. So Bonnie starts to do her spell, and she non-consensually starts to drain Luca of his power while he's at home with his dad, severely weakening them both.
His dad is like, what's happening?
And he's like, no, nothing, I'm fine. Looks like he's having a heart attack. Collapses, and Bonnie is still not able to drop the tomb, and she looks distraught. Stefan goes over to her, and she's like, I couldn't do it even with help. I'm not strong enough. And I was like, so I guess her journey this season is strength. Being strong enough.
Power.
Channeling magic. I wish it didn't get axed at the end of the season.
Right. Because this isn't, as you've been describing it, I'm like, this is an interesting build up of the witch stuff that she's going through. I do like how it's threading together.
I like that it's like, okay, she didn't know that not all the magic needs to come from within because obviously her grams died before she could teach her that. And I guess it's not explicitly stated in the grimoires, and now she's learning that, okay, I can pull from other places, but now it's like, pulling from one other witch, not enough.
Might not be enough.
I guess.
Yeah.
Jonas, on his end, Jonas Martin, is very upset that Luca allowed himself to be channeled by Bonnie. Luca's like, well, you told me to
Make
honeypot
friends
her
with her,
dad,
right.
so it's not my fault.
Like...
I think this is also the episode where we learn that Jonas is working with Elijah, or it might have been the one before that. At the end of the day, when Stefan manages to get Jeremy out, trapping himself in the process, Jeremy and Bonnie have a heart-to-heart about both of their self-sacrificial tendencies of late, and Bonnie realizes Jeremy likes her, and she's like, oh, Jeremy, you can't feel that way about me, and Jeremy's like, no, don't act like I'm some little kid with a one-sided crush. I know you feel me too. And I was like, okay, Jeremy.
He's like, I've seen you checking me out, okay, when I was driving you home, and you saw my arms flexing. You see me, like... Let's not act.
Jeremy's like, Bonnie, you could have died today overexerting yourself. And Bonnie's like, well, you almost died as well by being stupid. And he's like, well, that's a chance I was willing to take. And the subtext being, and this time it had nothing to do with Elena. It's all about you, girl. I was scared you were going to die doing that spell.
It's all about you, girl.
And then he tries to kiss her. And she's like, no, I'm sorry, I can't. And she leaves.
Gosh, my babies. Shame.
So the Baramy ship is setting sail.
It's trying to get out of dock. Bless them.
They're raising the anchors ever so slowly.
Batten the hatches. Hoist the sails.
In episode 11, By the Light of the Moon, Bonnie tells Elena that she wants to remove the spell on the Moonstone, which at this point they still believe is binding the Sun and Moon curse, which is totally real. And she's like, this will render the stone useless. Jeremy comes comes in to speak to them. Things are super awkward still between him and Bonnie. So she's like, yeah, I'm going to go downstairs and be somewhere else. Elena, for her part, is like, you're not the only ones who could be self-sacrificial. Girl, I was there when the ancient texts were written. So she swipes the moonstone and tries to leave. What is she trying to do? Is she going to go trade it? No idea. It's not important for the Bonnie side of things. It's just important that Bonnie was like, girl, I knew you were going to be self-sacrificial. You love to be the martyr. I sealed you inside the house with magic because I'm getting really good at these sealing spells now. Bonnie goes to Luca to return his dog tags and she's like, hey, yeah, hey, how y'all doing? Hey. I channeled you without permission the other day, and he's like, yeah, I don't know what upsets me more, the fact that I taught you to do that magic, or that you used it against me and I almost died. And Bonnie's like, yeah, I'm really sorry, man, but it was important, I swear. I was helping white people.
That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna wait until we get to a later bit where the turntables with the Martins and Bonnie, but the harm that they are compelled to cause to each other in pursuit of helping all these white people is crazy to me.
But Luca, I guess, who's still on the job, is like, I forgive you. Because I was like, Bonnie, wasn't that a little too easy? Aren't you suspicious? You think you're the only one who can lie?
She's like, oh, I've got this boy raptor on my finger. That Bennett magic. And I'm not talking about witchcraft.
But he leads her inside. And she's like, wow, you guys have a lot more grimoires than my family does. And he's like, yeah, my dad likes to collect, like, the histories of our witch line. And Bonnie's like, yeah, these can't all be from your line. At which I'm like, Bonnie, how do you know?
How do you know? They might be widespread.
You don't know them.
Okay.
And then Luca's like, well, my dad says basically all witches are family. You know, we're all like interconnected and honor bound by this code. And I'm like, oh, because all black people are related. But no, on a more serious note, I do like it. Because there is that thing in, like, African-American vernacular where it's like, you know, black men will call a black woman sister, black women will call a black man brother. They'll refer to each other, even in the same gender, as, like, brother, sister, that type of thing.
We share a common struggle,
like, it's kind of nice. I just think it's wild that that's how he excuses collecting all these other people's grimoires. I'm like, I think those family members might want them.
I assume it's after those lines died out for whatever reason, and that it's not that they've been stealing grimoires. I don't know.
Who knows? The show isn't interested in delving into this.
Right, exactly. But, like, even here, like, especially in the city that we live in, which is predominantly white, it's like when you see other black people in a space you're not expecting, it's like, there we go. You lock eyes from across the room and it's like, okay, we're immediately tight. Because that's just how it is to exist being black sometimes in this world.
Mm-hmm. And as a person who comes from an immigrant family, there is also that thing when you see someone who comes from, like, the place of your ancestors and you're like, Bonnie's like, oh, so all witches are like family in, like, the colloquial sense. That's why you've been so nice to me. And Luca's like, well, that's one reason.
Ooh.
Bats his eyelashes.
Smooth with it.
And Bonnie's like, cool, on the topic of magic, do you know how to break the bond between a spell and its talisman? Because I need to know how to do that. And he's like, cool, let's sit down, let's read, let's figure it out. The next time we see them, they're on a rooftop surrounded by candles, getting ready to do the spell. Luca's like, yeah, remember when I taught you about channeling? You can channel the moon, you can channel candles, we can channel each other. We're gonna do this thing. And then Bonnie's like, cool, so here's the moonstone. This is what I want to unspell. Luca's like, a moonstone? What's that? I've definitely never heard of this object before. Bonnie, what in the world are you up to? And Bonnie's like, I'm sworn to secrecy. I can't elaborate. He's like, oh, we're keeping secrets now? Okay, Bonnie, it's fine. I trust you. Let's do this.
I was playing him, he was playing me.
She was the baddest, he was the fakest. So they do a spell that seemingly makes the stone explode, much like Emily did with her necklace in season 1 when she was possessing Bonnie. But it turns out to be a trick, because at the end of the episode, we see Luca delivering the very intact stone to his dad.
Did he do, like, illusion magic? Or, like, what did he do?
Maybe?
Curious.
Because that stone levitated in front of them
and then
exploded like Jubilee was doing some effects for them.
Damn, the Martins are really powerful. It's a shame they don't last very long.
When Luca gets home and gives the stone to his father, you get the sense that he's feeling quite guilty for playing Bonnie. Like, he's moody. He, like, basically dumps it on the table and is like, there, Dad. If that's all, I'll be in my room.
Yeah, that's rough.
Jonas is like, actually, that's not all. Because earlier tonight, I had to save the Mystic Falls gang vampires from this werewolf pack because Elena's made a deal with Elijah. They asked for one last favor. So we need to unspell this tomb seal. So they take the seal down, and now it's gone for good. So Stefan can get out. Then Bonnie is not in episode 12.
Yeah.
I can't remember what happens in that episode, but I believe the jig is now up, and the Mystic Falls gang knows that the Martins are working with Elijah, because the next time we see Bonnie in episode 13, Daddy Issues, Jonas is walking up to her in the town square. And she's like, I have nothing to say to you. I know you're working for Elijah. Ooh. I trusted Luca, and he betrayed me. And I'm like, well,
Bonnie. Bonnie, we all saw you using that boy. This is just, if anything, this is a Jeremy Anna situation. We should be level now. Like,
you know, actually, Jeremy has a type. Jeremy has a type. Because Anna was like, oh, wow, you were using me to turn you into a vampire so you could be with some other vampire girlfriend? Oh, wow. And it's like,
babe, you already
Anna?
used me to get my family's diary.
You were going to feed me to your mom.
And she's like, yeah, I guess you got me there.
But Jonas is like, listen, believe it or not, yes, we are working with Elijah, but we're also looking out for you. And Bonnie's like, I don't believe it. So you can spare me the witch loyalty crap. I'm siding with the white people now, since you are as well.
Because that's what it is at the end of the day. It has to be this heightened, because otherwise there's a connection for Bonnie here outside of this group. Sucks.
Then Jeremy comes over to be chivalrous and is like, is he bothering you? Leave her alone, like walks away with her on his arm. And she's like, yeah, Jeremy, don't worry. He won't mess with us. And I'm like, I guess you won, Jeremy, because she hates Luca now.
Truly, by virtue of external circumstances, Jeremy, you're back in the running.
Oh, wait, on the topic of Luca, I think Bonnie is in episode 12. It must have been a mistake in the wiki. She is briefly seen when Caroline is caught in a lie, telling Matt, yeah, I'm with Bonnie right now. And Matt's at the grill where Bonnie is chilling with Luca.
At the grill. And also, I believe it's because of the deal Elena and Elijah made. That's how Bonnie learned the Martins are working for Elijah, because Elijah tells her, I have witches on my side who will be able to do what you ask.
Bonnie, always getting news dropped on her off screen. We never get to see how she reacts in the moment.
God.
Oh, I was wrong. It's this episode where Jonas saves Stefan, Damon, and Elena from Jules's pack, episode 13. The other significant Bonnie moment is when Stefan's like, yeah, Caroline's not okay, but whomst am I but a stupid boy? I'll call her gal pals to come and have a sleepover with her, because she's been through a lot today. And so Elena and Bonnie show up and have a sleepover.
We're gonna slumber it. We haven't done it in a long time.
Which is where they pick up in the next episode. Like, Elena gets a phone call and they're all in bed together. And I'm like, you guys are so cute.
Girls, it's so confusing sometimes.
Episode 14, Crying Wolf. Bonnie decides, hey, I'm gonna ambush Luca and mystically pry through his mind to find out what exactly Elijah is up to. Because I haven't burned this bridge enough.
It's so insane how disposable Luca becomes in this effort she's making to help this group, simply because she has learned, they're working with Elijah, even though currently there is a deal with Elijah and these witches have helped saved all her friends. Simply by virtue of them not being in the MFG, Luca is disposable. And that sucks so bad, because once again, I will blame the narrative, because what the hell is this? She likes these people.
It's that pull closer to the center of the Mystic Falls gang that makes you not care about everyone else outside of the circle. This show should have been called Secret Circle.
Right, exactly right.
She honey traps Luca by pretending to want to bury the hatchet. She's like, hey, I got us iced coffees, let's talk. And then she magically roofies him. Not with the coffee, just with a spell once she gets close enough.
Just with a spell. Poor guy.
And she, Jeremy, and Caroline take him away. She starts putting up some candles. She's like, yeah, I'm going to channel the flames. It's going to help me be strong enough to do this spell. Jeremy, go get me a bowl of water. I'm also going to need that. Jeremy leaves, and Caroline is like,
What's going on
I
here?
can see what's happening. She starts shipping Jeremy, and she's like, hey. And then Bonnie's like, what? That's Elena's brother. And Caroline's like, hey, better Jeremy than Luca the traitor over here. And I'm like, Caroline,
hold on.
that felt like traitor with a hard R. Just calm down.
Exactly that. Exactly that. Because what is this energy? Of y'all, Luca is someone who has not killed somebody. Let me tell you that much. So he can't be all that bad. This is crazy.
And then Bonnie's like, hey, listen, I'm not into Luca, but he understood me, you know? And again, I'm like, subtext, it's not just the witchcraft. He's black.
But he's like, what? I'm supposed to be in love with him just because he's black? And it's like, okay, but it does feel like there's no other black people here, so doesn't feel great.
Gosh. They never last long. I mean, it's also true about a lot of white characters in this show, but I'm just like, yeah,
there's so
when there's an
many more of
abundance
them.
of whiteness.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like if the 99% of the cast is white, then it's okay if a couple of them die.
And you would think at least a black person related to the black lead. But nope, she lost her one on-screen family member.
Bye.
Got a guest appearance by a distant family member.
Bye.
And she won't have a dad for the next 2 seasons.
Bye.
But Caroline's like, hey, listen, I know Jeremy is Elena's little brother, but you're a witch and I'm a vampire. It's, as Sabrina Carpenter would say, slim picking.
Woof. Hey, fair enough.
She psychically digs into Luca's mind. It looks like a very traumatic experience for him. He's fighting back the whole time. He starts spilling the beans. He's like, the reason that we're working with Elijah is because we have to save her. And Bonnie's like, who, her, who? Don't play the pronoun game. Use names. And he's like, Greta, my sister. Klaus has her. And they're like, oh, okay. So that's where your loyalty is like, cool. We need a bit more info. What is Elijah's plan? And he's like, no, please, I don't. He'll kill us. And it's like, oh wow. So their loyalty, there's some bylaws there. They're so scared of Elijah.
At the mercies.
Just like Catherine's relationship with witches. It's like you work with them, but it's like, yeah, I'll kill you if I feel like it. That's the vampire way. But eventually Bonnie forces him to reveal that Elijah's plan is for Elena to die in the sacrifice. That's part of how we're going to kill Klaus. And we're like, wait, what? That ends that. At the end of the episode, Bonnie admits to Jeremy that, you know what? I actually am into you too. Which is so weird because you're Elena's kid brother. And I watched you grow up. I was there during your awkward phase and your emo phase and your junkie phase. And she's like, and it's like overnight you turn into this hot guy who's really sweet. And he's like, wait, you think I'm hot? Jeremy. And then she's like, Jeremy, the thing is, and he's like, oh, enough already. And they kiss.
Yes. Go on, lads.
So, whoop.
Adorable.
Episode 15, the dinner party. Jeremy and Bonnie meet at the grill. And she's like, hey, Jeremy. He's like, hey, how are you? And she's like, I'm still thinking about last night. And Jeremy's thinking, oh, the kiss. And she's like, yeah, our psychic invasion of Luca's mind. That was crazy. And Jeremy's like, oh. Like, yeah, Jeremy, it's crazy that you thought that was the highlight of her evening.
It was for him. He's like, that's the only thing I remember. My memory was wiped in that moment of anything else that happened.
Shame. His face just falls because she's like, I'm thinking about last night. He smiles and she's like, yeah, Luca, all that. And he's like, oh. It's like, damn, even when I win, it's still all about Luca.
Yeah, and she's like, I feel bad about invading him. And he's like, I know, like, you were right. He kind of sucks. So we got to do what we need to protect Elena. And it's like, all right, I guess. Sure.
And she tells him, she's like, the spell really drained me. I think I need to practice this magic thing. And Jeremy's like, hey, why don't you come over to my place and I can help you practice? And in my mind, I'm like, how, Jeremy? What are you going to do?
So he can be her test dummy. He's like, practice on me. I mean, what?
Practice on me. If you kill me, the Gilbert ring will bring me
You know?
back.
So
Actually.
I'm perfect for this setup. Also, if you're thinking of any sex spells, I mean, who said that? What?
Oh, we'll get to that. Because Jeremy, I'm like, Jeremy, you crazy. You're so silly. Luca himself comes up to them in the grill and he's like, what the hell happened last night? And Bonnie's like, I don't know what you mean. He's like, no, you did something to me. I was here speaking to you and your friends were in the background. And then, and Bonnie's like, yeah? And then he's like, I don't know. I can't remember. And Bonnie's like, listen, we played some pool and then we all went home. I don't know what you're talking about.
It doesn't feel good. I don't like it.
Gaslighting!
I don't like it.
Then
at
he starts to get
all.
aggressive because she's gaslighting him. It's like, wow, buddy. And then Jeremy is chivalrous again and he's like, hey, I'm 6'3", back
He's
off.
Quite a bit taller than Luca.
Bonnie then goes over to the Gilbert house for their practice and she sees there's food and candles and an absence of Jenna and Elena. And she's like, okay, this looks like a date, Jeremy. I thought we were practicing. And Jeremy's like, no, it's not a date. It's more like a, we kissed and now it's a little bit awkward, but I'm going to help you with your magic hang type of a situation. And Bonnie's like, okay, Jeremy, let's just put the brakes on real quick. I need Elena's blessing before I start to date her brother. She's my friend. And Jeremy's like, why do you need Elena's permission? And she's like, you're her little brother. Like, yes, we kissed, but we're not like fully in this until I've spoken to your sister about it and I've been honest. And Jeremy's like, okay, but you did like the kiss though. And she's like, yes, I liked the kiss, Jeremy.
So cute.
So they actually get to some magic. Jeremy's like, yeah, explain the candles again. And she's like, the natural elements, the moon, other witches. I can channel all of these things to help boost my magic so I'm not doing too much on my own. And then Jeremy's like, oh, so could you channel me? And Bonnie's like, what? And he's like, well, because the human body, it's like mostly water, right? So you could like channel me because water's an element.
He would make a good witch.
And Bonnie's like, okay, I guess. Puts her hand on his chest. Then Jonas comes into the room, bursts through the door.
Wow.
And he's like, what the hell did you do to my son? And Bonnie's
Yeah.
like, no, nothing. Jeremy tries to help. Jonas flings him aside with telekinesis. And Bonnie's like, I know about Greta, your daughter, and all of that. We're trying to help you. We're going to help you get her back. And I'm like, Bonnie, if you had come to him and said all this.
As kinfolk.
Because it's too late now. Now it looks like you're just trying to lie and save your ass.
Yeah, you stood there and gaslit him instead of going, hey, here's what I needed to do. And now that I know what your situation is, I'm going to try and help you get out of it. Now you're just trying to save face.
Jonas grabs her and casts a spell that takes away her magical abilities. I don't know whether he sealed them or sucked them out of her body. The mechanics aren't exactly explained, but he leaves her powerless. And before he walks out, he says, if any harm comes to my son, you will answer to me.
Ooh.
And then Jeremy is left there to comfort her as she cries and says, my magic is gone.
Yeah.
Now she's in her Yennefer season 2 era of not having power.
Yeah. Hate to see it. God.
In fact, why am I calling it a Yennefer era? Bonnie wrote the book on that.
Yeah,
she set the standard for being devoured.
Yeah, Yennefer sadly reheating Bonnie's nachos in season 2 of The Witcher. Bonnie's been depowered every which way.
This is the second time this has happened. In season 1, it was a block because of emotions, but now she literally has no magic and cannot get it back on her own. And it's like, oh. In episode 16, the house guest, Stefan's like, hey, Bonnie, could you reach out to the Martins so that we can all have a sit down and we can get them on our side? And Bonnie's like, yeah, I don't have magic right now, so I'm not really feeling like being your secret agent. I'll see what I can do, I guess. We can all speak to them together. And then Stefan leaves. And then Jeremy's like, hey, kissy. And then she's like, Jeremy, in the hallway at school, in front of everyone, PDA, we haven't come out to Elena yet. And Jeremy's like, really? Elena's not going to see us. And Bonnie's like, no. She's the main character. She could be in any scene at any time, Jeremy. No.
I feel her creeping up right now.
So later on, Stefan and Bonnie meet with Jonas and Luca at the grill, and they offer an alliance. I think this is when Jonas tells them that, but he tells them this off screen because we don't actually see it, but that Elijah's plan was to channel the 100 dead witches. At this point, I think the Mystic Falls gang knows about the 100 dead witches. They just don't know that that was part of Elijah's plan to be strong enough to defeat Klaus. But Jonas is playing them. Once he gets home, he tells Luca, oh no, absolutely, our priority right now is finding Elijah, undaggering him, because the Mystic Falls gang was stupid enough to tell them that they'd killed Elijah. So he's like, yeah, we're gonna find this daggered original and undagger him. And then Luca's like, and then what? Are you gonna just kill the Mystic Falls gang? And Jonas is like, no, I'm gonna let Elijah do that. Ooh. The only other thing that happens this episode is Bonnie does eventually go to Elena, because I think they have a conversation about... Oh, wait, no. Is this
the house guest?
Yeah, this is the same episode where all this stuff happens. Oh, no.
Yeah.
So as we've discussed in, I think, the Catherine episode and maybe the Damon one, Jonas, who is significantly stronger than Luca, has to be the one to perform a spell to astral project Luca into the Salvatore house so that they can look for Elijah's body. I think at that point they've already, done a locator spell to find out that his body is there. They just don't know where exactly.
Yes.
So Luca appears there in astral form.
And also they can't physically walk in and help him. So they have to do this like astral projection to actually get to
because
him.
that house has got Catherine in it and the Salvatores. They wouldn't stand a chance. So Luca's running around, invisible but not intangible, finds Elijah's body in the basement and starts to yank out the dagger. Unfortunately, Catherine, who has come down for a snack of some blood bags from the freezer, sees the dagger removing itself and vamps over to hold it. Luca keeps trying to pull it out. His father's like, what's happening, son? And Luca's like, Elena's here, and for some reason, she's stronger than me? I can't pull the dagger out. And then Jonas is like, that ain't Elena, that's Catherine Pierce, a vampire. Find a wooden stake and drive it through her heart.
The correct answer.
So Luca lets go of the dagger, and Catherine's like, okay, cool. So it's still in. Then Luca breaks a chair and stakes Catherine in the stomach. And so Damon comes in and sees what he can't understand, but just this invisible force pulling the dagger out, and grabs a flamethrower that he'd been using earlier in the episode to try and destroy Elijah's body, to no avail, and just aims it in the general direction of this invisible force and lets loose. And unfortunately, something I certainly didn't think would happen, but I guess it's interesting, the mechanics of the magic, this causes Luca's real-life body to burst into flames. And sadly, Luca dies. Jonas tries to save him with some magic, but it's too late. He is very dead.
In such a horrid way.
Such a horrible way. Like, geez, there's some violent deaths in this show, but this one is so sudden and so violent, and to a character that really didn't deserve it. Like, this guy's just trying to save his sister, man.
Yeah, of this network of people in, I guess, the complex weave that's being woven in season 2, Luca really hasn't done anything. Like, he follows his dad because that's his dad, and they're trying to save his sister. And of the machinations between the two sides, Bonnie has used him so many times, often against his will. The most Luca has done is lie to Bonnie about not knowing what's actually going on with the plot. It's crazy. And I said before that, like, it especially horrifies me, A, because he is human and not a vampire. For him to die in that horrid, like being burned alive is so horrible. And B, because he's black, right? Because he's a black character in this show where there are so few black characters. For him to die this brutally just doesn't feel good. And for Damon to be the one who does it too. That's just personal, though.
So Jonas is on the warpath. He goes to the Mystic Grill and finds Bonnie there. Elena has just dipped. It's at this point that Bonnie and Elena have a conversation about Caroline and Matt, and you know how Caroline deserves to be with someone nice and yada yada yada. And then Bonnie's like, speaking of relationships, would it freak you out if I dated your brother? And Elena's like, what? And she's like, yeah, like Jeremy, like we've been spending time, and he's like become this like really sweet protective guy, and like he's into me, I'm into him, but obviously like if you hate it, if it grosses you out, I am your friend first and foremost. I will nip it in the bud, it'll be done. And Elena's like, my brother has had so much pain, enough for 2 lifetimes, and I think he would be lucky to be with someone as amazing as you. And I was like, oh, blessing.
Precious.
Blessing received. Then Elena dips for whatever reason, and Jonas shows up and starts just effing shit up.
Yeah, just tearing through whoever, I guess, which, you know.
Bonnie's like, whoa, talk to me, what's happening? And he's like, Luca is dead. And she's like, oh no, I'm so sorry. Like, what happened? And he's like, now the only way that I'm gonna get my daughter back and save the little family that I have left is with Elijah. And I need to take Elena and deliver her to Elijah, as was his original plan. And Bonnie's like, no, let's just talk about this. Please don't do this. He ignores her because he doesn't really need to fight her and starts exploding the grill. Matt tries to fight him, gets stabbed in the neck for it. Caroline has to save him. And then I guess
It's just like...
I'm like, why Matt? Matt doesn't, you don't even know him.
It feels just like an escalation purely for the sake of what happens next.
He leaves, I guess, at a certain point. He manages to get into the Gilbert house, where it looks as though he gets the jump on Elena. But surprise, Elena is actually Catherine. She rips into his throat, drops him on the floor. And Bonnie's like, you didn't have to kill him?
Yeah.
And Catherine's like, of course I did. Then like a scene from one of the Scream movies, jump scare, Jonas pops back up for one last hurrah and grabs Bonnie's head while he starts chanting. She screams, and then I think is it Stefan who snaps his neck?
Catherine then, like, kicks his face with her foot to make sure that he's dead. And I was just like, this is just...
Did she do that?
Awful.
I don't remember that. But yeah, they snap his neck, he's dead, and it's like, okay, he was about to do something to Bonnie, but she's okay. At the end of the episode, Bonnie's chilling with Jeremy, and he's like, are you okay, Bonnie? And she's like, yeah, I'm fine. And he's like, really? The one guy who could have given you your magic back is dead. And then Bonnie's like, come here. Got a secret. Can you keep it?
This one will stay. Better like it.
And then she's like, Jonas gave me my magic back right before he died. And also, he told me exactly what I need to do to get this 100 dead witch power.
And it's like, how did he do all that after getting his throat ripped out by a vampire? It really just feels like, well, we need to get rid of these black guys. But then it's like, but we still need the power to come back to
He
Bonnie.
had 2 seconds tops to do that spell. And it's like, while he gave her back her magic, he also sent along
He
a
also
little...
spoke in her mind.
He was like, see attached file. It's got all the info you need about the 100 dead witches.
So crazy.
In Know Thy Enemy, Bonnie, Jeremy, and Damon go to the Martin residence to look for the grimoires, specifically the one that they need for the spell about the witches. They find Luca's corpse still there, looking horrifically burned. Damon makes some disrespectful comment, and Bonnie's like, don't be disrespectful, not to him. So they speak about how, yeah, the mechanics of when a witch dies violently in this universe, the spot of their death is forever marked with powerful mystical energy. And 100 dead witches, that's going to be a lot of mystical energy. Also, Emily Bennett was killed in the exact spot. So I guess it's 101 dead witches.
Why not?
I was like, so would it be wrong for you to try and siphon a bit of magic from this room where Luca died? Or is that disrespectful? You've channeled him before, Bonnie.
No. It feels so awful already.
So they pack up all the grimoires. They find the one they're specifically looking for, but they're like, yeah, let's take the rest. So I guess it's now canon that Bonnie has all these grimoires that Dr. Jonas Martin had collected. And that's why she's self-taught. Will it make her significantly more powerful and knowledgeable as the show goes on? Only when the plot needs her to be. But Damon is useful this episode because he knows where Emily Bennett was killed and therefore where the other witches were killed before her. And they go to this dilapidated house in the middle of the woods. What is the origin of that house? I guess you'd have to watch season 8 to know if they mention it there. But for now, it's just the 100 dead witches house.
Right.
Bonnie sets up shop in there with her candles and her books, and she starts to do the spell. It's really creepy. She's chanting and then crying and then screaming. And I'm like, is she feeling the pain of being burned at what we believe at this point is the stake?
That's what I assumed, yeah.
That's the kind of scary magic that I'm like, yeah. Talk to me.
I let you in.
She is able to successfully, I guess, plug herself into this immense power battery. So good for her.
I believe in that same episode later with Jeremy, as they download from this moment, he reads in the grimoire himself, because she knows Jonas Martin's whole plan was to channel this magic specifically to bring Klaus to the point of death so that Elijah could then kill him. Well, currently their plan is to then kill him. They don't have Elijah in this plan as yet because he's still daggered. Jeremy pages through and is like, Bonnie, I'm seeing this shit in the book that's saying if you channel that amount of power, it would kill you.
And Bonnie's like, hey, I'm doing this to save your sister and to save all our friends, okay? Because we now know that Catherine was planning on roping Caroline and Tyler into this as well as the vampire and werewolf parts of the sacrifice. If I am the only one who can end this, then it's going to be my decision and no one else's. And I'm like, Bonnie, it's beautiful that you want to put yourself on the line for your friends, but unlike when Elena does it, the only person who's in your corner now is Jeremy.
It's Jeremy.
Because I guess no one else knows.
No one else knows, and once they know, almost everyone will let this happen.
Then we go into The Last Dance. This is the one where I guess Alaric is being possessed by Klaus. He's Klalaric. Klaus Laric.
Klalaric is disgusting. Hate that.
At the end of the last episode, Stefan and Damon were like, hey, Bonnie's our secret weapon because Catherine betrayed us. But as far as Catherine knew, Bonnie still didn't have magic. Klaus infiltrates the group under the guise of Alaric and
Right
immediately
there in the
learns
room.
that Bonnie has her magic back.
Brilliant.
I think in this episode, once Klaus has confirmed that she's got her magic back, he runs back to his witch, our first white witch, Maddox. It was at this point that I was like, oh, so not all the witches in this
So
show are
they
black.
can be-
Because before...
Interesting.
Because before now, we'd seen Bonnie, Lucy, Emily, Sheila, Jonas, and Luca, and it was like, it seems
And
like
Bree.
all the witches are black. And I thought to myself, in this show, are we saying that like magic came from Africa? So you have to like have like African ancestry to be a witch? Because that would have been interesting.
That
I
would
guess.
be interesting.
But no. I mean, not to say that Maddox couldn't have African ancestry,
So
however
that's the
distant. He's
thing.
got them full lips.
We've seen those lips. I was like, maybe he mixed. I've seen Tyreek Withers or whatever his name is. We all know what Logic looks like. Like, maybe, you know.
But alas, this was the beginning of the end of that theory. We will see other witches in this show who aren't black. But largely in the show, they still continue to like mostly be black, and there's never a good reason given for it. It is never explained. It's never even acknowledged. We just get to New Orleans and suddenly it's like, yeah, witches can be all sorts of things now. It's like, okay, why are all the witches in Virginia black? But yeah, this is the episode where Bonnie's like, she's really confident now. She's like, I'm supercharged. I'm super powerful. I can take Klaus down. And Damon's like, oh, are you sure? What if he does this? And Vam speeds at her and she flings him across Chez Salvatore. It's so fun. Klaus, after a little bit of psychological torment that he directs at Elena's way, shows up at the dance and is like, tee-hee, I'm actually Alaric and I'm here to kill Bonnie. Mm-hmm. She attacks him even though he's in Alaric's body. And I'm like, Bonnie, wait, that's Alaric.
She said, listen,
She's like
if he's gotta
snapping
go,
his bones.
I know Rick, he'll understand. He'll say it's time to go.
Flinging him across the hall. And I was like, okay, Bonnie, you're pretty powerful. And I remember this scene because at this stage already, I was like, oh, the magic that Bonnie does in this show and that witches do in this show, it isn't as flashy as the magic I was raised on. I was like, I've seen a lot of mages. I've watched Winx Club. We all went to Hogwarts. I've seen Charmed.
Yeah, that's really the baseline reference for me, yeah.
So I was like, come on, she's got 100 dead witches power. I need more than just wind and telekinesis and flames. And I remember watching this with a friend of mine who I was making this critique and he was like, no, in this scene, she's making a lot of stuff happen. Like the lockers are like flapping open and there's like a tornado in the school and the lights are flickering. And I was like,
Yeah, but that's all like smoke and mirrors. That's all theatrics. That's the, the buildup of the scene to make it feel big. But what is she actually doing to him magically? Throwing him around. It's all telekinesis.
She's just throwing him around.
She fractures. I like when she does the fracturing of bones, actually. I do like that. When she does the telekinetic move and it looks like she's not just throwing, she's twisting body parts. That's the bit I like. She does that in season 4 as well, and it feels very, visceral.
I'm like, this magic feels like Scarlet Witch in Age of Ultron when she was still Jean Grey. I was like, come on, Bonnie.
At least Scarlet Witch in Ultron gets the red wiggly woos. Like, Bonnie's was invisible.
The red wiggly woos. I want to see some wiggly woos. I want to see some specters of the creepy spiritual energy that you're channeling, like reaching out and grabbing him, like when Doctor Strange made that cloak of all those dead things that were chasing him. I want to see some hellfire. You were burning from the inside just now when you were channeling this magic, doing the spell to make yourself its conduit.
Julie looks around the corner, is like, are you giving me the budget? Because if you are, then I'll do it.
Finish Buffy. So then you can have a low budget and still, put your magicacy into
like,
it.
Not in 2009 CW. Certainly in 1999 WB. But like at this stage of the game, the expectations.
Hey, I watched
the Flash.
Barry Allen run up that building towards that, I don't know, that portal at the end of season 2 and become a PlayStation 3 character.
I still think the early season effects looked pretty good. It's when they started running out of money that it started to look bad, and you noticed it. When you've got the money, it looks good. And they had the money early on.
I guess they were rich because of the empire that they built on the backs of Vampire Diaries and Gossip Girl, etc. It's fine. She does what she does. She starts to falter and like fall down and bleed. And Elena, who has gone to get help, has to watch from a distance as Bonnie seemingly dies in the hallway. What she doesn't know is that Damon had already come to Bonnie and been like, hey, Klaus is trying to kill you. You still prepared to do whatever it takes to stop him? Because we're going to traumatize your best friend by making her watch you die.
I
so that Klaus thinks you're dead and you become our secret weapon
Anyone
again.
says this was the worst of options. Tell Elena what's happening. She's a pretty good actor. Like, I don't know why.
Damon was like, no, I don't think so.
God, insane.
Damon was like, Catherine's a good actor. Elena's okay.
All right,
we can't risk it.
I won't say anything about that, but that's telling. But prior to that, there was a moment with Damon and Bonnie to set up this moment for why Bonnie went along with this plan, where they're dancing at the actual dance. And I can't remember the exact dialogue, but it's meant to be this moment that's like the gap between them is shortening because they're both part of this group now and they're more often working in concert than they are at odds. And it's just like, yeah, I guess there was never going to be a future in which she genuinely raged against the machine of Damon Salvatore in the context of this group. So what can you do?
Yeah, that tracks. It turns out Bonnie's not dead. Damon tells Elena after she slaps him across the face
Real.
when he makes some glib remark about Bonnie's body. But he tells her that, yeah, we faked her death. She's hiding out at the dead witch's house with Jeremy. They video call. She's like, hi, Elena, I'm so sorry. We didn't have time to explain to you. And Elena's like, no, it's okay. I'm just glad that you're alive. Each of them is still in the mindset of like, no, girl, I will die for you.
Right. It's like, no, I'll die for you. And it's like, oh, besties.
I'll die for you. Which is why Elena then ultimately decides to undagger Elijah.
And you know what? If you hadn't traumatized her, that would not have happened. But alas, I happen to like Elena and Elijah, so I'm fine with it.
Bonnie is then gone for the next 2 episodes.
Yep.
And comes back in the penultimate episode.
Just as they need her to kill Klaus. It's like, okay, guys.
Just as they need her to be their big gun.
Elena's already been snatched up by Klaus. He's got Elena, Jenna, and what's the werewolf's name? Jules. He's got the 3 of these ladies in a triquetra circle thingy, and Greta's readying them for the spell that's actually meant to break the werewolf curse.
Oh yes, we've met Greta at this point, who is not Klaus's victim. Go back to the other episodes if you want to hear about that. But she is in cahoots with him willingly, happily. They speak about some new world order that Klaus has planned that will be immediately dropped by the time we get to season 3. But it's like, what a pity that her father and brother are dead.
Jonas and Luca, by the way, if you've forgotten.
Killed by this gang of main characters. Dead and gone because of this girl who was apparently happy to be part of Klaus's throuple the whole time.
And again, I just need to know why. Every black female witch character you introduce into this story who is connected to this villain that otherwise they would not be connected to for a reason you don't fully explain, right? I'm indebted to Catherine. I'm indebted to Catherine. I owe Klaus. I believe in his New World Order. Why, though? Who is Greta? Who is Lucy?
You know,
who are these people outside of these vampires that you want us to care about?
If Bonnie didn't spend entire segments of this show gone, I would have loved for her to delve into what is this family history and non-family history that the Martins have been compiling. They could have threaded that into it. Bonnie is the key to the magic side of this show, like the spell-casting witch side. And if you didn't throw her away every chance you were done using her for the other people's benefit,
right,
maybe we'd know more about witches in this world. I guess it's time for the sacrifice.
Yeah.
Elijah at this point is like, oh, by the way, Bonnie doesn't need to die. You can just use 99% of your magic to deliver Klaus to the brink of death, and then I will deliver the finishing blow. The group all heads off. Bonnie's like, oh, Jeremy, I think it would be better if you stayed here. And he's like, hell no, that's my sister and my aunt there. I'm coming with, and I want to keep an eye on you. And Bonnie's like, oh, you're so sweet, Jeremy. I love you. Kisses him, and then knocks him out with a kiss.
Oh.
And I'm like, when did she learn to do that?
Oh, she's juiced up. She's been saving up. She said, I control.
She said,
all.
I invented this spell. It's my own creation. I fashioned it in reverse of fairy tale mechanics. Instead of a kiss that wakes you up from a sleep, it's a kiss that puts you to sleep. I'm very proud of myself, Jeremy.
There's the Magicians reference I want to make, but you've yet to watch The Magicians. Get on that. We'll talk about that another day.
I will. Mm-hmm. Then Alaric, who catches Jeremy as he falls, is like, yeah, it's okay, he's fine. Let's leave. Then Bonnie seals him in the house.
No,
and is like,
babe.
oh, no, all the humans are are staying. Sorry. This is, if you don't have powers,
Supernatural
you can't
club
come.
only. You gotta hate from outside the club. Sorry, babe. Bye.
Sorry, no mundanes allowed.
No Mondays at club. Damn it. What was that club called in the Mortal Instruments? God damn it. Pandemonium.
Pandemonium!
Pandemonium.
So Alaric, unfortunately, is sealed away. I do love that Klaus, who has been smug the whole way through this episode, is gooped and gagged when he kills Jules, Jenna, and then Elena, and Bonnie comes out of the woods. The trees are swaying in the wind. The fires are roaring. There's like the soft chanting in the background, this operatic music. She's throwing him around, and he's like, no, you were dead. You were dead.
So sick. He is so gagged and so on the back end of this fight. She is lashing him. So
There's
good,
not
so good.
many times when Klaus is rendered speechless, but I like, and we'll discuss the second time later, but I like that there's 2 times when it's Bonnie doing it. He's so shook. And you can see she's enjoying it. There's this lovely look that Kat Graham gets on her face where like her eyes like narrow a little bit and she like sets her jaw and like juts her chin up when she's feeling smug, and I'm like, yes, do it. This man has done so much damage to your friend group.
True. Destroy that man.
Then Elijah shows up. Another gag for Klaus. He's like, Elijah? Didn't even know you were on this continent. Sticks his hand in Klaus's chest. At this point, Damon has taken Elena's body away, but Stefan and Bonnie are like, no, we're going to stay here and see this through the end. And Klaus is like, they're alive, actually. I didn't dagger them and dump them in the ocean. I have their bodies safe, but if you kill me, you'll never find them. Which I'm like, that's not true. There are witches who can do locator spells. Elijah, think.
It's so contrived when you think about it that Elijah just went along with it. It's like, you have a witch that you've led to getting the power of 100 witches.
You know?
All she needs to do is locate them. Who could be protecting them now when both of Klaus's witches are dead? Nonsense.
Which is also the thing. Maddox and Greta are the only 2 witches we see working for Klaus in season 2. And yet Elijah tells us that, oh no, Klaus has roped in all these witches into serving him over the years.
Where are
He's amassed this inner circle. And I'm like, where?
Where?
Klaus has no friends.
And in fact, in season 3, he comes back to this high school in this town to get the same teenage witch who almost successfully killed him to sort out his hybrid issue because he doesn't have witch friends.
So Bonnie sees Elijah hesitating and considering it, and she's like, hey,
if you
do it and I'll
even
take you
dare.
both out. And Elijah's like, you'll die. And she's like, I don't care. And I was like, I wonder if she could kill 2 originals at once, because if the magic required to kill one is everything she has, I don't know what the maths on that is.
I'd like to think she would just kamikaze them both in this one geographical space. Just do it one time.
Fair. Do it the way my girl Carmilla tried to do it to Isaac.
Why would you, in a moment where we're talking about an icon who gets shit
It's just so
done?
funny because it was such a fail. She really thought, I'm going to kill myself, but maybe as I explode, at the very least, I can take you with me.
Like, babe, this is a flop to end all flops, and I want to like you. I'll tell you this. If she was getting on that freak shit that Elizabeth Battery is getting on, because there's somebody who's getting things done, is all I'll say. But hey, whomst am I? I guess we can't all be Sekhmet, the ancient Egyptian goddess, in blood. Like, we don't all get that opportunity.
So Elijah's like, hey guys, really sorry about this, grabs Klaus and runs away. So they've missed their only chance to kill him. And then we see, Bonnie and everyone else at the funeral for John and Jenna.
Yeah, that's something else Bonnie does, is Bonnie does the spell that John requests to link John Gilbert to Elena, so that when she dies in the sacrifice, his life will expire instead. And so he dies and Elena is revived after the sacrifice.
Another Emily Bennett spell, I believe. John says that, yes, once long ago, she cast a spell on a mother's sick child that allowed the life force of the mother to flow into the baby. And it's like, Emily, I want to see the good that you were doing.
Where is the prequel
We always
series?
hear about the Catherine nonsense.
Right.
Yes.
There is a... Like, the
hidden years of Emily Bennett.
Thinking back on it, I felt bad that, we were... But because, there's a version of me that wants to interrogate these characters as complex, both Bonnie and Emily. But, I started to be like, no, we're getting on Emily for all this shit in the first season and a connection to Catherine, when it's it's not because of... Again, it's not because of Emily, the character. It's because of the writing. Nobody's writing this character in a way that makes sense, because clearly she did a lot of of good. We just never see it. Where's the prequel for Emily Bennett?
There's our series where,
You know?
what is her name now? I've forgotten her
Bianca
name.
Lawson.
Where Bianca Lawson can finally star and be at the center of the supernatural drama. She doesn't age, so she could do it.
I would not do a prequel series. Well, not specifically a prequel series. I would go when the other side starts to fall apart. She slips back through because of witch shit, and comes to present day and lives as a mortal witch again. And in that, we do a couple flashbacks to her time in the 1800s and give her actual like agency and life and like story and shit that was going on, while she's also navigating the modern day as someone who has been time shunted. And her little great grandniece Bonnie is like an occasional drop in who helps her modernize. You
Wow,
know?
we know Kat Graham's never coming back to
No,
this universe.
and good for her. I support her fully in that decision.
As I Lay Dying, episode 22, the finale of season 2, Damon is wasting away because of a werewolf bite. Of course, who do they go to but Bonnie when they're like, a solution?
A Swiss Army
Is there
witch.
one? Goes to the 100 Dead Witches to ask for some advice. And the witches are like, hell no!
We don't like
Damon
that
sucks.
man.
Maybe he deserves to die. Don't you remember last time he was here when we made his daylight ring stop working and he
Right.
burned?
And friendly, he's a vampire, the exact shit we hate, an opposition to life, a violation of the balance. He should die. Thank you very much. And our cousins, the werewolves, did it. So
Cousins.
we're solid.
I mean, you joke, but actually,
Right.
canonically, as
Canonically.
we'll learn in the original.
our cousins, the werewolves.
I like to think Emily's the one leading them, and she's like, I knew that man personally, and he sucked. The reason his ring stops working in here is because I'm the witch who spelled it. And like you told Caroline a few episodes
Exactly.
ago, I can turn that shit off whenever I want. They're like, maybe Damon deserves to die.
And in fact, in this scene, I believe Emily speaks through Bonnie, doesn't she? There's a scene during season 2 where
I
Kat
think so,
Graham
yeah.
is speaking in the intonation of Bianca Lawson Emily, though it's not a voiceover of Bianca Lawson herself.
She does a good job.
I like it. I like it a lot.
I think she's like, maybe Damon deserves to die.
Yay! And she's right.
Eventually, even though the answer seems to be no, she's like, I don't know, someone in the background there. Maybe it was Beatrice, one of the other witch spirits. I heard a voice. They said a name, Klaus. And Stefan's like, ugh.
God damn it.
Does anything else happen to Bonnie in this episode before the Jeremy thing?
Not in the interim for the Jeremy thing, where she once again has to return to her ancestors. Of course, nothing else happens for Bonnie in this episode.
Yeah, Bonnie's arc closed when Elijah ran away.
Right.
So Jeremy gets shot because of Damon. Listen to the Jeremy and Damon episodes for that.
Glad you said it.
Well and truly dead, and because the person firing the gun was Liz, who is human, the Gilbert ring won't bring him back. Oh, snap! Forgot to mention, when Jeremy is in his Bonnie, you can't die era, he offers Bonnie his Gilbert ring and is like, I want you to take this. And Bonnie's like, wow, that's a little old-fashioned. Are we going steady? And he's like, no, I'm serious. Like, I want you to wear this for protection. It's the ultimate loophole that I can't believe no one else has thought of. If you wear this ring, then you'll come back from any sort of magical death. And Bonnie's like, oh, the ring won't work for me, Jeremy. And he's like, it was made by a witch. And she's like, yeah, to protect from the supernatural. So therefore, it doesn't work on the supernatural. So yeah, Jeremy's ring isn't going to work now. Caroline, I guess, stays with her mom while Alaric and Bonnie take Jeremy's body away, because Bonnie's like, okay, Caroline's blood can't heal him. He's a corpse. But I have an idea. I'm stronger now than I've ever been.
I can
this
just
is a Hail
picture
Mary.
those
Let's
witches
do this.
just watching her roll back in to ask for help for some other white boy. Just being like, who does this girl think she is? Like, goddamn.
The disrespect.
Like,
In Shona, we have a saying that if you're raised by Shona parents, you'll often hear when you push her like a bit too far, you make a joke that's a little too much, or you act out a little bit too much in public, and your parents are like, watch yourself. In Shona, we say, wakufarisa manje, which means you're getting carried away now.
oh.
You're going a bit too far now.
Usuya papa. Brilliant.
Is that the Zulu equivalent?
That's the Zulu one for sure. You're getting a bit big for your boots, buddy. Cool down. You're 12.
So Bonnie comes in, and I can only imagine that the witches are like, oh, You think you can just waltz in here whenever you want? You're getting carried away, girl. Like, watch yourself.
You think
watch
we just
yourself.
speak at your beck and call? No respect, these youths.
So Bonnie starts to chant and channel, and the witches are saying no. And she's like, no, they're angry that I'm here, Alaric. They say I'm abusing their power. And Alaric's like, well, tell them to shut up. He's just a kid.
Rude. Rude. You're in a place where 100 black people, probably all women, died. Alaric, shut your damn mouth and step back.
Also, they're probably thinking, Emily was burned at the stake because of this boy's ancestors. So
Thank you.
Maybe we don't care that he's been shot by another founding family member, mind you.
Seems like your business to take care of, not our problem.
The witches looked at the situation. They were like, as far as I can tell, one founding family member, Liz, took a shot at another founding family member who's also a vampire, Damon, missed and hit a third founding family member, Jeremy. How is any of this our business?
Where are the Bennetts in this? Unclear to us.
And then she name drops the one witch who she knows personally, and she's like, Emily, please, I know you can hear me. I love him. And I guess Emily was like, okay. Fine. There'll be consequences. She's told there'll be consequences. And Jeremy is resurrected. Bonnie is bleeding and sweating and looking haggard, but she manages to bring him back. And it's like, yay!
Resurrects
Wonder what the
someone
consequences
from the
will
dead.
be.
Yeah, they really everyone going, let us do magic to bring someone back from the dead and not questioning anything about what that might do, given the balance we've been talking about for 2 seasons. Bold. But I guess we need Jeremy back. And I like Jeremy. Let me be very clear. I like Baramy as well. I was going to say at the end of this, I really like how cute and how together and protective of each other and just like a good duo Baramy are, especially in season 2s. But damn.
Yeah.
Necromance.
If Caroline and Tyler are being really cute this season in the B plot, Bonnie and Jeremy are being cute at the back of the A plot.
I was going to
Like
say.
in the background.
In the 8.5 plot, I guess.
In the 8.5. But as we know, they have that cute moment at the end where Bonnie video calls him and is like, are you feeling okay?
Because
He's
I
like,
guess she's on holiday. Like, why is she Skyping in?
I guess her father came back to town and was like, where the hell have you been? Girl.
Wow, wild. Maybe the time to show him on screen.
I know you're not missing curfew in a black man's house. Where do you think you've been all night, young lady?
Fair enough.
And Bonnie says to Jeremy, you can thank me tomorrow. And the day after that.
And the day after that.
Which Alaric makes fun of.
So cute.
And as we know, Jeremy ends up being haunted, which is the consequence. But it's wild that Bonnie wasn't like making sure as we go into season 3 that there were no consequences. She just like kind of lets it go.
Yeah, that's the thing I said, which I think was also in the Jeremy episode when we last spoke about this. I was like, why are you not in the same room with him making sure? Because she's asking him from her Skype screen, like, are you sure you're feeling okay? There's like, you're not feeling any sort of pain, any sort of residual whatever. Because like, I brought you back from the dead. I need you to understand how grave this is. And Jeremy's like, I'm fine. You're magic. You saved my life. I'll forever be grateful. And I'm just like...
And she was like, that's good enough for me.
Right.
I
She was
guess
like,
there's
all right.
no consequences.
I trust for you to have a proper, like, differential diagnosis on the situation, Jeremy Gilbert, mundane man. Goodbye.
She's like, hey, he's died before with a ring on. If anyone knows what it's like to die and come back and feel fine, it's him. So I trust him. Bonnie's like, at this point, I myself have not yet died. So whomst am I to speak over the voices of people who've glimpsed death and come back?
I will never center myself in the lived experience of others. Thank you.
But as we will later learn in season 3, because this is where we're going to close it out for now, this is how the writers decided to, I guess, get themselves out of the corner of Bonnie is supercharged. She's going to be able to handle any threat that's not an original, because surely if it took all her power to kill an original, she could kill someone like Catherine with ease.
Well, not necessarily, right? Because that magic was used up. Unless she specifically, you're saying because the witches are now like, no, you're not going to come to us for this shit anymore.
I'm saying if the writers had allowed her to keep all this power, it would have been like, well, going forward, Bonnie is she's the team's big gun. She's this immensely powerful thing, not just a useful tool to be used to hack systems and fix little problems, but now she is the phoenix of the team. And instead of, I guess, killing her off as a Marvel comic would do, or making her crazy,
right. They just
decide,
take the
no,
power
we're just
away.
gonna pull the plug on her power. She was penalized by the witches. They said, yeah, we are cutting you off. Like a trust fund kid who's pissed off their wealthy family, you no longer have access to our immense power because you brought a white boy back from the dead when we told you not to. After you'd already disrespected us earlier in the day with Damon.
To help some other white boy. Like, honestly, fair enough. I can't blame the ancestors for that.
And I guess maybe that's why Bonnie doesn't question the Jeremy thing. She's like, I guess this was the consequence, that I no longer have my magic.
So hopeful, so naive. She will never again in this life, unfortunately, know that sort of hope and naivete.
And this is the third time in 2 seasons that she's been depowered. She's not powerless, but she's been depowered.
She has been depowered in the very definition of the word, yeah. I don't mind this one so much because I think, for as much as you say, because Bonnie is a character that they don't write with a lot of agency, specifically this depowering puts her back in the position of, I can be used by anybody. In a world in which she is a character who's on par with the other characters, I do think that if she is infinitely powerful, then as you say, narratively, it's no longer interesting because any threat she can burn through. It's like, it's better that she's at a level that can be contended with and where she is a powerful witch, but she's not invincible and she's not all powerful.
Yeah.
She's just a force to be reckoned with at this level.
She at least closes the season out with a bunch of grimoires from the Martins. Will she use them? Will we see her build her power with them?
Well,
spoiler alert, no. But
still,
the worst,
the
worst is
one,
yet to come.
One of her better seasons, still.
Yeah, honestly, one of her better seasons. The worst is yet to come.
Oh, the ones right after this. Oh boy.
You want to talk about power-ups and missing episodes and
lack of agency.
Black people who briefly come into her life only to be ripped out of the story. But any closing thoughts for Miss Bennett?
No, I mean, like I said, upcoming stuff notwithstanding, this would have been a really great place to leave her and build from going forward. She's in a relationship that I think is fairly healthy and very sweet and very caring. Even in like their archetypes within the group, I like that pair up. We were speaking about Matt Donovan last episode. If it wasn't going to be Jeremy, Matt makes a lot of sense. Yeah, she's such a force. And she's such a dynamic character, and she's just so likable. She really is just so likable immediately and continuously. I really like the character Bonnie.
1,000 fanfics could be written about all the stuff they could have done with her if they cared more about her. Her role as the role she's given herself as like, I'm the town protector, because as much as Elena cares about people, she's blinded by these Salvatores. I will protect the innocent. It would have been interesting to explore that as it relates to Emily, as it relates to these 100 dead witches. There's so many threads that are almost
something
weaved and then just left. Like, it's like, oh, she speaks about how alone she feels, but they're only interested in that so far as it relates to Jeremy. She speaks to Lucy about how she doesn't really have anyone else, but it's like, no, that's just so Lucy can tell her that she needs to be in the thick of things even though she doesn't want to be. She learns about her history of the 100 dead witches. That will be expanded upon in season 8, but by then
it's like sunk cost, baby. There's no getting out of this J curve. There's no getting out of the red here. Sorry.
But yeah, that's all I gotta say for our girl for now. If you have any thoughts or questions, you can mail us at animalattackpod@gmail.com. You can tweet us at animattackpod. That's at ANIM attackpod on Twitter. You'll find our link tree in the bio, which has all of our online stuff. But until then, I bid you adieu. Respect your ancestors. Don't channel witches who died by fire just because you think you can't get another man. And we will see you next time. Bye.
Cheers.